Hello, everyone. Black-pilled, defeated, and kicked while I'm down. I have returned for the redemption arc. Nah, that's overdramatic. Let me get our guest on. Hello, hello, and welcome to Discord technical support. Hope your shit's set up.
Hello?
Alright, I can hear you.
Oh, hold on, I can't hear you. Not on Discord. Oh, hang on.
Music about to get really loud. Stream, hang on. Alrighty, so we didn't stream Thursday, but I tend to make it up. And I do so because I made this.
Are you not outputting to Discord?
No. I have a watch together set up. I felt like that would be extra effort on my part. Oh, yes, they got confused.
Alright.
Are you delayed? Discord fucking me that way?
There's like a super long delay in this too.
Alright, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the audio quality is not even maxed out. Region override. US. We'll do US Central. Alright, how's the delay?
I don't know.
Oh,
Let's see.
that's
Let's see how long it takes for me to come up. Because I can hear myself through your stream. That's how I'm listening to you right now.
There's gonna be a massive delay then. Yeah, the jiggle physics on this model are a bit busted. I just noticed that.
Yeah, it's like the delay's about 10-15 seconds.
Alright, you can't fix me in your voice settings. Probably changing your output device. See, I don't know how this is gonna work. This putting pictures up with the VTuber, but Lord knows we're gonna try. Yeah, I threatened to be a VTuber a while ago. My volume's lower than the guests. I can work on that. I need him to hear me through Discord, though. That's the fun part of streaming. Figuring out how it works. Yeah, I was running things down to the hair today, so not really a lot of time to do the necessary setup. I just think the VTubing thing is funny. It was a lot of effort until it wasn't. There we go, surrounded by the homies. Get him from like the waist up. Am I going to watch Kritosis videos? Oh yeah, I was going to mention that LGR had a Skyrim video and Kritosis started his Skyrim series. Okay, so Discord's outputting to the right device to you, but you're listening to me through stream. Am I outputting through Discord? Oh, it doesn't look like I am.
Yeah.
What changed? Testing? Testing? Nope, nope. Is it the input sensitivity? I can see that's hitting.
Oh, wait. I heard something.
Testing? Hello? I can see myself talking to Discord now.
I still don't hear anything.
Yeah, I would imagine as much with LGR. The way I describe LGR is he's a like general reviewer. He doesn't go in depth because that's not really what he's trying to provide. Can't hear anything. You didn't like turn my volume down, did you? Like, I can see why you would, but that might have caused some issues.
I don't think so. I heard you for a split second in my left ear, and then it was gone. If that helps you at all.
Was it while I was doing this?
Yes. Yeah, I hear it.
Wait, what? That's the microphone test. Useless. Piece of shit. Now I gotta look that up. That's a really weird thing. I don't even know how to describe that. Yeah, I think it's the webcam that's throwing things off. Alright, let's see if this works.
Oh, maybe it's like picking up. Do you have a mic in the webcam?
Yeah, I think it does, but It asked me, and I set it to the right microphone. Which version am I going to be reviewing? All of them. The right microphone. And I set it. This is the default communication device. Then disallow the microphone. Disconnect. Reconnect. Allow it. Now maybe that works. Well, it's very weird. The VTubing stuff seems very catered towards making girl models. I'm not sure what the deal with that is. Alright, worst case scenario, I just use the actual Discord app.
I see you talking. Still don't hear it though.
That sounds like a you thing. Do we take a gamble with this guy that's in here and waiting to call? Maybe he'll test the audio for us. No. Alright. I don't know why it's full screen.
Do you have noise suppression turned on for your for Discord?
Discord? That in advanced. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's see how this works. I assume it didn't. But I've got more options now. Too many options, Jesus. Do you have any recommendations of what weapon to illegally cross state lines before gunning down 2 defenseless rioters with guns? No. Alright, well, if you still can't hear me, then it's not me. Let me make sure I just close that. What a interesting show. But first 15 minutes are to let people get in here anyway, so. A good test video I can send you. That's a solid question. Which of these videos wouldn't get me banned? Elden Ring will be good. Saw Iron Pineapple video on it. Sad I'll have to play Skyrim a lot. I'll probably be done with Skyrim by the time February rolls around. So you can hear that, but you can't hear me. What do you want, Boom, dude?
Oh yeah, I was just wondering whether or not you were going to do the shorter videos more.
Yeah, a lot of them. Can you hear him? Private sessions? I was gonna do a bunch for Starfield.
Oh, okay.
Like No Man's Sky and the like.
I hear him through the stream. Don't hear
Interesting.
him in,
Are you using Discord app? During the weekdays, they start at 4 Eastern. So,
using the desktop version.
is it the browser or the app? No, don't worry. We can hear private
The app
sessions
itself.
fine.
Desktop app.
Weird. Hang on then.
Hello?
How about now?
Is this working?
Can't hear me, then no.
Nah. Doesn't seem like it.
What armor was your Oblivion character using in the retrospective? I've never seen that kind of Morrowind style maroon armor set in Oblivion. Yeah, it was just a mod that re-added that model to Oblivion. No, stream. You all can hear him, and I can hear him. He can't hear me, and so it becomes kind of one-sided.
Oh, this might be on me because I was just in waiting on call and I didn't hear Broom Dude.
I think waiting to call is silent.
Fuck. What is this?
Well, okay, you weren't hearing him when he was in here, so. Well, okay, so all the mods that add the that Mournhold Royal Guard armor, they all look weird. I don't know how to describe it. Without just showing you a picture of what it looks like. But I've got enough things as is. What is this? This is Ulfric Stormcloak and God Howard backing up a dumber waifu. Have him turn the program off and then on. Control R to refresh and reboot the app. Sounds good. There you go, I blinked. Why are there 15 dislikes? I have no clue. Could be a myriad of reasons, ranging from the fact that they're getting rid of dislikes, to the fact that the stream sucks, although they were there before we started, to the fact that some of Salt Factory's fans took the Salt Factory stream a lot harder than the guy himself did.
Hello?
Welcome back.
Hey, it worked.
Oh, it works now?
Whoever said to turn it off and turn it back on again, they're a genius.
I think that was the guy who was complaining that this was going to be like work because we were doing technical support.
I don't know what the fuck that was about, but okay. I literally didn't do anything except turn it off and turn it back on.
All right, I will message you the watch together. I was kind of hoping to kind of chat about Anniversary Edition first, though, because I know you've been playing it.
Yeah, I have.
What's your impression?
Don't buy it.
That's absolutely my impression, unless Todd Howard interviews me, in which case I'll turn that tune around.
Yeah, I spent $20 on it, and I mean, you know, I'm a content creator, so odds are I'll be able to like stream it, make my money back, and I still feel like I got ripped off.
Yeah,
So.
it's such a weird thing. There are better quality versions of pretty much everything that I've done, and
Yes.
those people aren't getting paid. The people who are getting paid are like the ones who made friends at Bethesda instead.
Okay. Quick question. I've never done a watch together. What do? I hit the link. I'm in here.
You're in
apply.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it should be synced. So like it should start for you.
Before we. Yeah.
Okay. So that's how
Yep.
it works. So
All right.
we'll just keep.
Got it.
We're gonna chat for a few minutes because we stole stream's time with the technical support. So, any funny standouts for the Creation Club content so far?
Let's see.
Where to start, right?
Yeah.
I've played about
So-
10 or 11 hours. I've seen a lot of shit.
The first thing that I noticed, the first piece of content that I interacted with was, it was one of the houses, and it just, you get like a notice, and they're like, oh, you know, this warrior wants a warrior's death or something. Go over there and kill them, and they'll give you your house. And it's like, what the fuck? Okay, so you go over there and you talk to the NPC and you expect them to, you know, say something, and she's just like, I understand.
You know what
And
to
then
do.
The fight starts.
Yeah,
It's like,
every creation is just, I understand, and it's kind of a validation of my modders can't make quest content without using text, because everything in the Creation Club content is in journals instead of like, there's no text dialogue or no like audio dialogue, so you have to read everything, which would be fine if it was better written.
It makes you think. Oh man, if only we had, like, you know, a game in this franchise that was text based and they could, you know,
Yeah, that
look
was
to that.
really good at doing textual dialogue, so like you could do this plugin style content. It reminds me a lot of the plugins, except the plugins actually fit in with Morrowind somewhat. The creations just feel out of place.
Yeah, which it's also more jarring too, because they integrated it so. I don't want to say they integrated it so well, but it's really hard. Like, if I was playing this is my first time playing Skyrim, I'd have no idea what is like Creation Club content, what is vanilla content. But then you get like further into it, and you realize like, wait, this shit's like really unbalanced. What the fuck is this? And then you start developing this like psychosis almost, where you're like, was this real? Was this in vanilla? I don't remember now.
Yeah, so my big issue with that was I went to the Riften Docks, and there's a lady there who gives you a lexicon, and the way that quest is set up made me think that it was Creation Club content, but it was actually like, I think it's vanilla. I'm not sure. But that's like the one instance I've had where Skyrim's default content was bad enough to be like creation content.
Yeah.
It's like, I posted yesterday, so at level 20, I got a note to do a quest to hunt a bandit that ended in me getting a full set of enchanted dragonbone armor that is extremely powerful. And I feel like that's just kind of the norm for Creation Club content. And somebody described it as like really bad god item mods.
Yeah.
Where you get something that's like absurdly powerful really early. So on the flip side, The highlight to me is all those are alternate armors and sort of the more cosmetic options that you get, and the farming mod. But that's because it actually works like a farming mod.
I haven't gotten to that one yet. I wanna mess with that one.
You should do it once if you okay. It's kind of annoying. You have to fully build the farm, and it takes like firewood, and there's no fire chopping thing I think there. So I cheated in all the items because fuck it. And once you have it set up, they actually will farm the shit that you plant out in the fields, which includes like alchemy ingredients.
So you don't have to keep going there and like picking it and replanting it.
Yeah, and it generates money too.
Ooh. Oh, I don't need any more money, but okay.
But I got
Oh, that's the other thing too. So houses were the only thing that I would actually spend money on, especially with Hearthfire. I would just buy everything. So it's like, fuck, I have 100,000 golds, just buy everything for the houses. With the mods and stuff now, like I just got Mire Watch, and it's like, wow, this is a great
it's
house.
Probably the best house in the game, and it's free.
Yeah, it's literally free. You walk up and you just cast a fire spell on a sigil, and then there you go. You got the house. It's like, oh, okay. So I'm sitting there, and especially since, you know, I'm doing like transmute to make a bunch of gold so I can make jewelry and stuff to enchant it, because enchanting is one of my skills. And I'm just flush with cash already. I'm level 10. I have like almost 10,000 gold, and it's just like, well, it's already over, and I have nothing to spend this money on.
Yeah, my main thing is, my rule for this character is to get training every level. And once you get to like skill level 75, it starts to become impossible to steal your money back. Like in theory, fortified pickpocketing should work, but apparently in base Skyrim, it doesn't. It like makes
doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll make you worse at pickpocketing. So once the NPC gets more than like 2,000 gold in their pocket, you just can't get your money back, which is fine. But
are you playing with the unofficial patch?
No.
Right. Oh yeah, because you have what's his face, Jazargo, right?
Hmm. And he has like 500 health now.
And he is uncapped level too. But if you have the unofficial patch, then it caps his level because they don't like fun.
Okay, so I think like peak unofficial patch was probably like 2015. And after that, they were looking for stuff to fix, so they just started fixing things that a lot of people don't consider broken.
Hey, they can try fixing the graphical issues that I have with kill cams now, thanks to AE. Now, I don't know if you have this issue, but I have it where I'll like kill something, and they'll like say I'm using firebolt or whatever.
Oh yeah.
They'll ragdoll.
They'll ragdoll and they'll
stop.
And
then they're like,
yeah,
they just stop in midair and just sits there for like 10 seconds on like a floating body, and then it just drops to the floor.
Yeah, I did
like,
blood.
Oh, that's gonna look good.
I did blood on the ice, and I actually finished it the right way. And when I killed the guy, that happened to him, where he just kind of hung in the air. I've also had the thing where, and I think this was before Anniversary Edition, where I'll get a kill cam, but it's not actually enough damage to kill them, and so the game just kind of like hangs up.
I'm getting a lot more of those too with AE. That's always been, especially with mages, that's always been a problem. But the AE update seems to make it way worse. I feel like kill cams just trigger more often now with AE.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of them. It's to the point that I'm like tempted to turn them off and not mention it in the video that it's gone, because I doubt anybody would notice or care.
There's a mod that disables it, right? Because I really might have to do it just for the sake of, because I don't want to, like, if I'm sitting there recording, like, setting up the video and stuff, cutting footage, I don't want to sit there for like 15 seconds just staring at a dead body floating in the air. It looks stupid. So now I have to edit through all this shit, and it's just like, why don't I just disable it? There's a few quality of life mods that I'm really missing this time around.
Oh yeah,
like the ones, oh my god, the ones that fix the like the cursor issues. So I have a clip that I recorded last night where I'm sitting there trying to say one conversation, like to end the conversation with somebody,
and you can't get to it.
Keeps clicking. It just keeps clicking on the wrong fucking thing, even though it's highlighted. Like the end of dialogue thing is highlighted. My cursor's over it. I'm clicking it, and it's still hitting the dialogue option that's at the top of the list. And I'm like, how is this UI so fucking busted that I can't even click on dialogue options? So I have to sit there with the fucking mouse, with the keyboard, just like hit like S a few times, then hit E to get through it. 'Cause it's just like I can't. Just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's always
Just
been
doesn't work.
busted with Skyrim, is it'll click on like the wrong conversation option.
Yeah.
Which is really
It's
annoying
so
if you're trying to get comprehensive footage of a faction and you want to see all the dialogue options. You keep watching the same fucking cutscene over and over.
Or, what was it? I was doing diplomatic immunity, and oh no, it was after diplomatic immunity. I got Esbern, and Delphine's like, "Oh, do you want to travel together or travel separate?" And I was like, "Oh, let's travel together." I hovered over it, travel together, whatever, and it hits, and she's like, "Okay, we'll meet you there then." I'm like, "God damn it! All right, guess we're meeting you there."
Yeah, I haven't done too much of the base game content yet, which is a really jarring experience to do only side quests and Creation Club content. It's kind of maddening.
I'm trying to do a little bit of like a mix of everything as I'm playing through. But cause spoiler alert, I'm working on another Skyrim video and doing my follow up. Though I think I'm just gonna redo.
It's just
the video
gonna be
entirely.
another.
Yeah, and I don't even know how big it's gonna be. I'm looking at like my outline for the video. I'm like, this. Oh God, I don't want this to be like another 6-7 hour long thing. But
oh yeah, I don't blame you.
I already did it. We're about to watch a fucking Skyrim video.
So you think it would be over?
2 hours. Yeah. Well, so I guess we should talk about this video a little bit. The idea for this video. This is a different video than what we've been watching. And that's why I was kind of hesitant at first when you said you were going to watch it. And I was like, well, it's kind of like I gave you all the in the video description, I updated the timestamps to skip some of the like summary shit because this video was, first off, it was like my third or fourth video I've ever made, and
was your Oblivion video your first?
Yeah, my Oblivion video was my first, and
well, I mean, then it's got to be better than that.
well, so this video was kind of like a test, kind of like a prototype for a certain format that I was developing during the Oblivion video. I started coming up with the idea for this format, and middling results, I'll say. It's definitely not something that I'm going to replicate, not on this channel anyway. So
is that like the Death Stranding video experiment that White Light did that ended up being a genre?
No, I don't even know what that is.
That's when White Light made that 7-hour Death Stranding video, and then everybody started emulating him and just making like comprehensive walkthrough videos.
Oh,
that was concurrent with mine. I was in the middle of making my Morrowind video. I had like 2 or 3 parts out when that video came out.
See, I think there is a demand for something like, the way I look at it is like almost like a narrated or like abridged Let's Play. So it's like you take like like an 80-hour long Skyrim playthrough and you just turn it into like a 2-hour long like narration thing. I think there is a demand for that. My mistake was coupling that with analysis and thinking that was going to go over well. And spoiler alert, I don't think it really does. But that's why I put in the timestamps and stuff. So if we get sick of listening to me recap fucking quests for 40 minutes straight, just hit the timestamp and take us to the good stuff. Which
okay,
another thing.
I'm gonna clarify this for the chat. Salt Factory isn't really like the Death Stranding video, because Salt Factory will say what happens in a cutscene, whereas in the Death Stranding video, you just watch the cutscene. That's kind of the difference. Is he never really lets cutscenes play.
Oh, so fucking Light Factory.
Light Factory.
White Light just let all the things play out and everything like that.
Yeah, that was kind of the premise of it, was that it was sort of like a really abridged playthrough.
Yeah. So my video is a bit different. Not just It's probably my least favorite video I've ever. No, my Fallout 76 video that I pulled down. That was my least favorite video I've ever made. This is probably second least favorite.
What'd you do in your Fallout 76 video?
Oh, it was bad. It was really bad. So I was testing. Once again, you got to remember too. A lot of these videos that I made, I had no subscribers. I had 10 subscribers when my
I understand that feeling. People crucify me for the Bioshock video that was made when I had like 30 subscribers.
Yeah. When you're small or whatever, you kind of like. I was experimenting a lot because I realized, this is really going to be the only chance that I'm going to get. Like, say if my channel does blow up, God forbid, I won't really once I have an audience, I'll kind of be in less of like a position to be able to experiment with my videos, which is the case really. So let me just screw around right now.
Sure.
Yeah, that's not really a good idea though, because the thing is that my channel is now kind of messed up because I have a bunch of videos where I'm like, I really would like to redo those at some point now.
Mm-hmm.
So but yeah, so my Fallout 76 video, I was testing like shorter videos and stuff. So it was like 20 minutes long, and I did all the video essayist bullshit. I tried coining a term.
Oh no.
It was so bad.
And now you're the opposite. Bad. You were like dunking on ludonarrative dissonance in your bully video.
Yeah, I don't really like that. I don't like that. It's so I understand like the term, like you were talking about this with the white light video where it's like, oh no, not the white
never
light,
knows best.
Never knows best. Yeah.
When he had his big black pill about online criticism.
Yeah, and he was saying like how you can't use like a gameplay loop and all this stuff, and I disagree with that. I think there are definitely, like, when you look at literary analysis, you have all these different things that you can use to figure out what the author is trying to say and stuff like that. I just don't think ludonarrative dissonance is a very effective way of looking at how writing is effective in a video game.
I can see where you would take that position, because there's a lot of that was Never Knows Best argument, is that there's just a lot of people who use the terms as cudgels and are kind of like barbaric with how they approach it, where it's like it's more like a specialty knife.
Yeah, and that's the point that I make in Bully, is that there are people who will say, oh, if a game displays ludonarrative dissonance, it's a bad game, it's a bad story.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, no. That's not necessarily the case. I like GTA 4's story, and people love to use that as the reason, that's like the prime example of bad storytelling or bad ludonarrative dissonance. And I'm like,
It's an interesting position, to be sure, because there's a lot of people who kind of swear by it. I think it's like good from a role-playing thing that you have sort of mechanical and story consistency. Do the dumber cheeks jiggle? I can tell. My head was jiggling. Alright, let me pull this on screen. I may have to adjust the volume. Alright, so you had timestamps, right?
Yeah, they're in the description.
Oh, well, hang on then. You turn it off.
I mean, they should appear in, like, the seek bar as well. They should just be chapters.
Yeah, but Watch Together has a different player.
Oh, gotcha.
So, what am I looking for?
Anything. So it's like the descriptions. It should just say like thoughts. Like each thing should end with thoughts, or like .2. So it'll be like chapter 1.1. That would just be the summary and stuff. Then 1.2 would be the actual analysis section.
All right, I think, does Watch Together support faster playback is the question. Yes, it does. I think we'll go fast through the parts that you say aren't analysis. How about that?
All right. Does it have a point? Does it have a 4x speed?
Oh god. It goes up to ×2. I hope you're comprehensible. So, back off and get this show started.
And I just want to make note that this is a...
Hmm?
No.
Alright, so go ahead and pause it if you have anything to say, and if you say anything while the video is playing, I'm going to ignore you. How about that? Seems like a good rule set.
Yep.
Before we begin, I just want to make note that this is a video about a modded playthrough of the PC Special Edition of Skyrim. While I believe most of the points I'll be making in this video are...
Is he using Ordinator? So, yeah, I guess that came up fast. Do you want to talk about
Oh yeah.
modding
Oh yeah.
games for reviews?
See, I knew I was going to catch shit for having like a modded review or whatever of the game.
Mhm.
It's not really. It took me a while to remember why I even made this video. Literally, I was watching the video a few days ago, and then I finally remembered like why I did it. And so this really isn't this isn't a analysis per se of Skyrim. It's more like an analysis of a playthrough, of like a modded playthrough and stuff like that. So there is a lot of calls to mods that I'm using and things like that. If I was to do this video over again, I would, well, I mean, I'm doing it over again. I'm doing it without mods, but my biggest problem was that I didn't say outright in like the description and stuff and the title. I really should have just renamed this something completely different. And I might go back after we're done with this and come up with some better title, because it seems a little disingenuous. You know, somebody's like, ooh, a Skyrim analysis, let me click on it. It's just like, oh, wait, he's talking about mods and shit? The fuck?
Well, I think it's acceptable because there's so many Skyrim reviews that don't say anything, and if you're the sort of person who has nothing to say, then doing it about mods would be more interesting. Not to say that you are that, but
Yeah.
that's sort of like what we've been dealing with. Is I've heard Skyrim described in so many different ways. Hearing it kind of like, here's my ideal version of Skyrim, it can be interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't like, because I was so like nervous about people calling me out for, you know, playing a modded review or whatever. I kind of tiptoe a little bit too much around it, so I never get too deep into discussing mods and their impact on the play, like the gameplay and stuff like that. And there's a better way of doing this video, I'll say it that way.
All right. Sorry, I was playing with the VTuber model for chat.
mostly applicable to the unmodded vanilla versions of the game, and I'll note when they aren't applicable. I do acknowledge some people are going to be put off that I'm doing an analysis on a modded playthrough. If that's not what you're looking for, you know, that's fine. If you're cool with mods though, then enjoy, and if you're curious about the mods I got running, I included a comprehensive list of all the mods down in the description below.
Well, it sounds to me like the video has everything you just said you wanted in it. You said that the mod list was in the description. You said that it's modded. Told people to fuck off if they don't like that.
It's a good disclaimer. I'm happy that I at least had the foresight to put that straight up in the beginning. But like I said, though, I start to get more into like a general aspect of Skyrim and stuff. So I start talking more about. I mean, you'll see it when we get to it. But from the introduction stuff, it sounds almost like I'm going to just be exclusively talking about mods and how it affects the game and stuff like. And I kind of don't. Even at like halfway through, I kind of go, you know, I could just turn off all the mods and I would have a lot like this. I'd be saying the same stuff that I'm saying right now.
Yeah, when it comes to like story stuff, the modding community typically sees the story content of Skyrim is like off limits. Mostly because it would be too difficult to really try and change things. I like the
I was about to pause it there.
I like the B-roll.
I was literally about to say if I was to do this video over again, I would remove a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so when I first started doing this sort of stuff, not really. Yeah, I guess it was in Oblivion. I started to play around with B-roll more, and I was like, oh, I really like making montages and things like that. But the problem is, it's like, and I feel like this video is the worst of them all. It just slows the video down too much,
Right.
and it.
Yeah, it's kind of
once again,
when I play like bad video bingo, usually excessive B-roll is up there. Because
oh yeah,
looks good. It looks good, but it's
it looks good. It's
filler.
I enjoy making those things, but it's not ideal for the viewer's experience, especially in an analysis video where it's like, okay, just tell me what you're thinking. Like, just tell me what you're thinking. If like I have ideas for different sorts of video formats, but I don't think those will ever really surface on my private sessions channel.
I like that
if I was to do this video over again, it would be on another video on another channel.
I like that like there's people in the chat who can't figure out who you are as a guest. Like there aren't enough context clues. Why don't you introduce yourself for the benefit of everyone?
I am Private Sessions, and I make long-form YouTube video analysis stuff.
Yeah, you're in the middle of Mass Effect
Basically,
right
yeah.
now. Did 1 and 2.
Yeah. I released Mass Effect 2 over the summer. Like in October, I just did Bully. I'm working on Skyrim right now, though, because I was going to do Skyrim again. I was planning months ago to come back to Skyrim, but then you were like, oh, I'm doing my Skyrim video. I was like, all right, maybe I'll back off and I'll do something else in the meantime.
Oh, I wouldn't worry
But
about
between,
that.
like, your streams and AE coming out and stuff, yeah, my video, I think, will be out much sooner, just because
Yeah, I'm still
it's
playing
not
the game.
really as comprehensive. I'm still playing it too. It's funny because it's like you're doing your mage playthrough, I'm doing my mage playthrough. Like what's your next character that you're gonna play?
This is my last character. For
Oh,
Skyrim.
it is. Okay.
Yeah, I already did
alright.
I already did my melee and stealth playthroughs. So that was my my sort of premise this time was Morrowind had characters for factions, Oblivion had a single character, Skyrim's going to have a character for each play style.
We literally have the same setup then. that's what I'm doing too.
It just seems like the
It's gonna-
natural way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So how I did it was when I started planning the video, I made a spreadsheet and I just dumped all the different factions in there, all the different like things I want to talk about, and I just like highlighted them. Like, okay, the main story is obviously going to be a very dense thing. I'm going to color that red. Creation content is probably not going to be that much. I'll highlight it yellow, and then I use that and I just started structuring it around. And by the time I structured it, I was like, oh wait a second, this is all like just correlating into like play styles. Really, that's so. Then I just threw some names in it. Picked some races. I was like, all right, that's basically it.
Yeah, there's 3 factions for the 3 play styles, and then 1 side faction and the main quest and the Civil War, I guess. You said a lot of times that shields are OP in Skyrim. Did you, however, try a playthrough with a 2-handed build? No, I haven't. That's mostly because I like the utility of having like a 2-handed, in my opinion, doesn't work with the hands idea that Skyrim had.
No. It does not. So I do have a 4th character that I'm using basically for like the introduction of the video, where I'm just talking in general, and that character is 2-handed with restoration. He's a Breton, and holy shit, is it so fucking obnoxious using 2-handed and magic? Because every time I want to heal myself, gotta put my weapon away, take out the hands, and then I have to take out the weapon again. And it's just like,
well, what 2-handed needs is
it
needs a perk where you can draw faster. So
Yeah.
that hot swapping your stuff wouldn't be so bad.
So 2-hander, if you get what is it, Elemental Fury, where you can swing your weapon faster, that makes it a lot more fun.
Yeah, I would imagine, because then you're doing the big numbers of damage.
Yeah.
No, I haven't used bound weapons because the melee character wasn't good enough to use them, and the magic character I literally put every single weapon and like arrow I can in storage. so I don't ever feel tempted to use anything.
So that character, that two-handed character, also has conjuration as well. And so I was like, all right, let me use... I've never used bound weapons before in vanilla Skyrim. So I started using it. I'm unimpressed with it so far, but there are perks to make it a little bit better, so
It's
I'll see.
fine. I imagine the big thing would be... So the issue is you can't really customize your bound weapons, but they're really good in the early game. They just kind of drop off. And I think there's perks for making them better. I think I saw that in the conjuration tree, that you can make them do more damage.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, handcrafting a weapon and just carrying that is easier. And carry weight is, while still a concern, less of a... It's not like Morrowind, where the weight of your weapons is a factor in your adventures. Anyways. A lot of B-roll.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Listen, I like making trailers.
It should have gone straight to this. This like all the gameplay stuff should have got cut.
Actually, now I don't even do introduction videos or anything like that. And my Skyrim video, I'm doing more where basically I'm taking my conclusion and moving it all the way up to the front. So
I know who
all
does...
like my densest shit is going to be front loaded, because when you look at, viewer metrics and stuff, most people drop off after, the first 30 minutes or so. So I'm like, all right, if I can have like the best stuff all up in the front.
Your people don't make it to an hour?
Nah.
Both of my big videos average view durations over an hour.
Oh, I think my Oblivion video has over an hour.
Yeah.
The Mass Effect 2 one might as well. But it's
well,
usually it's always a percentage though. It's always like 20 to 30%.
Yeah, and then you get to the
Doesn't
30
matter
minute
how long the video is.
Then you get to the 30-minute videos, and for some reason people don't watch it for an hour. Noah Caldwell Gervais, I don't think he has a Skyrim video. I think he has a Skyrim section in another video. So, okay, I praised the B-roll until it went on for this long.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. We have plenty more of those coming. Two and a half minutes, by the way.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my god. Let me just turn this up.
That's the reason I put the timestamps.
Much has happened and much has changed since the events during the Oblivion Crisis at the end of the Third Year.
I'm still in the introduction sequence.
What is this? Who's this guy?
This is just like some random like he has a side quest in Windhelm. This is, what is this, like Candlehearth Inn or something like that?
Yeah, Candlehearth Hall.
Yeah. He just like, you have to do like a little side quest for him, and he just sits there writing. So my idea was like this character would be
the narrator.
Like the narrator himself.
It's you.
Yeah,
he's
and
bald.
It's like always. Yeah, it's me. Interesting idea. Once again, this is a prototype sort of video.
I think this is fine. B-roll's good when you talk over it, is what I've kind of that and like transition stuff. Because where I liked B-roll the most was in my Oblivion video when I was doing the cities.
That's exactly what turned me on to B-roll when I was making my Oblivion video. I got to the cities and I was like, oh, I gotta like talk about shit. What am I gonna do? I'm like, I guess I'll just do B-roll. So I plugged in an Xbox controller, just started flying through the cities and stuff, and then I strung it all together. And I was like, wow, this is I believe in B-roll now. This is amazing. I'm gonna use this all the time, which is not exactly what you want to do.
I'm gonna use it for everything.
That's that's the super sophisticated video essayist talking. Makes you look really, oh man.
Cyril. With the break in the Septon dynasty, the loss of the Amulet of Kings, and the purported end of the Divine Emperors, the Empire has known some dark days. It's seen itself weaken as it went to war with the growing Aldmeri Dominion that ended with a cool peace at the signing of the White Gold Concordant. While it did help the Empire live to see another day, it sowed many seeds to ensure the pains of the previous costly war would not scab over easily.
This is 2x speed.
This is 1.5x speed. This is you're talking.
Oh, man.
These seeds are ultimately what blossomed into the full-blown rebellion Tamriel would see in its northern region of Skyrim, where Ulfric Stormcloak, a veteran of that costly war, and a proud and unyielding Jarl, would eventually kick off his famous rebellion against the ailing Empire. While it's still too soon to tell what his lasting legacy will be, it's safe to say he was a disruptor of the status quo. But I'm not here to discuss Ulfric or his imperial foil, General Tullius. Instead, I want to focus on a little Khajiit who made her way across the border from Cyrodiil at just the right time to get wrapped up in this saga, and in turn become a central, if slightly more
I always like the mods that like add these crazy fucking armors to the Civil War guys because it looks so out of place.
Well,
I kind of like
Don't get-
Ulfric's default armor because it's like
Yeah.
it's very casual. It makes sense for somebody who kind of just sits in a throne room all day. It's practical.
yeah, this is probably what is that? I'm trying to remember the mod. I think it's just immersive armors.
Mm-hmm.
That's what. We're
Yeah, I
seeing
think
here,
it is.
Which is a vast. If you want armor mods, get that instead of buying the fucking creation content.
Yeah, I would
Because
take that
You can
action.
actually craft those armors. You can actually craft those armors. You
Oh,
can't-
I
you
haven't looked
can't
at
craft
it. You
the
can't
CC
craft the
stuff.
new stuff.
Nope.
I had a thing where I could craft the Dwarven Brawler gauntlets. That's as far as I've looked.
Yeah, unless you unlock them with perks and stuff. But I mean, I put some points into like smithing perks and stuff, and I wasn't seeing it. So I don't know.
I don't know. This just
Don't know if you can craft any of that.
Ulfric looks like a Final Fantasy character now. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting.
obscure and mysterious figure. I'm of course talking about the Dragonborn, who seem to be by the gods themselves to rescue Tamriel from its greatest foe yet, Alduin the World Eater, the king of all dragons. Our story begins on a carriage making its way to Helgen, loaded with Stormcloak rebels headed for the Executioner's Block.
Of course it does.
Surprised you didn't use an alternative start for this. Or is it just this character?
Well, it's just the Dragonborn, you know? The Dragonborn, I would say, canonically starts with... I'm going to do the same thing with my the next video. Dragonborn canonically starts on the cart. Got to show the cart. The other characters, I'm just going to start wherever.
Right.
But
I always liked the alternative start. It's the one where you start in the camp that's by Helgen. So it's basically the same, but you skip the introduction and you just go up to Helgen and see like the aftermath. I don't really think.
really?
Yeah, I don't really.
I don't know. I've
The Helgen start is more like for the Civil War, in my opinion, than the main quest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never really messed with the alternate start mods, honestly. I usually just load up, from the beginning and just ride the fucking cart. I've seen the cart, 50 times at this point. That's not an exaggeration.
During my Morrowind retrospective, I mentioned Todd Howard's a notorious barbarian player. Do I have any source for that? Not off the top of my head, but there's
I've
like
seen it in different.
there's interviews you can find where people talk
Yeah.
about how Todd's like a barbarian player and he really enjoys like cutting other content down sort of to focus on like the simple play style. Plus he talks about Conan the Barbarian a lot in the Morrowind one. Like in Morrowind interviews. So I take that as like a pretty big inspiration for him. Immersive armors and weapons are both very outdated. I would imagine, yeah. Because those are kind of old mods.
Yeah, those are like OG ones. But if you want something that you can just drop in very quickly and stuff and
Mhm.
get like a crap ton of items, it basically like doubles the amount of stuff that's in the game.
Which I see as a good
another
thing.
good
As long
Yeah,
as
and
it's
another
as long
good
as
one
as it
is-
fits the normal progression.
Yeah, for the most part, it's not too bad. Some of the weapons are a little, like, weird, because they have, they have, like, spears or whatever, and there's no real animation for that, and they have, like, certain, like, weird scimitars and stuff like that you know, the animations still don't line up, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's a free mod, so at least you didn't pay for it.
All right. I like the mods starting up.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. I think, okay, here's how I would have solved this issue. If you get alternate start, one of the options is you still do the cart ride, but it would get all the mod initializations out of the way.
Well, if there's any doubt that this wasn't a modded playthrough,
Yeah, I would say that. I was genuinely surprised that the Creation Club content still didn't have the quirk of just dumping 27 quests on the player right out of Helgen.
Yeah. No, so now the problem is that the courier just fucking hounds you constantly. Holy shit, dude. So I finished diplomatic immunity, and I guess that's like a serious trigger point for a bunch of them, because that dude came and just everywhere I went, he would just find me and be like, "Oh, I have more stuff for you. Here's more stuff for you." So my freaking journal's useless at this point. There's so many mod quests in there.
Well, and you know, a lot of the creations are just like, there's a note on a cupboard in this random building.
Yeah.
Like
And it's just like read the note.
Yeah,
read the note.
So the Goblin one, which is I like, starts in like the Riften Inn. It's just a random note you can find, and then you go to the Goblin Cave, and it has Oblivion music and Oblivion alchemy ingredients and goblins and.
Did you try going into the Ratways yet with the CC stuff turned on?
No, I know there's a house down there.
So.
And I know there's a pet down there, like a pet skeever or something.
Yeah, so the door that leads into the Ratways, that's like beneath the market district, there's a note on it with an iron dagger stabbed into it, and you have no choice if you're trying to activate the door but to read the note. But even worse is like, then you have to take the note and the freaking iron dagger.
Oh god.
So I was like, I don't want to take the fucking note and the iron dagger, because then I'd have to go into my inventory and drop it. Like, I just let me just activate the fucking door, please. But it's impossible.
Yeah.
I sat there for literally like 20 seconds, just like trying to find.
It would be one thing if it was bad content that was like in the corner of the world, but it's bad content that harasses you.
Oh my god, it's it hunts you down. There's no avoiding it. It's so obnoxious if you just want to just get something done. Something that's like, wait, here's 3 more CC pieces of content that you paid for.
I know, I'm trying to stay on top of my quest log, and it's like, I'm almost getting to the part where I actually start doing the, like, main content, and I still have, like, 20 side quests that I have to clear out.
Yeah. It's
growing. Who's the guy on the road?
What guy? Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, there's just
The
like
horse on the right side.
There's just a random guy.
Oh, yeah. I guess he got dismounted because his horse is on the right side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Always something.
Yeah, I remember when I first started this, I got the classic, you know, the cart just starts freaking out at the gates and stuff like that. So I had to re-record this thing like 3 times for it to actually work. I think it was like one of the mods I had to disable and then enable later on.
I'm impressed that the Anniversary Edition didn't, like, by itself doesn't mess this part up. The only weirdness I had was the horse being in the character creator. But it wasn't too far in the way. It's more a modded thing, and I don't know what causes it. It might be like that mesh mod.
Oh, yeah. You get the full experience here.
Yeah, this is,
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
I don't have to play Skyrim now. Do you know how many times I've had to fucking watch this thing?
That's a good point. So that's a good point. People are like, I always see people like comment or whatever, like, why are you like recapping all this shit? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I've played Skyrim a million times. Literally, before like this stream started, I was sitting in chat and I saw somebody say, you know, before I watched long form content, I never knew anything about Skyrim. I never played it. Like all I knew was Fallout. And it's like, that's why you summarize sometimes, because there are people. It sounds fucking insane, but there are people who are watching your video that probably never watched or never played the game. So
I understand that, but what does the cart ride add to the experience of somebody who's never seen it?
The cart ride is purely self
exposition.
That is, yeah, it's oh damn, I had a really good term for it, but just for my own gratification, and this comes down to why you make videos and stuff like that. And I think
that question that I raised.
Really get into this fucking discussion. Yeah, this
sure. Once we get it out of the way, then we'll really be rolling with the video.
So this is something that I feel like a content creator, YouTuber has to ask themselves, and it's, why am I making videos? Am I making videos to entertain people? Am I making videos because I just like making videos? Like why am I doing this? And this video is, for the most part, I'm just like, oh, I just want to make something that looks cool. Like I want to make like a nice story, like almost like a movie. And yeah, there's a time and a place for it. A retrospective analysis is probably not the time and the place for that. When you're making an analysis video, I think you really need to be thinking more in terms of your audience and making a better viewer experience.
I do it for the yacht.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into this thing just yet, but it's one of those things where it's just like, this whole introduction sequence should have been like about 10 seconds, not 5 minutes.
There's a cart ride. Rayloff says some shit. Moving on. What the hell is it doing?
You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me. We should.
Have you ever been to Darkwater Crossing?
Yeah, actually, I was there last night.
Yeah, because that's where you get the Argonian guy.
Yeah, the only Argonian that can be a follower.
So, I always thought it was such a weird thing that Darkwater Crossing was where Ulfric got captured, because they're like riding. Okay, yeah, if you pick the Stormcloak side and you talk to Rayloff about it, I think he tells his sister that the Stormcloaks were captured at Darkwater Crossing, which is so weird because they're riding to Helgen from the south. From
like, I always thought
they're not going through the pass.
Border, I figured they were near like Falkreath.
Yeah, that's what you would think, is they were like on campaign in Falkreath and they got captured in an operation. But then they say they got caught in Darkwater Crossing, which doesn't make sense. So they're coming from the road and it's not the one that is the pass that you would take if you wanted to go to Riften from Helgen. They're on the other road that goes to like Fort Niergrad or whatever it's called, right? So like they're coming from the wrong place to have been caught at Darkwater Crossing.
Do you think Darkwater Crossing was in a different location or something, or they used that name for somewhere else that was in Falkreath? And then that line just kind of slipped the filter?
That's got to be the case. I don't know. It's such a weird thing because the name of the town.
Darkwater Crossing is in fucking.
It's in Hallmarch. Yeah, it's on the border of Hallmarch and the Rift.
That is deep Stormcloak territory. How would they even set up an ambush in there? Like, you would think Stormcloaks would have a ton of like scouts and stuff that would be able to figure out, hey, Ulfric, you're about to walk into a freaking ambush. That has to be like, they just had a different. Isn't there There's a mill down there by like Falkreath. That's like
The Half-Blood Mill, the one with the vampires.
yeah. I
That
feel like
maybe
there
that's what
is
they
something
meant.
down there that's like no. I just feel like there's something down there that's like dark something. Like I'd have to look at the map. They might have just gotten like names mixed up.
I would
Who?
I would
Wait,
guess
who'd you say said that?
it's
Was-
Rayloff, the Stormcloak one.
Oh, okay. So he said it.
He says it when he's talking to his sister.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Ulfric were imprisoned in a military fort first. Well, the way here's Rayloff actually gives you a timeline. They got captured at Darkwater Crossing like 2 days prior to when they have that conversation. So like 18 hours prior to this cart ride, they were at Darkwater Crossing. And then they thought they were being taken to the Imperial City, and then they ended up going to Helgen. I guess because Helgen has an executioner, and they don't want to do summary executions. Anyways.
Can be here. Can be here. It's these
Come on.
be
What's it doing?
here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all prisoners in binds now, thief.
Shut up back there.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Man, I really
Ulfric,
didn't watch
the
this
Jarl of
part.
Windhelm?
I didn't know I
You're the
I
leader of the
went this
rebellion.
long.
But if they
It's
captured
the
you-
whole
Oh
thing.
God, where are they taking us?
I don't know where we're going.
The full
The Southern Guard
experience.
awaits.
Rishka's name isn't even on the
Yeah,
list
there
of
we go.
prisoners the Legion were looking to round up that morning, even though a horse
Oh, he
thief's
doesn't
name
get
is
any
on it,
better.
proving just how obscure and insignificant the soon-to-be-named Dragonborn was in her home province. The Imperial captain is quick to send Rishka to the
Is
block
that the
anyways, as
reason?
they aren't ready to let any...
Is that the reason? I always thought the list thing was weird. Like, why is Lokir on the list? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Just no answer. I that always stood out
That
to me.
was-
Like even like the first time I played the game, I was like, why is Lokir on the list? Maybe somebody in chat has a good explanation.
Is the list made after they're arrested? Or is it like these are people we just need to round up?
Well, yeah, that's a weird thing. What is the list? When was it made?
So you said they were arrested like 18 hours before
I would
the
imagine
cart ride?
based on the timeline, because when you get to Riverwood,
So-
Rayloff says 2 days.
So has the player been unconscious for 18 hours?
Yeah, okay. That gets into like how and when did the player get captured and like where were they? So the player is implied to have
I
been
would-
coming north from Cyrodiil. Like a little Oblivion reference.
Yeah.
But I don't know. How long was my brain without oxygen?
like 18 hours, that's a long fucking time if you're unconscious.
Yeah, I think probably what had happened was like the way I imagine it, they got captured and then they were like taking prisoners of people who like saw the convoy on the way and then just like wiped out everybody. So it's like Lokir was in the area, they arrested him, and he didn't get executed because he was a horse thief. That was like circumstantial. It was him being a witness that was the issue. Same thing with the player.
Really? That's what you...
That was my read on the situation.
I always just thought they were just like, yeah, fuck it, just kill them. Like they might be spies or something like that. We have no idea who these people are. Just get rid of them. Killing everybody else here, just kill them too.
Well, I think
I just took it
they were
as,
trying
like,
to
the-
keep the word from getting out that Ulfric was captured until he was already executed.
That I could see that.
Because in the main quest, they bring up that the Thalmor were in some way going to make it so Ulfric could escape. So I think that's what they were worried about, was word getting out to the Thalmor. But they showed up anyways.
Yeah.
potential Stormcloak rebels or rebel sympathizers slip through their fingers. But then they manage to let Ulfric slip out when they decide 2 insignificant prisoners were more of a priority to behead than the leader of the rebellion. So when
Yeah, I always thought that was weird. I don't see the need to execute Ulfric last or whatever their plan was.
Yeah. Psychological warfare, I guess. Maybe demoralize.
But psychological warfare only works if the people live. That's the whole premise, is that wounds heal.
Unless they were like gonna spread the word that they made him sit there and watch his entire army, his entire you know.
The U.S. military did that shit in the Philippines. There was a Islamic terror attack in the Philippines, and so the U.S. military rounded up all the terrorists and like shot all of them with pig's blood soaked bullets, and then let the last one live to like spread the word that that's what would happen. This was in like the 1800s.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So this wasn't like, you know, 1970s, but they like killed them in a really fucked up way, and then that's the story I've heard.
Hey, gotta play that psychological warfare sometimes, you know?
Black Dragon comes screaming out of legend and burns down the whole village, the rebellion is back on. Despite all that though, Rishka ends up ducking out of the chaos with Hadvar, the somewhat sympathetic and likable Legion soldier.
How you picked Hadvar? I always thought so I did a public poll about who picked what, and of course a lot of people were like, oh well, I picked Rayloff or whatever because you get better loot from it. And I'm like, well then that's not what I fucking asked. I asked what you picked the first time. That always bothered me.
Yeah, so I went with the Empire this time around because you know, the Stormcloaks. They're a bunch of racists.
They're what?
Right?
They're what? How would you know that?
I'm just gonna feed this one to you.
Oh no.
No, but the way I saw it is like, why would you know a Khajiit side with the Stormcloaks and you know
brothers in binds, as they say in the prison.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. It really does fall down to and you know, they said in the interview where they really do set up the Legion in a bad light right off the bat. And it's just like, well, I guess we'll have Hadvar there be the nice guy and try and smooth things over.
They literally said that.
You really do have to make a certain leap of logic there to still side with them after you were literally about 5 seconds away from being killed.
And you weren't there long enough to like have Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. Well, maybe being unconscious for 18 hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my logic is impaired. I'm really dumb now.
And by the time you come to, you're like, well, you know, Hadvar's a pretty good guy, I guess.
Hadvar is a good guy, but Rayloff's just better. Yeah, it's like, okay, so you picked Hadvar because he's sympathetic, but what about Rayloff? He's just as much a good person. Arguably, he's the same person.
Yeah, like I said, this setup, it's like, it doesn't really make any sense why you would choose Hadvar. It really just doesn't. I know you can like go with Rayloff and then go and join the Legion anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I should have done that in hindsight.
Like you go to Windhelm and you see your brother beast folk like the Argonians and the Dunmer. Oh wait, I can't say that. You see that there's like problems in Windhelm, and then you decide, hey, maybe this faction isn't for me. Or you even go so far, so you can join the Stormcloaks and then get the crown and switch sides then. So you could even go that far, like you're disillusioned, but like
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, I don't know how to work that in, but yeah. Rayloff's pretty aggressive with the anti-imperial stuff. Yeah, he's about to get executed. Makes sense to me. You know, typically in fantasy, the Empire are evil. You ever watch Star Wars? That was always the way I looked at it, and I had played Morrowind and Oblivion before, so I knew that the Empire was like, they were supposed to be the good guys, in quotes. But I was like, but I'd also seen Star Wars, and in Star Wars, the Empire's not a good thing. Well,
They're definitely.
it depends on if you're human or not, I guess.
The two of them cut their way through confused rebels and dangerous critters until they make it out of the village, catching sight of the dragon as it flees the scene of the massacre. Hadvar likes the cut of her jib and invites her back to his hometown of Riverrun, where they can catch their breath and figure out what the hell just happened.
And then one line goes, hey, you can also fuck off and do whatever you want. Like, thanks for the permission. Why was Ulfric trying to cross the border into Cyrodiil? It doesn't make much sense, especially since he stays in Skyrim after being freed. I don't think he was trying to cross the border into Cyrodiil. Like I said, he got caught at Darkwater Crossing, which is in the middle of Skyrim.
Yeah.
And even then, if you assume it's
the whole
moved,
setup just doesn't.
I'm guessing the idea was Falkreath is supposed to be like a really contentious hold for the war because it's south of Whiterun, and if the Stormcloaks got control of Falkreath, then Balgruuf would have to join the Stormcloaks, or be at a severe military disadvantage.
Yeah, that would also give. So what I always found interesting is, and this is why, if we really want to get into the whole Stormcloak versus Imperial thing, this is something that I never really see people bring up, is that Stormcloaks have no like external allies, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
You would think maybe Hammerfell would make a decent ally, though, because the Stormcloaks hate the Thalmor, the people in Hammerfell hate the Thalmor, and Hammerfell's an independent nation now.
So I'm not
they
sure.
Would seem like
what I've seen is Hammerfell's not entirely independent, and I'm not sure which part is the independent part and which part's like the Thalmor controlled part. So it might not be that there is a supply line that can exist, and even then, the Stormcloaks are on the eastern half of Skyrim. Yeah. It's a good. It always struck me as off that like there were no military allies or advisors, because that's typically what you see in revolutions is agents of like enemy states will show up to support the rebellions.
Yes.
So it's like where was House Redoran during the
was like
Civil War?
Yeah, like in the American Civil War, the
French
Confederacy was always vying for
second one. The British.
Yeah, yeah. The Second American Civil War. The Confederacy was always vying for, external diplomatic ties and stuff, not just for, military support, but just for legitimacy, getting recognized that they are a valid political entity, and that's a pretty big part of a revolution is getting legitimacy. So the fact that Ulfric didn't really try to do that is, this also comes down to like how much of this is intentional, like Ulfric's meant to just not be seen as like a good revolutionary leader, or well, actually no, I take that back. He's a pretty good revolutionary leader. He doesn't seem like he'd be a good
political leader. And his second in command is terrible. So I just want to stay for the chat. No, I was not thinking of House Halalu. I know that they're out of business. I was thinking about Redoran because the High King of Skyrim ceded the territory of Solstheim to House Redoran during the Red Year and housed a bunch of their refugees. And House Redoran is independent, well, Morrowind is independent of the Empire. So it seems like a lot of things would be pushing towards some kind of military alliance if they were being smart about things. Anyways, let's continue.
They get to know each other a little more along the way, and Hadvar discovers
Oh, they get to know each other. Can you marry them?
I don't think Hadvar is marryable.
I don't know.
He's not even a follower, really.
I would laugh if like you can marry them and then you like cuck them out of the Civil War and they just have to stay at home and cook pies for you.
is a mage, and after passing some judgments, he takes her to his uncle, the blacksmith in town. His uncle implores Rishka to make it to the Jarl of Whiterun to warn him about the dragon and ask for more guards for Riverrun. Meanwhile, Hadvar, admitting she might not have seen the best side of the Legion that morning, insists she go to Solitude to sign up with the Legion against the rebels. She says yes to the blacksmith and maybe to Hadvar. The blacksmith outfits her with some basic supplies and food to help her along in the unforgiving wilderness of Skyrim and even provides a place for her to sleep. She then skips across the street to the local merchant.
You got an enchanted item from
Yeah.
That's so weird.
You can yeah, you can get that even in vanilla. You can get enchanted items from time to time.
I didn't know that you could get an enchanted item from that encounter.
It's gonna be like some weak ass shit, but it's better than nothing.
What is
That's
the
why I
alchemy
was-
armor? That's the popular backpack mod, right? That's way better than the one that's in Anniversary Edition because it actually
No, that's bandoliers.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah.
different.
there's a backpack one and
it
there's a
doesn't-
bandolier one,
Yeah.
and they still work way better because you get a lot more options for what you want your
It's all
character to look like.
craftable. Actually, the backpacks are craftable. I'll give them that in CC.
Mhm. But you don't get as many options,
Nah,
and they look terrible.
they really do.
Like someone keeps telling me that my character looks like a school child, because when I post pictures, they're wearing the backpack, and it's pretty accurate. I'm wearing like dark necromancer robes, and then like I'm wearing like this bright like Hello Kitty backpack.
It's so cute.
It's and it doesn't connect to you either,
Nah.
because it's like it assumes. For some reason, they assume that you're going to be wearing like the heaviest armor possible, and so it's like it's floating like 2 inches off of me.
Yeah, God forbid I'm playing a mage that has no carrying capacity because I'm not putting anything into stamina.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to wear a backpack, right?
Who is arguing with his sister over the disappearance of their prized possession, a dragon claw ornament. The thieves broke in and took off with the item to the old Nordic crypt in the mountains looming over town. Feeling confident from handling the dangers of the past day quite well, Rishka offers to get the claw back in exchange for some cash, and then it's off to Bleak Falls Barrow. The freezing mountain is crawling with bandits, so the shopkeep wasn't wrong about the hoodlums' location. Rishka takes her time blasting through them and hunting for some gear and valuables that will be essential for her continued survival in this dangerous province. Inside the creepy old crypt, she finds more bandits and more loot, but she also runs into plenty of mummified corpses brought back to life by the returning magic of the dragons. She comes across a few puzzle locks and traps that have somehow managed to keep curious explorers and nefarious looters from stripping the place for centuries, because apparently none of them were smart enough to figure out the simple matching puzzle locks the ancient Nords seem to really love. She eventually finds the original thief of the claw, who was about to be eaten and or digested by a giant,
the puzzle locks.
incinerating him herself when he tries to make off with the claw. But
That's... If you're going to make a bingo card, that's got to be on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the puzzle locks have always been a weird sort of thing, because it's like, oh, well, we wrote this fan canon that says that that they have to be easy, because the Draugr can't be able to solve them. And it's like, well, one, Draugr can't solve complex puzzles, and two, why are the puzzles in the Dwemer ruins also easy?
Because you can't have the player get caught up for 15 minutes trying to figure out a puzzle.
Yeah, basically.
It's just bad game design.
Mm-hmm. I feel compelled to like start up an actual puzzle game and like use it as a palate cleanser after playing Skyrim.
I'm not even that big of a fan of like puzzles and stuff in games, so for me, I'm just like, whatever. Just, yeah, it's there. Let me just blast through it real fast. Okay, continue on. But I get
Yeah, it's
when,
like it's
people
like
are
the worst of both worlds. It's like we want them to be easy,
it
so
really
they're just
is.
obstacles, but then it's just now they're just obstacles. It's like a really low hurdle.
They're not even obstacles. They're just speed bumps, really. I'm almost annoyed because it's like when you get to one of the things and you don't remember, like in this one, it's easy. It's just you just spin each wheel twice and then you're good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you get to one, it's just like, oh shit, I got to go into my inventory, look at the thing. Yeah, okay, it's
That's it.
moth, dragon, wolf. Sit there and it's just like, why'd you just waste like 30 seconds of my life for this? Why can't I just have the claw and just put it in and just turn it?
They thought that was
Just
going to
like-
be such a cool thing.
Yeah, they advertised it too. I remember that being in like the promo material. They're like,
Yeah,
"We got
it
these
was in
cool,
the
like,
it was in the
puzzles and you
QuakeCon
can-"
demo.
And that's where I learned, like, oh, okay, when I come up to these puzzle doors, like, I go into the inventory and look at the item. So already, because I watched the promo material, it wasn't a puzzle for me. And like, that's the depth of the fucking puzzle, is like, you know to look at the claw? All right, you figured out the puzzle. You figured out all, like, was it like 8 or 10 of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like 13 or 500 fucking claw puzzles. They made assets and had to use them, I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess they made the golden claw asset and then just retextured it a bunch of times. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of work to me.
It's a fun collectible and stuff, I guess, you know?
Puzzles are
I don't
annoying,
mind
hard puzzles
collectibles
are
in
worse.
games.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the dilemma is you can't just throw puzzles into random dungeons and expect it to, like, function. Puzzles always work best for, like, factions where you know that's something that you might be getting into. Like, it might be good to have, like, an adventurers faction. That's just all they do is explore stuff in Elder Scrolls 6, and then all the dungeons they go to actually have interesting puzzles. So that way you
Mage's
know
Guild 2 would be appropriate.
yeah, that way you know when you're getting in, like, this is what you're going to be doing. And then that way the people who just want to, like, run around and cut shit up, the stuff that they do aren't, like, going to require a lot of brains.
With the clone her
You also have those other puzzles too, where it's like you rotate the pillar and then like the 3 other pillars rotate and stuff.
Mhm.
And those take maybe a little bit longer to figure out, but
Yeah.
you don't feel that sense of satisfaction or accomplishment afterwards.
It's a 2 centimeter hurdle instead of a 1 centimeter hurdle.
Yeah, exactly.
With the clone her possession, she's technically done what she'd come here to do, but she'd made it this far already, so she presses on to see what the thief was so eager to.
I wonder how many people got the golden claw and then left. Like, didn't do the rest of the dungeon.
That's a good question.
That's got to be a thing. That's got to be a thing that, like, Bethesda's worried about. Is how many people started Bleak Falls Vero and didn't finish it.
Do you think they even... I always wondered this. How... Because, you always have developers and stuff that are like, well, we know, X amount of people did this and this and this. And it's like, how do they collect that metric? How do they collect those metrics? Do they just send out? Do they just, like, field random...
So
random
okay, so it
polls and
used to
stuff?
be... It used to be they would get people to play their games and then they would, like, take data on it. Now it's like a lot of games will record what you do, and then, like, the data is collated and sent back to the developer, and so they get kind of a clue of, like...
And there's something that you never hear about, is like, oh, your game's recording what you're doing and sending it, to the game developers and stuff like that. That's a discussion I never hear. I mean, data privacy and everything like that.
I'm not
is a
that
thing,
worried.
but
I'm not that worried what game developers at Ubisoft know what I did in their games, unless it's like because Ubisoft's
I'm
tame
not
as fuck.
either.
They're not gonna let me kill the hookers. So it's like, I'm never gonna feel embarrassed about something I did in a video game because video games are lame and don't let me actually do, like, fucked up stuff. I know it's a big EU privacy thing, where they have to, like, disclose that they're doing it, though.
Get to. After
there probably is a disclosure in, because in the user agreement thing where it's just like, oh, if you started the game, you agreed to the agreement.
You can't return the claw until you finish the dungeon. That's weird. I mean, it makes sense because if the player returned the claw early, they wouldn't be able to get through the puzzle door, so they wouldn't be able to get the dragon stone.
Oh, right. I always found the thing where Lucius says at the end where he's like, oh, wow, it's smaller than I remembered it being.
I think that's just a
is it
Breton
implied?
thing.
Is it? Okay, 'cause I always wondered, it's like, did the thing shrink when I put it into the door? Like...
Well, okay, so either thinking that like they've shaved some of the gold off because it is a golden claw and should be worth a lot more than 100 gold, or it's just like he got this idea in his head that like it was way bigger than it actually is, because he makes a big deal. Him and his sister make a big deal out of its absence, presumably because it would be worth a lot of money and that it would be like one of his investments, and not that like it's only worth 100 gold.
Yeah, which is
I always just steal it back almost immediately, like blatantly. It's like, I'm gonna take this upstairs real quick. All right.
Get to. After using the claw to unlock a giant stone door with another match 3 picture lock, she finds a weird looking wall with some strange runes carved in it with a certain set glowing. She's not sure how or why, but she just knows a part of her understands what these runes mean. Before she's able to process that thought anymore, though, she's ambushed by a really tough undead lord who's really pissed she just pops a peep at his wall. She's barely able to take him down, but manages to loot off his body anything that looks valuable enough to sell, including some giant ancient stone tablet with some runes carved into it. Then she hikes it back to the shopkeep to cash in on that reward.
Nice.
With that business complete,
It still bothers me to this day that Bleak Falls Barrow doesn't deposit you on the Whiterun side of the mountain.
Why? Because you would be going that direction?
Well, that's what they showed in the QuakeCon demo, was that it deposited you on the north side instead of the south side. And like sometimes when I plan out stuff for Skyrim, I plan to be deposited on that side of the mountain, and I was like, shit, I'm on the Riverwood side.
Oh man, you wanna talk about? So in Oblivion, I swear to God, in the arena, they changed where you get deposited when you're like coming up for each fight. I swear to God, it used to be like you would get deposited from the what is it, the yellow team's side. To this day, I swear, when I was playing on like the 360 back in the day, I would get put on the yellow side.
Oh
But
man,
now
no,
when I play it,
there's tons of like gamer dementia stuff, like me saying that you can drop Nirnroot, but you can't now, or what you can now, and it's like, no, you couldn't at one point. That comes from somewhere. Do I have dementia? Do I need my Alzheimer's medicine?
Tempted. I'm so tempted to go in, put in, because I still have my 360 version, put it in and like unpatched or something,
and try to figure it out.
See if that is the case, because I really like it. Gives me. I have this thing when it comes to like light and stuff like that. I'm very sensitive to how like days look and like lighting in rooms look. So like the fact that I'm having some sort of like discrepancy here leads me to believe that I am correct. But I just have never bothered to go in and check that. I wouldn't be surprised if it was you were getting deposited on the wrong side. Eventually they patched it, and now you're getting deposited on the right side.
It doesn't sound like something I've heard about, and I've read the Oblivion patch notes. Okay, yeah, so it's like, so you can drop Nirnroot even though it's a quest item, and I swear to God, when I played on the 360, you couldn't because it's a quest item.
Yeah.
So it's like, but you can load up Oblivion now and you can do it. You can pick up Nirnroot, you can drop it. You can start the Nirnroot quest, you can still drop it. So it's like, are they fucking with me? Was there like a shadow patch? Or like, do I legit have dementia? And I'm just like remembering things that never happened.
The thing is that like, it could really just be like a Bethesda thing where, yeah, they did patch it, they just didn't bother to document it. Because that happens all the time too. Like developers will slip something into a patch and nobody bothered to document it. So this is one of those things where it's like, I gotta go back. That's I still like, I do have like a disc version of the original, the one that's rated T for teen. Like it's a 2006 version. It's still playable and stuff. So I'm like, I gotta put this in and see. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
All right, let's show on the road.
Rishka's gotten herself established enough to feel comfortable heading to the big city of Whiterun down in the valley to the north. The road to the city snakes through some trees along a big river and down the rugged mountains to the valley floor where farms expand around a giant walled city perched atop a rocky hill. It's a brief but calm trip that shows just how beautiful Skyrim can truly be. At the gates of the city, the guards treat her with some suspicion, everyone already on edge from the quickly spreading news of the return of the dragons. She's allowed in the city and she gets an audience with the Jarl himself and his advisors, and they're all—
Oh no, you gave Jarl Balgruuf sleeves.
Oh yeah, I have a mod that adds sleeves to all their
Well, that's
You
what I'm
know?
talking about, CJ, is I wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't a thing that people talked about. People complained about not being able to drop Nirnroot due to the quest. So, what the fuck?
Wait, so other people had this problem.
Yeah, that's the weird. That was always the Nirnroot quest was always a meme because you couldn't drop the Nirnroot until you finished this extremely arbitrary quest where you had to pick like 1,000 fucking plants. That's why there's a Nirnroot quest in Skyrim.
Wait, there's a Nirnroot quest in Skyrim?
Yeah, in Blackridge.
Oh, right. Yeah, there is. Yeah.
With the Crimson Nirnroot.
Yeah.
So it's like that was always the motivation to do the quest was to be able to get rid of that Nirnroot.
Well, understandably
Oh, I gotta actually hit the play button for it to work. That's what's going on.
understandably upset about the grave news Rishka brings them. The Jarl wishes to send troops to River Run to help protect the people, but his advisor tactlessly mentions the troop movements might cause a diplomatic incident with Ulfric and the rebels, highlighting the knife's edge.
Why does Irilith have elven armor?
I don't know.
You know, I hate elven armor with like a passion. Because it's like, it's not elven armor, it's alien armor. That's what it was pitched as. But now it's become like the go-to standard of what the elves are supposed to wear, and it's like, no, that wasn't really ever true.
Run is balancing on trying to remain neutral in this civil war. They do end up agreeing to send troops, and Rishka's obligation to the blacksmith has been satisfied. The Jarl now has need for Rishka, who has proven herself capable enough to survive Helgen and bring him this first-hand count. He sends her off to his court wizard, who, while treating her dismissively, asks her to fetch something called a Dragonstone from Bleak Falls Barrow.
So, did you know that his face is not pointed? He has a beard.
Yeah.
I don't like.
I saw pictures of him without his hood on. It's kind of
didn't like finding that
terrifying.
out. I legit always thought he was like an elf, and then someone was like, "Well, why does he have a Nord's name?" And I'm like, "Oh, why does he have a Nord's name?"
Even if he was an elf, that is a particularly sharp chin.
Well, it just looks that way because he's got these stupid fucking sideburns.
Yeah, the
That like
sideburns.
your sideburns aren't supposed to go down to your chin, dude.
He's just
So
he's
he
just
has like a
rocking
normal
certain
he has
look.
like a normal face. But he like grew facial hair explicitly so that he could look like he had like a fucking chiseled jaw. He looks like an anime
Having already been
character.
there gotten that, she turns over the big stone tablet she figured would be valuable to someone. He doesn't explain what it's needed for, and they are soon interrupted by the captain of the guard telling them that they are both needed as a dragon was spotted at the western watchtower.
Irilith's not the captain of the guard. She's just
That's exactly what I just noticed.
yeah.
What is she? Is she just like
She's,
just like a bodyguard?
No, she's the Thane to Jarl Balgruuf, or whatever
Oh, she's
her
a Thane.
position is. Oh, she's a House Carl. No
Okay.
clue what the difference in House Carl and Thane is, but she seems to like be a military leader, but she's also his bodyguard, and like I don't know, these things don't really seem connected. Commander Caius should have had more of a role in the main quest, since he's the actual captain of the guard. Even in 2011, I immediately knew what his face was supposed to look like and why with the Blackburns too. It was peak fashion in Russian Empire ones. They did that in the Civil War. The insane sideburns.
Outside of town. They convene in the war room in the back of the keep and hash out a quick plan that had Watchtower to investigate. The Jarl reminds them he needs information and killing the dragon is not the main objective, but her lord's wishes seem to be forgotten the moment they meet up with the guards and the captain goes,
Glory of killing it is ours, if you're with me. Now what do you say? Shall we go kill us a dragon?
Yeah.
Damn right. Let's move out.
So, they make it to the tower urging for a fight now to find the place has been burned and a lone guard comes wandering out warning them
Now I hear the Morrowind music.
More music.
That you're playing in the video.
Am I? Or
Yeah, you're playing like the Imperial exploration track.
Yeah!
Let's move out.
So, they make it to the tower, itching for a fight now, to find the place has been burned, and a lone guard comes wandering
Here
out,
it-
warning them that the dragon is still lurking somewhere. Right on cue, the dragon comes barreling down from the southern mountains and makes contact with the
I
party.
know I used it.
It's a big dramatic battle,
I'm
but they
surprised
manage to
you used
ground
it
and slay the
quickly.
beast, and that's when things truly change for our Khajiit friend. The flesh of the giant lizard burns up, and Rishka appears to absorb the essence of the dragon, or at least that's what one of the dumbfounded guards explains after calling her Dragonborn. Like the famous dragon-slaying hero Tiber Septim himself, Rishka has the ability to slay and absorb souls of the dragons, killing them for good and using their essence to power her shouts. She gives a brief demonstration of a shout using the one she had picked up at Bleak Falls Barrows, and most of them are then convinced. She's definitely Dragonborn. She's sent back to the Jarl to report the development, and along the way, a loud thunder pierces the calm blue skies calling for Dragonborn. Or at least that's what it sounds like to the Jarl's bodyguard. They discuss what this all means, and the fact that they now know they can actually kill dragons, and it becomes clear Rishka's next stop will have to be to visit the Greybeards at their sanctuary in High Rothgar, at the highest mountain in Skyrim known as the Third of the World. They were the source of the thunder, and seeing as they are masters of shouting and have historically aided other Dragonborns, such as Tiber Septim, they are the most qualified to help Rishka and solve the dragon mystery. The Jarl, super grateful to Rishka and honored to have the Dragonborn aid his city, makes her a Thane of his city, an honorary title mostly that gives a few nice little perks. He also assigns her Lydia as her housecarl, and being a squishy cat who likes to throw spells at people, Lydia's sword and shield will definitely come in handy. Lydia dutifully follows Rishka as they both head out for the big.
But is Lydia a good companion?
I think she is. So I'm using a bunch of, I'm trying a bunch of different followers and stuff, and God, do I miss Lydia? Because I have one follower right now, and he literally abandoned me in 3 different fights. We were on a mountain fighting a dragon, and his health got low enough, and he's just like, you win, I'm out of here, and he just runs off, just abandons me on the side of the fucking mountain, and I think it has to do with their confidence level. I think like House Carl's. Or, right? That's what Lydia is? She's a house Carl?
Lydia's, yeah, she's your house, Carl.
Yeah,
God, it's so weird.
I think they have a higher confidence level, because the other follower that I had has like an average confidence level. I need somebody to go into like the creation kit and actually like look this up, because I think Lydia might be like, and the house Carls in general might have a higher confidence level, which will make them fight probably to the death.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude literally straight up abandoned me 3 times.
I've been having good results out of Jizargo. The main thing about companions is like getting them gear.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty much the only reason I have
1
smithing
sec.
was to buff up Jizargo. Yeah, okay, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back at 50 after. We'll see who gets
Alright,
back first.
Yeah.
I wonder if the... Welcome back, everybody.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, hey, he came back too.
Is it just me in chat right now?
No.
What's going on, guys? Oh, you're here? All right.
I can make more
About
VTuber
to hijack
models.
your stream.
Yeah, I know you're gonna put in some deranged conspiracy theory. I can make more VTuber models. Like I could be an orc or I don't know if I probably can't do the beast folk with the suite that I have right now. Although I know that there are some, we'll call them furry content creators who would make beast models, but I actually don't give a shit. This is like low effort shit posting.
How much would somebody have to donate for you to get a Argonian model?
I don't know, and I'm not gonna put that out there. That's just not a microtransaction. That's for sale.
I actually haven't. I'm only watching the the watch together thing, so I haven't been watching your model. I'll have to go back later.
I think they're overcharging then. I made this thing in like an hour. Yeah, it has breast physics. You can see it. You can see the shirt moving.
The jiggle physics. Oh shit. So if I disappear, it's because I'm literally about to get steamrolled by a giant thunderstorm in November. Should be all right. I usually don't lose power in a storm, but
Yeah. Usually. Standards have been going down lately. Is the shirt removable? Not on the fly, no. Why? Should I be a Dunmer titty streamer? I picked a Dunmer girl because that's what my mage character is gonna be. I don't think a surge protector is gonna keep him going when the power goes out. I think you would need a
No.
generator.
I would need a UPC or something like that. Was it UPS? Yeah. It'll be all right. It's gonna be a quick one.
Alrighty, let's.
Mountain. They spend the rest of the day in Whiterun, finding some new.
What's this mod to acquire gold?
Oh, I think that's the different. What is it? Different racial bonuses. It like for this character, for whatever reason, it was like, oh yeah, because Khajiits, Khajiits like to make money. So if you acquire 50,000 gold, you unlock a new perk, a permanent perk.
Oh, I think I know what you're.
Yeah.
That's an ordinator thing, isn't it?
No, I don't think that's Ordinator. I think it's... Ugh. What is it, like better racials or something like that? I should bring up my mod list, actually.
Yeah, you'd be able
So
to
you
answer
have
all
it.
these questions.
Yeah. Let's see. What? No, fuck off. Alright, here we go, the mod list. What is it like? I think I also have like 100-something mods in this. 113 mods.
Yeah, I think you could have
If you're
50.
curious.
You could have 50k pretty easily by like level 35.
Especially with what I wind up doing with jewelry enchantment and stuff.
Hmm.
It's quickest way to just fucking...
I did the Ethereal Crown quest where you run a bunch of Dwemer dungeons, and I made like 500 dwarven bows as a result of that. So that's been going pretty good. I mean, you could get it earlier, you just you You just get something that you can farm with, like the... You don't have to use the creation engine one, like the Hearth Firehouses is fine. Then there's like a combination of ingredients that you put together, and it results in like stupidly powerful potions that you just sell over and over. You can farm money pretty easily, but I think
this mod that we're looking at is Imperious Races of Skyrim, so it like completely overhauls the races and stuff like that. Gives them 3 new racial abilities and a quest to unlock their racial power. So that's what you're seeing there. The 50k gold is the racial power
of the Khajiit to make money.
Yeah.
Gear, getting some new spells from the court wizard, and loading up on supplies for the very long trip up to the sanctuary.
No, Sky UI. It's like it takes everything. I'm tempted to go. It's Todd Howard's approved mod.
Yeah, I know. I really might install it for my next 2 characters and my quality of life mods, like the one that makes it so I can actually click on fucking dialogue options.
Yeah.
Be like, listen, guys.
I get it
for the first character.
Well,
I don't need to...
the thing about not using mods is, okay, we got the AOK authentic experience now.
Exactly.
I've played enough Skyrim with the default user interface that it, like, shouldn't be a big deal.
Are you going to because I think my second character, my warrior character, I'm going to turn on the survival mod.
No, survival's
Are you
terrible.
going to talk about that at all?
Survival's genuinely terrible.
So I have a survival mod turned on with this character. The premise of this character was survival mod and no fast traveling and stuff. And I'll talk about that when we get to like the that part where I actually talk about the game. And yeah, it definitely changes the way Skyrim plays, somewhat for the better.
Well, it's one thing if it's Frostfall. Frostfall is a good mod.
Yeah.
But Skyrim's...
Frostfall and Wet and Cold are both very good complementary mods.
Skyrim's...
Which is funny because...
default survival mod is terrible.
Yeah.
I keep saying it's just terrible, but that's the only word that really kind of describes it. I mean, what's wrong with it? Most of your screen is just blurry constantly. Every status...
I'm gonna try and disable radial blur and see if that fixes it.
So you have hunger, thirst, and the need to sleep, and all of them make the screen blurry if they're even slightly in the red. Which is constantly. So the screen's just constantly blurry. Same thing with the cold, too. So it's like... It was one of those executive decisions I had to make where it's like, the footage is going to look terrible if I play with this on. No thirst. Is there no thirst? There's the health one, which is hunger. There's the sleep one, which is magicka. It's either thirst or cold for stamina. But yeah, there are mods that work way better than survival mode.
Getting up to High Hrothgar will require making the pilgrimage up the 7,000 steps through the freezing cold mountains starting at Ivarstead. They also have to make it to Ivarstead, which is on the opposite side of the impressive mountain. So Grishka has to buy food and a tent because they're going to be on the roads a while. While running her errands, she comes across a couple of strange-looking warriors hailing from Hammerfell. They are in Whiterun looking for...
Whoa, why are they strange looking? Why do they have less intelligence in Morrowind? What's up with that, Todd?
You know, there's just a little out of place here is all.
I don't know. When I was doing the... I'm not basing this on experience with the actual Anniversary Edition. This is entirely based on my testing with the Survival CC before Anniversary, like a couple months ago. But
Probably the same thing, let's be honest.
Honestly, my whole experience was everything's blurry. Everything looks like shit. It's kind of just not fun.
Yeah, I saw the screenshot you put on Discord. It did not look good.
For a woman,
But I'm willing to go in with an open mind with my second character, and I'll give it my best. We'll see.
Is your best like 30 minutes of playtime?
Yeah, probably.
I'm gonna see if I can find that screenshot.
it. So I like the survival aspect, but at the same time, it does get really fucking tedious especially when you're making a freaking video, and it's like, I just need to record footage. And that was a problem that I ran into with this video, was that I wound up recording so much useless footage of me just running through, just running between towns and stuff.
This is what the survival mod looks like all the time. Okay, and you're thinking, well, you just got to Winterhold after a long... No. I just walked from the Winterhold campus to the inn in Winterhold. And this happened to me.
God, I already get headaches from playing games and shit. This would kill me.
I can't play Cuphead because it gives me motion sickness due to its chromatic aberration effect. I can't play that. I can't force people to watch me play that. It's like a transmissible stigmatism.
And tasked with hunting down. They are banned from the city, though, and ask Rishka to continue the search for a Red Guard woman who they know is somewhere in the city. Rishka eventually does find the woman working at the inn, and she takes the news of these Alakir warriors not too kindly. Rishka defuses her, and that's when Saudi enlists her aid to track down these people and drive them off one way or another.
What quality are we on? How do I even see that?
Rishka agrees only to get away from the woman, but really having a hard time trusting someone who was about to cut her up for information, she returns to the men and tips them off. They then coordinate a ruse to lure Saudi out of the city when she is then ambushed at the stables and is successfully captured. As it turns out, she's a Red Guard noble who sold her city out to the Thalmor Elves during the Great War, and she's been on the run ever since. Or at least, that's the story the warriors tell Rishka as they stuff a fat sack of cash in her hands and sends her on her way. It would seem, though, that Skyrim isn't the only place chafing under the new power dynamics of the continent. With that matter settled, Rishka and Lydia make off for Ivarstead, skirting around the mountain and
You can play both sides to get more money.
Yeah. I remember. I didn't know about that until recently. I actually kind of like that quest just because of the different ways that it can play out, and how you don't really know which side is telling the truth and which side's bullshitting you.
It's like an older school Elder Scrolls quest. The way I would describe it is, it feels like the people at Bethesda know the truth, and they're just not telling the player. Whereas, like, a lot of modern Bethesda quests is they don't know, and like the Astrid initiation quest.
Yeah, there is no right answer there. It's just.
Well, the thing is,
we don't want to put it in, so.
Well, actually, I haven't finished the quest, so I don't know. I've only gotten to the part where you have to choose. Blurry vision during a storm makes sense. That's what a mod does, though, not vanilla Skyrim or the tedious CC survival plugin. Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you get like hypothermia in the mod in the wet and cold, it's like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that
when I'm like a little bit hungry.
And that takes a while too. Is the thing is.
Yeah.
It doesn't just happen to you walking across town. Or like you have to get wet. That's the big thing that I think survival's missing, is I don't know if you can get wet.
Occasionally squaring off against bandits and deadly predatory creatures that are making use of the distractions provided by the Civil War and the Dragon Menace. It's safe to say the roads are no longer safe, and the party are going to have to rely on their might and wit.
Are there bandits because of the Civil War, or are there just bandits? It's an
question.
It's an interesting insight.
See, because I don't even know if they're. I've never been able to source this in game, but I know I've seen stuff online where people said the Draugr are alive now because of the dragons or something like that. The magic of the dragons brought the Draugr back to life or some shit like that.
You would think that people would bring that up, because there's several quests where like you go with somebody to an ancestral tomb, and you would think that like grandma walking around would be something they would mention.
Yeah, but if that is something in the game, like if Bethesda did bother to explain why the Draugr are alive, I would assume then that the idea that the bandits are all like running free is because of the Civil War. But
But these are assumptions. I don't know if these are things that are stated outright. Like they just
I
kind
don't
of
know either.
lampshade all the bandit crisis.
Yeah.
And I mean,
you need something to kill, right?
Oblivion had the same thing with its bandit crisis. Morrowind,
So
Morrowind
Oblivion's-
had reasons for its bandits.
Dude, Oblivion is weird because you have all the Imperial forts that are unoccupied. They're occupied by like bandits and vampires and stuff like that. You have bandits running around the wilderness. You got like all this crap going on, and it really makes it feel like the Empire was weakening before, Uriel gets assassinated and stuff.
I think that was
But
supposed to be
nobody-
the implication, but yeah, nobody mentions it.
Yeah, nobody mentions like, oh man, hard times even before the Emperor got.
It was such a
killed.
shame that
Now we're
Fort
even more
Fort
fucked.
Such was taken by bandits recently. Anvil City Guard isn't what it used to be.
Yeah.
It's to make it through the increasingly lawless land between the secure cities and villages.
Goodbye.
And not only that, Skyrim is a lot colder and harsher in these parts compared to the temperate southern forest Rishka was used to back in Riverrun. They hike it up to the humble village at the foot of the mountain that really only sees visitors once in a while from pilgrims making their way up the mountain steps to meditate alone. Most of the villagers warn her about the dangers of the mountain steps, and one gives her
Okay, so I said that this guy was like a future Greybeard. I don't no longer know if that's true. So I talked to Ulfric last night, and he said that he was at High Hrothgar because he was supposed to become a Greybeard. So I no longer know how that's supposed to work.
Really?
Yeah, that's how he got his training. He was destined to be a Greybeard, and then the Great War happened, and he was like, well, fuck this, I'm gonna go down the mountain. And he says he only uses the shouts when necessary, which would be like during the duel and during his fight with the Dragonborn.
Yeah.
But like I always thought like Iverstead was the community where they were like poaching future Greybeards, and it was like the guy who brings the guy who makes the trip 1,000 times is gonna be fit
Yeah.
enough to actually live at the top of the mountain, and he has like connections and reasons to want to be a Greybeard.
Yeah, I was
Not just
I
like
really was
some
thinking
kid.
about that. I really was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, why does Klimek do this? Why is like the people of Iverstead? I mean, I guess it makes sense that they would want to support the Greybeards because they get a bunch of pogroms and stuff coming into Iverstead as a result. So it's kind of like, we'll take care of them, and indirectly they're taking care of us. It's like, why else would people really be going to Iverstead?
Yeah, it's always just kind of. It struck me as weird because there should be at least one Greybeard who's like young, and in training.
Oh, but then they wouldn't be gray. They wouldn't be a Greybeard,
I
right?
I know, right? But it's like, dude, in 20 years, or even in 10 years, there's not going to be any more Greybeards. They're all going to die of old age.
Yeah, because none of them are. They're all Nords. None of them are elves or anything where they can, live for 1,000 years. Or
And
something.
I mean, yeah, they're magical religious monks, so I'm sure they live a little bit longer. But I mean, you still need like young Greybeards. Your monastery can't fall apart because Ulfric Stormcloak like decided he wasn't gonna finish his training. You got to have some kind of contingency.
Is the Dragonborn considered a Greybeard?
No, they explicitly are referred to as like an exception.
Okay.
supplies to bring to the Greybeard Sanctuary in exchange for some gold. Rishka and Lydia then bundle up and begin the climb.
I have more people.
You're not gonna make us sit through the climb, are you?
Nah, this one's a pretty quick one, I think.
Okay, it's like it's a
It's only like 30
short
seconds.
month, only 30 seconds. There's a Skyrim porn comic I see floating around where like Lydia was actually the chosen one of the story because she does everything
Go
that
on.
yeah, she does everything that the fucking Dragonborn does. Right? Like she climbs to she climbs to the throne of the world, and she goes on all the adventures. So it's like
She's great.
legends told of a I forget what the wording is, but of like of a burden bearer who will guide the legendary Dragonborn and deal with his shit. I just always thought that was a funny sentiment. Like, I want to take my horse up to meet Parthenax.
She's gonna just walk the whole way.
Yeah.
The trip is as dangerous and tricky as it is beautiful and enchanting. The mountain path affords a view of Skyrim unlike any other, being the highest point on the continent. It only takes the better part of a morning, though, for the two of them to make the climb, and then they find themselves at the doors of the ancient stone monastery. The Greybeards are quick to answer the door as Rishka steps in from the cold, and Argnir, the frontman for the group of the old men, chats the young lady up for a while, trying to get a feel for the first Dragonborn to come to High Hrothgar in centuries. They are duty-bound to serve the Dragonborn, but there's limitations, procedures, and traditions that must be followed. They begin with some lessons and tests, expanding Rishka's knowledge of her force push shout and teaching her whirlwind sprint. Arngir is intentionally mum on a lot of subjects, not wanting to teach the young Dragonborn too much too quickly. But on the subject of the dragons returning, he's quiet more out of ignorance than out of caution. He of course knows the legend of Alduin, the big black dragon that attacked Helgen, who is said to have almost ended the world back in
Big black dragon.
times, and whose return is supposed to signal the end of the world. But he doesn't know the hows and whys, or if there's any way to really stop him. He only offers what his duty says he must do, and that's help the Dragonborn master the power of the voice. To that end, he gives her one more task before she will be officially recognized as Dragonborn. Retrieve the horn of Jurgen Windcaller, the founder and grandmaster of their order, from a tomb in the west. If she can do that, she will prove her worth and the Greybeards will be at her disposal. Having no other leads to follow, Rishka figures this is the best course to take and bids the old men farewell for the time being.
Alright.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think this is like your first timestamp where the actual analysis is.
Yeah.
Does anybody else think it's weird that Delphine couldn't get the Dragonstone, but she can steal the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller, which should
Dude,
be
what the fuck?
impossible? Like you legit you need Whirlwind Sprint to get to the horn.
Maybe she went the back way and just opened and closed all those secret one-way
Yeah.
doors. It makes no fucking sense at all. She's just that good, you know? It's like, you get that a lot in the fucking Thieves Guild, where they're just like, I'm just that good.
Well, it seems
And it's
backwards,
just like,
and I'm not
no,
sure.
You're
I
literally
have to
just doing
think
things
about how I would fix this, but it seems backwards. Delphine should steal the Dragonstone from the player, and then that should be the introduction to their relationship.
Yeah,
Not
but what does Dragonborn even need the Dragonstone for? She's the one that
Yeah,
wanted
that's-
the Dragonstone.
and then it ends up being like useless because yeah, it's a map and it'll show you where like all the dragons are being resurrected, but you use it for like one plot point and then it's up to the player if you keep using it.
I just, you know, I just don't see. I don't really see the problem with Delphine just accosting you and being like,
Mhm.
"Hey, I heard you were the Dragonborn. You want to go kill a dragon with me?"
Or it's like, this would be okay. Here's how I would do it. You get to the part, that whirlwind sprint part where you need it to progress, and Delphine's there like stuck, like she can't get through it, and like that's your meeting, and then it kind of establishes that one, the player character is capable of things that normal people aren't capable of, and
Yeah.
I also think that it gives Delphine a better introduction. I mean, plus you have to rewrite her to not be such like a massive fucking bitch about everything. But
And,
that's a whole
yeah,
other issue. I just
she takes care of a lot of stuff off screen. Like when she's setting up the whole thing for the embassy, she's
Mhm.
like, "Oh, don't worry, you'll have like a real invitation." It's just like, okay, how do you manage to pull that together when you're literally blacklisted by the Thalmor, and you're being like hunted by them day and night?
Mhm.
They literally have a dossier on you. How are you pulling all this stuff together? Just a couple of lines, please, to
Well, yeah,
And then you go in and you have no cover story. You don't know what your cover story is. So
yeah,
like
until you get
freaking-
there.
Yeah, the guy behind the bar, the spy, is like, he has to distract the Thalmor lady, but when she starts like basically asking you like, "Hey, why are you here, by the way?" It's just like,
I don't know. I'm important.
Delphine really couldn't have told me, "Oh, hey, by the way, you're going in as
I
like
think
a
she
you're
does,
a
doesn't
merchant
she?
from like." Does she?
I think she
don't
tells you at
remember her.
right before the cart ride or something. But
I don't know. I exhausted her dialogue last night, and I did not see that. Maybe I accidentally skipped something.
it's just
I
I think they
just
should
liked
have.
how I went in with no idea.
So the main quest makes you like basically join the Thieves Guild, right?
Yeah, which was
What-
another thing.
Wouldn't it be interesting if like the player had to at least make contact with the Dark Brotherhood to get the infiltration skills necessary to like get in?
Yeah. So okay, actually, so let's. If you think about it, the main quest makes you interact with two factions. It makes you interact with the Mages College
Mhm.
and the Thieves Guild, but it leaves the companions out. It leaves the Dark Brotherhood out. It kind of weird. It feels a little bit arbitrary.
Yeah,
But the funny thing is, like, if you go up to Brynjolf and you're like, there is a persuasion option to just have him tell you about what's his face.
yeah.
But
I don't know if you can
failed
pass
that
it.
one.
I've been on this
Fine.
character. I've been training purely speech. I'm up to like 80 now.
How are you doing that? Just selling stuff?
No. The master speech trainer is at the Bard's College, and if you
Oh.
never do any Bard's College quests, he'll always just stand at the door, even into the wee hours of the night, and so you can just train off him and pickpocket your money back.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm training alchemy because
Yeah, that's a tedious one.
yeah. So I just buy a bunch of levels and stuff, and then make some potions, sell it back to her, and get my money back that way. I mean, I could just pickpocket. It doesn't matter. I don't need the money anyway. You don't need money in Skyrim that much.
Yeah, but I feel the compulsive need to get all my money back, because I'm at the point where a single level of training is like 4,000 gold. So it's like, if I'm not getting my money back somehow, I am going to run out within a couple levels.
But that's just for the speech one, right?
Yeah, I could just switch to like training alchemy. My main thing is like training the tedious skills. So speech is first. I was probably gonna do restoration next, because that still sucks.
Yeah, restorations. It's either you get training or you go find a bear trap somewhere and just keep stepping in that bear trap.
Ooh, yeah. Well, and what's weird is
Just turn the difficulty up all the way and
I have-
step into bear traps.
I have healing hands, and I try to heal my party as often as possible. My goblin and Jazargo. And even then,
Yeah.
I'm like still only level 20.
I
All right.
wonder how training with a ward would work. Is it only like damage that you deflected,
I think so.
or is it
Like-
as long as you're holding up the ward?
I think it's damage that you deflect. I'd have to look it up, but dragons would be good for that probably, or like those spell traps. Anyways,
Oh yeah.
As far as introduction sequences go, Skyrim isn't so bad. I may have played it to death, and the
Skyrim isn't so bad in the context of modern games, which have 4-hour introductions that you can't get out of. Like, nothing
man.
made... Okay, I always hated the 30-minute introduction until I played Cyberpunk 2077. That kind of changed things. Realizing how much worse it could be made me really appreciate just how short Bethesda's intros are now.
The introduction, a lot of studios really stretch out that introduction thing now, and it feels so self-indulgent on their part that they don't have some sort of like skip option or something. Like when I first played Cyberpunk, I really enjoyed the introduction.
It's
'cause
been
it was like, okay, I'm
unplayable the
getting into
second
this.
time around.
But I not looking forward to going back my second time and having to sit through all the. It's like, yeah, I know, it's Jackie. Yeah, okay, let's go do these missions. And it's
Dude,
like,
the one where they introduced brain dances literally has nothing new for you to find on a second playthrough, and it's so long. And they really need to give you the option to skip the brain dance tutorial, because that's more than half of it.
I just didn't like brain dances in general. I knew that was going to be a problem when I saw it, like
In the
when I saw
marketing,
them doing like the demos and stuff.
Mhm.
Immediately, I knew, I'm like, this is going to be terrible.
yeah, it's like the Draugr puzzle of Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Except worse, because it takes so much longer. It's a Draugr puzzle, it's over in like 30 seconds. With the brain dance, you have to sit there and then listen to the dialogue, and then, okay, switch to different filters.
Yeah, the New Game Plus needs to be a thing too. Cyberpunk 2077 would have been better if it did have a New Game Plus. And then you could have, like, you skip all the parts that aren't going to be new, and maybe you get, like, some extra gear or enhancements or what have you your second time around. All right, anyways.
It really would be interesting. You would think more developers would see, like, you know, how many modders put in like alternate start mods, and you would think maybe
we
like,
should learn
developers would
something.
eventually catch on and be like, maybe we like innovate on this somehow, integrate this somehow into our games, especially, you know, like BioWare games where it's like you have a New Game Plus mode, and it's just like you said, just let me skip some, like, Eden Prime. I don't need to play Eden Prime for the 50th time. Like, I know what happens.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of choices that have, like, future impacts on Eden Prime.
No.
Like, does the warehouse guy even come back if you spare him? Or, like, keep him alive or whatever that choice is?
No, he doesn't. He never shows up again later in the franchise or anything like that, as far as I'm aware.
All right, let's continue.
Twisted story contrivances.
Well, it's such a weird thing. Like, you would think the warehouse guy would come back and do, like, logistical support for the Reaper invasion or something. Like, just some small kind of consequence.
Nothing but memes now. It's still not too bad. Mechanically speaking, it does a good job of getting the player introduced to how to play the game, and even if the writing isn't going to wow us with its cleverness, it still does a good job establishing the setting and tone of the world of Skyrim. But the silly story that takes itself too seriously was only one of the things that bothered me back in 2011 when I first got the game, and would go on to taint my opinion of the game for years to come. The other problem was that I just thought it was all too boring. Boring was never something I would have used to describe Oblivion or any other Bethesda game I played before Skyrim, but something about the game just felt, I don't know, uninspired. But with just a few mods, I was able to smooth out the rough edges and fill in the gaps for certain areas of the game, specifically.
Is this the part where you get crucified?
Yeah, probably.
All right, we'll slow it down. Really take it in.
The leveling and skill systems. For better or for worse, Bethesda took a sledgehammer to just about everything from Oblivion when it came to Skyrim and retooled everything. The leveling and perk system itself is a pretty solid concept, but they never really took full advantage of the potential they had created there. But with this video, I didn't just want to load some mods in and call it a day. I knew I had to take a different approach to playing the game, and most importantly, go in with an open mind. So I did what a lot of other people seem to enjoy doing with this game these days. Load in a few immersion mods like Frostfall, which makes the cold of Skyrim deadly, I Needs, which requires me to eat, drink, and sleep, and Campfire, which lets me set up tents and fires in the wilderness. These mods, coupled with my...
Which I always think is like a standard, like a pretty good sort of mechanic to add to the game, because like survival elements are something that really fits in with Skyrim and maybe Elder Scrolls in general. I guess it would be out of place in Oblivion because everything's so temperate. Well, I mean, there's cold areas. The problem with Oblivion is that, like, you can go from, like, really cold to really hot areas in, like, 5 minutes.
Yeah, the map's a lot more compartmentalized.
Commitment to avoid fast traveling and rely on walking and using carriages forced me to play the game in a way I never played before.
Did you hard block fast travel?
No, I was just not fast traveling.
No. See, I always see that as like necessary. If I ever do like a I'm not gonna fast travel rule set, I almost always break it. Like I need to have it to be mechanically blocked. It's sort of like how gamblers can like ban themselves from casinos. That's me in fast travel.
The reason I didn't hard block it was, well, twofold. First off, I do kind of, I'm all right. I have the self-restraint to be able to not do it, but also because, for the sake of recording, if I'm like in a situation where it's like, all right, I need to fucking get this thing shot real fast. I don't want to have to sit there and be like, oh, gotta run for 30 minutes to get to this location.
That's what center of cell commands are for. You can teleport to any cell in the game with the console. And okay, here's the thing. As long as it's in the console, I have a lot more control over it.
So then you have to look up the the codes and everything to.
You have to find I know Whiterun because it's just Whiterun, and that'll take you to like by the meadery. But yeah, it's more like deliberate. It's more obvious that you're like breaking the rules of your playthrough. My problem with Skyrim is even with the carriages and the boats, there's just still not enough good ways to get around.
Yeah, I did have a mod in there that does expand those though.
Oh
it
yeah,
expands like the carriages and boats and everything, so it was pretty easy to get around like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you have that, that's something you can actually spend your money on. Is travel.
It's a meager amount, but it's at least something.
Well, travel in expenses. I mean, it's small, but when you're starting out, it's best because it's like you're having to balance the living expenses with like the meager amount of money you make in the first 10 levels.
Yeah.
I've always liked it. Have you tried getting to Winterhold without travel mods repeatedly? Well, that's always where it would break down. Was the College of Winterhold. Yeah, it kind of shines a light of like how fucking insane those people are to live up there in Winterhold.
Because there's no really good direct route up there, even from like Windhelm. You gotta take this really precarious path through like this frozen fucking wilderness.
It's windy. It's out of the way. There's not enough places to stop and warm up.
Oh yeah, especially when you're playing with the hypothermia mod and everything like that.
Yeah,
I think I died my first time trying to get up there.
Yeah, you will usually freeze to death if you don't bring like firewood to start a campfire on your way.
It forced me to take things slower and play things out of my usual order. The result was that I, possibly for the first time, started to genuinely have fun with Skyrim. Not to say I never had fun with Skyrim in the hundreds of hours I've logged before this, but those were always fleeting moments where I would get teasing glimpses of something great that I just assumed was untapped potential. But finally, after 9 years, I've managed to tap that potential, and it has truly changed the way I feel about this game. Without sounding too dramatic, it has kinda saved the game for me.
You're not doing what a lot of the people do, which is telling me how I feel. So, you got that going for you.
Well, I got a question for you. How long did it take your first playthrough to get bored?
My first playthrough was on the 360. I did like part of the Companions quest line. Probably got to like level 25 and stopped playing for like 2 months until I got the PC copy.
Yeah, so for me it was like, it was around, I remember distinctly where it was. It was in, I finally got to Solitude, and I like cleared a couple of things in Solitude, and I just stopped in the middle of the market, and I was just like, I opened up my save thing, I looked, and I was like, I have 65 hours locked. I am so fucking bored right now.
I didn't even get that far.
Meanwhile, my first playthrough on Oblivion, I had like 200 hours before I was like, all right, I'm gonna go and play like Halo or something like that. But it was like within
I was like,
3 days.
I'd rather play Minecraft.
I was like, I'm pretty sure that is what I quit and went back to playing was Minecraft.
Well, Minecraft's more fun. Even 2011 Minecraft, like late 2011 when Skyrim came out.
Yeah.
And we were playing on like shitbooks. None of us had PCs. We were all playing on like our family members' laptops.
Yeah, so that always stuck out, and that forever that tainted my view of Skyrim for a good like 9 years. Every time I would go back, I would immediately remember, hey, never been able to break more than 60 hours on a character before you get bored.
Yeah.
And that always held true.
I think that well, not only is that true for me because I got bored of. Well, actually, I was not bored of my melee character when I stopped playing him. I was kind of sad to stop playing him. And I kind of regretted that I didn't do the stealth archer on standard edition and the melee character in special edition. But God, where was I going with that? I was going to address something in chat. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I could only get into Skyrim after I think Dawnguard came out. I think that Dawnguard was what kind of actually renewed my interest in the game.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've played Dawnguard, but I recently went back and played Dragonborn, and I was like, shit, dude, if vanilla Skyrim was as well put together and well thought out as Dragonborn was, I probably would have not hated it for 9 years.
Yeah.
But that's
well,
that's really what this video is about, and the thumbnail isn't lying, where it's like I'm actually finally starting to enjoy this game. That's what this video is. It's like my first playthrough where I'm like, oh wait. But we'll get to that.
What
when
can
I
you
finally
do?
have that epiphany.
What can you do? It is what it is.
Buy more creation content.
It's gonna irk a lot of
shit, dude. It looks like the world's ending outside my window right now.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah,
you gotta squall. Well, okay. The weird thing is we have that here, but I don't live on the ocean, so it's like, or even anywhere near it.
Yeah, we get these from time to time. It'll be over in like 10 minutes.
It's gonna irk a lot of people, especially people who feel if you have to mod a game and impose restrictions on how you play it in order to have fun, that just means it's a bad, irredeemable game.
I think Dishonored has some necessary modifications to make the game more interesting. Like, you get rid of the disappearing bodies and you change how the lean mechanic works, and Dishonored's a lot better. It's one of those things where reviewing with mods is all right as long as you're upfront with what you did and kind of the impact of what you did.
While I can follow that logic and understand why people might feel that way, I just can't subscribe to it because at the end of the day, I just want to enjoy games that I play.
What?
I'm looking for enjoyable experiences, and I've always felt something lurking in Skyrim, even in totally...
The fuck are you talking about? I play games to make money on YouTube. Dragon's Dogma is unplayable without the nude mod.
I gotta play Dragon's Dogma.
Dragon's Dogma is good. Dragon's Dogma... Okay, the only part I don't like about Dragon's Dogma, there's two things. Quest timing, because it's all over the game. There's tons of quests that you might lose out on if you like rush the main quest too fast. And the way the character progression works is that like what you are at each level is super important. So it's like if you want to build a character a certain way, you need to play like fighter for the first 10 levels and then start using magic, and it's like whoa. But some of the best kind of role-playing game experiences I've had was in Dragon's Dogma. In terms of like just going out and going on an adventure and fighting monsters, that was definitely up there.
I like the way the magic system looked. It seemed pretty decent.
Well, okay, here's the interesting thing. I played Dragon's Dogma with two of my friends, and it's kind of weird because it's not a co-op game. We all played Dragon's Dogma at the same time, and the way co-op works in that is you have a pawn, that you raise, and it's sort of like having a companion in Skyrim, but you can have 3 pawns, but you only control 1. So the other 2 are like pawns that other people had come up with. And so what happened was each of us had a pawn, and we would bring them into each other's games. And not only was that interesting, but like hearing about the ways that like my friends were coming up to play Dragon's Dogma and do the same content that I was doing as I was doing it was really interesting. Like, I was obviously playing a wizard character, but my friend was basically Guts from Berserk. And like, he had this giant 2-handed claymore, and he could like one-shot most of the monsters in the game with how good he got with it. And like, he had like a little heel slut companion that he would take with him. And then my other friend played like an archer character, and he had like a warrior kind of companion who looked super cool. So I like Dragon's Dogma.
The pawn system is that's a pretty interesting concept that I'm surprised nobody's even tried to emulate, because like your pawns could go in and like basically earn you shit while you're offline because people are using your pawns, right?
Yeah, they also learn from the way you play. And so like you can kind of teach them certain good behaviors. Like, one thing you need is you need the pawns to revive you in combat if you go down, and you can absolutely make your pawns bad at that or like really good at that. It's kind of interesting. The pawns do like, their personalities are based on like how you play and like the sort of mechanics that you reinforce with them.
That is awesome. That's some like Black and White shit right there. I don't know if you're familiar with like the game Black and White.
I didn't play it, but I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, because like in that game, for anybody who's unfamiliar, you have like a pet basically, and it's like a real-time strategy game. You have a pet, and you can like organically train the pet certain behaviors and stuff. Like, you can train it to be very nice and gentle with your people, or it can just go around terrorizing people. And it's pretty interesting, and it's just a system that I've never seen really anybody innovate until I guess this, where you have pawns that can actually learn from how you're playing.
Yeah,
that sounds awesome.
Another thing is like, so your pawns have like a level of experience with fighting enemies, and as you fight more of that enemy type, they learn what like the status weaknesses and resistances are. And so like, if you take your pawn around and you train them, like, here's what wolves are weak to, here's what goblins are weak to, etc. When they show up in other people's world, they retain that information and they can actually share it. So
yeah, they'll like, I remember seeing like they'll do call outs and shit too. They're like, oh, attack its eye or something like that.
Yeah, so like my pawn knew how to fight every enemy in the game, and they would go to my friend's world who hadn't fought that type of enemy yet, and would tell them what to do to beat that enemy. Wolves are weak to fire, Arisen. Yeah. Anyways, Dragon's Dogma, cool game, but not really relevant.
Vanilla playthroughs. Little rays of cannot find in other games, and if it takes the work of talented modders and some effort on my part to look for it and remain open-minded, I'm okay with that. To me, it's just the same as people who put so much time and energy into D&D campaigns. I'm just choosing to invest my efforts into a different product. The rewards are the same, as far as I can tell, it's just where I'm choosing to invest my interest that differs.
I like how that looks. It's a shame I won't be able to really do anything like that unless I mod Skyrim too. And then like,
yeah, looking at this footage, I'm like, damn.
No,
I miss
you can make Skyrim look really good, and it won't run like dog shit, and that's the amazing part. And that was why were none of the creations more hair options, for fuck's sake?
Dude, the creation, oh my god, the creation club is such a fucking disappointment, because it's like, why aren't there any gameplay improvements? Why aren't there anything that adds like new perks?
That's
why isn't like the stuff that I'm actually missing? I don't need a fucking pet.
I don't need 3,000 generic quests.
Yeah, like that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking
Like-
for things that fundamentally change and add things to the game.
A lot of what the
It's-
Creation
I don't-
Club adds is usually weaknesses of modders, which is new items and quests. Those are the two things that modders are terrible at implementing. You know what modders are good
Because-
at? New assets. New graphics.
Yeah, new hairs would have been. I would literally buy that. I would actually tell people if it was good enough. I'd be like, you can, this you're okay with buying. You're okay with buying hair. But it's like no, just and the fucking armors. The armors that I really liked that they added in Creation Club. Oh, that's from Blades.
Yeah. It's just ported over.
It's like-
from, it's just ported
just-
over
just-
from
yeah.
actual real game designers who worked on
Yeah.
Blades. So really, those alternate armors are just more official Bethesda content.
They're asset flips, basically.
Because a lot of that stuff was made by people who worked on Skyrim, too. If you look at people's credit history, like a lot of people who work at Bethesda worked on Blades. You know, just making assets for it.
Is that a official Bethesda title, or is that from like a third-party studio that's just in the Bethesda sphere?
I think it's in the Bethesda sphere. We can look it up. It's not so like Todd never talks about them working on Blades. So I imagine it was like we loaned some.
That would have been a good question for the AMA. Something related to
Developers,
Blades.
Bethesda Softworks, Bethesda Game Studios. I guess it was something they did. Like, well, Fallout Shelter was something that Bethesda made.
Yeah. I guess they just disowned Blades. There's also that card game?
Legends.
Is it Elder Scrolls Legends or whatever?
Yeah, there's Legends.
Yeah.
There's what the hell is that? I have the war game that they released.
Oh, the board. Yeah, the board.
No,
game
no,
or whatever.
the board game's new. They emailed me about that. No, I have the war game where it's like it's like Warhammer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so there's like two modes for it. There's I want to get some people together, like some Elder Scrolls content creators together sometime and try to run that, because you can do it in tabletop sim. But there's two modes. There's a PvP mode where it's you do Stormcloaks versus Imperials, and then there's a Delve mode, which is like cooperatively running a dungeon.
I'll sign up for that.
So
You got
yeah,
one person at least.
I'm not sure. I need to reread this rulebook to see how many people it's designed for. I think it's 4.
That would make sense.
Oh, isn't Legends a tabletop like D&D sort of thing? Well, it like set campaigns.
Is it? I thought it was like. I always just saw it as like another Hearthstone ripoff.
Hang on. They had one where it was okay, no, that Legends is the card game.
Yeah. Which apparently has like canon lore in it and everything. It's just.
Okay, so apparently I need to try Legends before it shuts down.
Oh, right. It's closing down.
Christ.
Oh, maybe
I
that's
hate
why
stuff like
nobody's
this.
asking about
People
it.
have to realize my experience with Elder Scrolls pretty much stopped in 2014. I didn't play a lot of ESO. I played some ESO, but I didn't play a lot of it. And I haven't really engaged with anything that they've released besides, Skyrim Special Edition and Anniversary Edition.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I have no idea because I just see that shit and I'm like, that just does not appeal to me whatsoever.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of cash grabs. Anyways.
Apparently not successful cash grabs if they have to get acquired by Microsoft.
Well, they got acquired for billions of dollars, which was all okay. So, from what I understand, the whole reason that like ZeniMax started was that because this is how they pitched the idea to the investors was we're gonna be a game publisher, but the main way you're gonna make your money isn't from the games that we publish. That's just like a bonus along the way. The way you're gonna make your money is in the acquisition because we're gonna go get acquired by somebody. And that's what happened. And so everybody who was kind of invested in that would have walked away with hundreds of millions of dollars.
I wonder why they waited I'm curious about the timing then, why they would do it now.
I mean, they were talking about doing the acquisition for years, and I think that they were just waiting until somebody would give them like an adequate payout. And so it's like $7 billion is not chump change. That's not, you know,
well, that's the largest acquisition, right, in video game history.
Yeah.
In the history of the industry.
Yeah.
I mean, even in terms of like Wall Street acquisitions.
It's bigger than Star Wars. Star Wars was $4 billion.
Yeah.
And Star Wars, when The Force Awakens came out, it made $1 billion in its first year, and I think it's at like $2 or $3 billion now.
You know, it's actually possible. It's possible that Microsoft probably agreed to this a few years ago. They just had to wait for the fucking like lawyers and shit to work it all out.
Yeah, probably. As I understand, I was hearing rumors about this in like 2018.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 2017, 2018 is probably when they started sounding it out.
But
probably were drafting the original contracts and shit.
Okay, here's the thing. It does sound like a pyramid scheme, but that's how a lot of businesses work. A big part of investing in something is the idea that eventually it'll be bought from you, and then you'll get your money. That's how you get the money out of it. So like there's a local one of those scooter things in my town, and they just got acquired. So it's like if you were invested in them while they were growing, the whole way that you were going to make your money was when they got acquired.
This is why I'm on the lookout right now. And if anybody has a hot tip, let me know, of a VTuber software system that is looking for investors.
Most of it's Japanese. So you would have to look into the Japanese market.
Everybody fucking laughs at me when I say, if you can invest in VTubing, invest right now. Find something that seems viable.
There's too much free stuff.
I haven't found anything. Yeah, that's the thing, but it's like
what you would have to invest in is like a WWE style company that was focusing on like VTubing as an entertainment sort of media franchise. Yes. So I would be looking into
that's really what I'm looking for, is like some platform that's going to, and then that platform will get bought out by Disney or Netflix or something, and that's when you get your fucking payday.
That's not a terrible idea. I guess that's okay. The bet there is, will VTubing be a popular thing in 10 years, or is it just a trend? And you're probably right, because there's too many perverts that are into it. So.
Well, it's also, think of it from a business perspective. So say you're CNN. This is the way I'm thinking of it. In like 25, 30 years, when you're CNN and you don't want to hire news anchors to do round-the-clock shit because you got to pay those people money. Better just to have like a couple avatars that can hold down the fort, and or like VTubers for like VTubing for Disney and stuff. Like imagine that. Like you don't need a
sounds black pill to me
anymore.
Sounds like we're writing ourselves out of jobs.
I mean, maybe.
The news is an anime girl telling me about a mass homicide in Oklahoma.
Exactly. There's a market for that. I bet there is. I remember seeing something from Japan a while back that there was like a media, like a news channel, whatever, that did use an anime girl to like report on serious things. I don't know if it was a meme or not, but this is like years ago. That's when I realized it's like, oh, maybe this VTuber thing might actually be all right.
Yeah, I've got bad news for everybody. The news is in. Alec Baldwin shot somebody on the set of Rust. I just can't imagine it.
I'm hoping as we go along I can display what I see as the better strengths of Skyrim that took me so damn long to finally see. I'll also point out the bad and the ugly, but there is just so much good in this game that I'm starting to see for the first time. Not a lot of that surfaced for me in the first few hours, because I was still following the well-worn path I'd always tread these past 9 years. But this was where the mods did a good job carrying my experience by making it feel fresh. The graphic mods alone made Wandering, this 9-year-old game, an absolute visual feast that really brought the original work of Bethesda to life in a way 2011 console hardware could never have achieved.
The weird thing to me is, no matter how many mods you put on Skyrim, I can always still tell that it's Skyrim.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen those crazy, like, this was what modding Skyrim could do in 2021. Look how insane it is. And it's like, yeah, if you just showed me that and said it was Red Dead, I wouldn't believe you because I can still tell it's Skyrim. There's something about Skyrim that, like, makes me instantly tell.
Have you seen the ones with Oblivion? Because that one I feel like is even crazier. Because everybody's like, wow, Oblivion's super generic and stuff. But then you look at like the people who modded it to make it look photorealistic, and I look at it and immediately I'm like, yeah, that's Oblivion. It might have something to do with like, I don't know, like the models and the way they just design their worlds and stuff like that, their game spaces.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something uniquely distinct about it. Unless the mod makers are just that good that they're able to, because I usually look for the ones that are, you know, like vanilla friendly or lore friendly and stuff like that.
Well, hey, if there's someone in the chat who wants to throw together a hyper modded kind of Skyrim mod list and then find a bunch of pictures of like the level mockups that people do in Unreal Engine and kind of try and see if I can tell which ones are Unreal and which ones are Skyrim, you can do that. That sounds like fun. Also, I was gonna say, I'm not a VTuber because of the trend. It was just, it's a shit post. It's a funny shit post though.
It's a high quality shit post. Those are the best.
Mm-hmm.
This really helps enhance something you'll get sick of hearing me mention: immersion. This game is the definition of immersive video game experiences. Sure, there's so much jank when it comes to characters and cutscenes, but like in Oblivion, when you're out in the wilderness freely...
The best way I've heard it described is like a elementary school nativity play, which I think is inaccurate. I think that's Oblivion. I think Skyrim's definitely a middle school play. No, I'm not a cute Dunmer girl. You there?
I won't believe that.
Okay.
I won't believe that until I see the face reveal.
I thought you died. Well, if you want that to happen, you have to spam Todd. No, don't do that. But Todd Howard has to interview me.
God, man, when you were watching that freaking IGN review or the IGN thing
Interview?
the other day,
Yeah.
the interview. Oh God, I was just sitting there like, fucking Todd Howard himself looked bored with the dude's like questions and stuff, and it's like you just he and I this isn't just this guy. I see plenty.
Well, it's
of,
such a weird thing.
game
His first
journalists do this.
his first interview with Todd was great. Like
I haven't actually seen that one. I gotta watch that one.
It was a really good interview, and he asked Todd a lot of really pressing questions about stuff that was going on in the industry, like whether or not Bethesda was participating in crunch culture.
Yeah, see, like when you're interviewing people, like there's a bunch of different ways you can go about it. Asking pressing, like kind of difficult, controversial questions and stuff is one way to go about it.
And
or
then you're worried that they'll like clam up.
Follow-up questions, yeah, or like just ask follow-up questions. Like he'll ask a question and Todd will explain, like give his answer, and then he just moves on to the next question. It's just like you're not gonna like ask him a follow-up question so that he can explain this more or something, so you can get a little bit deeper than just his surface level first take.
I would have so many questions for Todd Howard. Dude, he's been at Bethesda for 3 decades. He's worked with so many people. He has so much knowledge.
He must be one of like the longest running like game directors out there, especially in one studio.
He's
like,
up there with Kojima.
You look at so many, like you look at so many other guys, and it's just like they bounce around between studios and stuff. But this dude's held the same position for like, almost 20 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, obviously he's doing something right. Maybe we should treat him more than just a fucking meme.
Yeah, more than a meme, and more than just like, he's not even like the guy who's supposed to be advertising in Elder Scrolls game. That's supposed to be Pete Hines' job.
Yeah. He's just the freaking game director. Why aren't you asking him more questions relevant for a game director? Like, hey, how do you manage your people during such and such? Like,
Yeah, I was fine.
what part of game develop? What part of like your job do you enjoy? That's one of the easiest fucking questions to get somebody who's technically minded to start answering things more deeply. It's just, what part of your job do you enjoy the most? Boom, you get him talking for like 20 minutes, and just ask some strategic follow-up questions, and you just got a lot better than whatever the fuck he was. It was almost as bad as like that Jeff Keighley interview where he's just like, "Oh, the dragon's gonna breathe fire."
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, so there is always a difference between a marketing interview and a like actual interview. And so I would like to get an actual interview. I don't want an interview where like, you know, the point of it is we're marketing Starfield or whatever. Like, I genuinely want to ask Todd Howard questions about his career. All right, let's continue.
Exploring, you feel this world. There is something just truly wonderful about playing this game when it's cold and snowing outside and you got a warm cup of coffee next to you. It's just...
Is Skyrim a Christmas game?
oh, it absolutely is.
I've never seen that, but I don't know. I'm kind of more built for the cold in a way.
But what do you mean?
Sort of like there's people who are built for the heat and people who are built for the cold, and I've always kind of liked the cold. So
Oh, I
Skyrim
love the
just
cold
Skyrim
too,
just
yeah.
feels more normal than anything. So like when it gets cold, I don't think of like Christmas games.
I mean, for me, it's like, it really does have to do with when games released, honestly. Like, for me, it's like, if I played a game and I really liked it, chances are that same time next year, I'm going to want to play it again. So, Skyrim is just like, oh, it came out in November, come November, so I'm like, maybe I'll go and play it again.
You're right.
Same thing with Oblivion.
You're right, salty shrimp pasta. Todd Howard catches way too much hate for the stuff that he's not responsible for, like ZeniMax and Bethesda Softworks, the publishing side. So it's like, Bethesda not paying Arcane for their milestones in order to force them to join their company. That wasn't a Todd Howard thing. But the way people kind of approach it is like Todd Howard is the one man responsible, and it's like, you know, Robert Altman used to work for Bethesda, and he was invested in a bunch of shady shit before that, right?
comfy. So much has been going on in the world, so much shit to stress me out, but once I could get settled into playing this game, all of that would disappear in a way so few games can manage to achieve. That immersive trait, now more than ever, was what hooked me so damn well this time around. It's probably why I see so many people playing this game in the cold months of the year. I just really can't imagine playing this game on a hot summer day and feeling the same way.
Fun fact, I did go back and played over the summer, and yeah, it's fine. You can play it during the summer.
Wait, that was your analysis part? Oh, we're in for a ride.
One of these analysis. Oh yeah, we are.
Is-
I did warn you.
Oh no.
It's better the other parts. Not that much better though. Okay, if you want anything, just press me. Don't be afraid to.
Well, it's like I
Don't
don't
be afraid.
want to like miss something actually insightful that like you forgot was in like an exploration part, but here, I'll do this. What's a timestamp I can go to?
Do you want to go to the next
Like the
like,
next the next
analysis part?
yeah.
Just go to 4216.
Oh god. Really?
I'm telling you, this
This is not a good angle for
this
you.
video- No.
I warned you about this video. Well, I mean, it's been kind of a weird
warned
thing.
you
This stream series has been kind of a weird thing because I assume
This game,
is like makes people dumb or something.
yeah.
I'm kind of worried for myself.
No, you'll be fine.
Like I don't want
the
Skyrim to be
reason-
my worst video.
You don't want Skyrim to be your grave.
Yeah.
Nah, here's the thing, is that the reason I made this video was because I thought there were a bunch of like really in-depth analysis videos already about this game, because I'm like, oh, it's Skyrim, of course this is going to exist.
Right.
That's why I went this route instead.
Sort of like the oversaturation argument. People are like, how can you make a Skyrim video? It's been covered to death. And it's like, no, we've seen it done right once, and that was G-Man. And I was told that G-Man's video was terrible. So clearly it's not an oversaturated market, because what I do just doesn't seem to exist. Or it's like some guy with like 10,000 views that I'm going to feel bad about covering because my stream will get like, I don't want my stream to get more views than somebody. And
well, that's an interesting question that I like to think about, is like, where in the like sphere of video game analysis YouTubers do I fit in? And like,
I think you're on,
like, from my position, looking at you, I can definitely see you're on just a completely different wavelength.
yeah, I'm definitely in the analysis side of things. You're kind of like, based on this video. Now the Bully video and the Mass Effect stuff, that's different. Based on this video, I would say you're like on that subjective, people call it like noise videos, right? Like,
I'm in the Salt Factory camp.
Would you say that you make videos to make noise for people to listen to? It's technically true.
No, I make videos because I enjoy making videos, which is not exactly the best thing when you're making videos to be informative. Like, that's just the simple fact. It's very self-indulgent to go out there and be like, I'm just going to make a video that I want to watch. And you know, sometimes there is an audience. Obviously, there are people who found my videos, and there are people who liked, and I've gotten comments where people are like, you know, I didn't really get it at first, but I see what you're trying to do. But there comes a point where, and I didn't really understand this when I was first beginning, is that there will come a point where you have an audience and you have to ask yourself, what do I want to do with this audience? And
Right.
I feel like it's kind of irresponsible not to answer that question. And that's why I'm more pivoting, because in all honesty, once I found your channel and I started seeing like, oh shit, this dude is like on a completely different, he's doing something completely different I've never seen before. He's like taking the academic sort of shit that I'm used to from college and applying it to YouTube, like analysis and stuff. And once you see that, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Why aren't we doing that? And that's why my Mass Effect 1 video is a little bit more analytical. My Mass Effect 2 video is much more analytical. And I feel like my Bully video is really the indicator of what my channel is going to be going forward.
Kind of what you're aiming for.
Very heavy analysis. Yeah. That's basically what
so
Skyrim video is going to be.
The tricky thing is making videos frequently. And it's like, okay, I can say this. I've made 14 hours of content this year. Sounds good if I was doing just 30-minute videos. But then when you take into consideration that really I've only done about 5 or 6 videos this year, that's less good.
Yep. My channel's dead right now. I'm getting like 500 views a day because I just don't release enough content. And it's like,
yeah, it's hard to do this. It's hard to do this frequently, and people bring that up. Like, there were a lot of comments like, "What you're expecting of Salt Factory isn't realistic." And I'm like, well, first of all, there are other people who do better than Salt Factory who also do it frequently. And second, G-Man's video is like 20 minutes long, and I consider it way better than Salt Factory's because of like the fact that he says stuff. So it's not a length thing. I'm not asking for people to like go on 5-hour tangents about every single topic. It's just more of like the way that you approach the time that you're using.
There's definitely, I mean, it's difficult to argue against the Salt Factory thing though, because he's fucking killing it view-wise. Like,
oh yeah, no, he's successful.
Every one of his videos, yeah. And I mean, if I was in his position, honestly, I wouldn't change a fucking thing until it starts,
yeah, it's clearly
until the views start.
Clearly something worked for him.
Slipping. Yeah, so, you know, good on him.
That's
and I also, the reason I'm here making videos now is because of Salt Factory. I found his videos and he pretty much got me into video analysis stuff. And if he's, you know, like, if as a content creator now in this sphere, if he's the guy who's bringing in new people into our niche, then by all means, he should keep doing what he's doing. And
I
if they
don't
want
know,
something a
though.
little more substantive,
Have
they
you?
can come.
Hang on, I gotta look. Have you seen? It was definitely on his second video, but the like and dislike ratios. This is why we shouldn't remove
Yeah.
dislikes because they tell you a lot. Salt
the thing-
Factory Skyrim.
If you look at what I like to do is I like to look at likes to views instead. I
Right.
feel like that because there are a lot of
That's
people.
a decent
I'm one of
metric.
those people. If I don't like a video just because it's just like, yeah, it's not my thing, I'm not going to dislike it. The only reason I would dislike a video is if there's like something like harmful in it, like it's
Mm-hmm.
just they're
Like a
saying something
scam.
that's just wrong. Yeah, exactly. Like if I feel I watch a lot of YouTube videos, I might give out like 3 dislikes a year, but I'll give out like
Sure.
200 likes a year. And it's just so I feel like likes are kind of a worthless
okay.
metric at this point.
So I have a rule, which is anytime anybody talks about the Trump presidency, I automatically dislike their video. Not if it's a politics video, if it's expressly not a politics video. So like
Yeah.
Joseph Anderson did it in the second Fallout video, so I have a dislike on that, despite the fact that I really like that video. So I'm looking at Salt Factory's video. He's got 3.5 million views. He's got 60,000 likes and 10,000 dislikes.
Oh, you also want another good metric, another good hidden metric?
Sure.
Take the total views on somebody's channel and then divide it by the number of subscribers they got. And that'll give you also a pretty good indication of like the quality of their channel. So like your channel, excellent on that metric.
Well, my channel's weird. My channel will break a lot of rules for how YouTube channels are supposed to work.
Yeah, tell me about it. My channel was the same thing. I thought by this time, I would have maybe 100 subscribers. And
Oh, yeah,
I'm at 10,000 now.
Dude, trust me, I get that feeling.
And it's like that's one of the reasons this video exists, because when I made this video, I had 13 subscribers, I think 10 or 13 subscribers, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna make something to like the fuck of it, like whatever, who cares? Nobody's gonna watch it anyway. And then it comes around and stuff, and now my channel's like a lot bigger and stuff. I'm like, okay, hold on, I actually have to figure out what the fuck I'm doing now.
Well,
Because
okay.
I thought I was gonna have another year to like fuck around, because most channels don't blow up until like 2 years in. So I was like, all right,
I'm gonna say, my Trump rule applies to the Biden administration as well. I don't think, like, a Fallout video is not the place to be talking about the current American president.
No.
And if you want to do that, then cover one of those games that always comes out every election year. That's a good.
Or like
That's a good basis
put
for
it
it.
in the maybe put it in the description or like the title or something, so I just don't get ambushed by your political views. Like, I don't know. That's one of those things. I'm almost certainly never going to inject my politics into whatever I produce.
Ulfric Stormcloak is a metaphor for
my
Donald
channel.
Trump. Motherfucker.
Oh man, I
Ulfric-
can't wait. I can't wait for the fucking comment section of your Skyrim video. That's gonna be spicy.
Yeah, because that's gonna be easily the most political one.
Yeah. If you caught flack for that for the Mehrunes Dagon thing.
Yeah, the Bible stuff.
Yeah. Which I thought was great, but each their own, I guess.
Bringing
What can you do?
Bringing real world shit when it isn't appropriate is awful. I'm usually watching video game videos to escape the news. Yeah, that's kind of my philosophy. Is
Exactly. Yeah.
I only bring up politics when the story is political. And usually it's politics that are relevant. So like BioShock is a pretty good example of the way that I get political. I need to rewatch that video again, but the last time I rewatched it, I still stood by everything I said in that video. So maybe we should stream sometime. We should get a bunch of people together. We should stream that BioShock video and like see how wrong I am.
I would be interested in, because I like BioShock 1. The first half of it. Once Andrew Ryan dies, then it like really starts to go off the deep end.
That's a
but
pretty common opinion. They really missed an
It's-
opportunity. They should have made it like a small like open world area after that point to really hammer home that you were free.
Yeah. My take on it is that the first half of that game was so fucking powerful that it carried the rest of the franchise. Like,
Well, I
there
think
was never
I think a lot of people who have
there was
opinions on
never a higher
BioShock,
point.
they fall off. It's like average view duration for a YouTube video. Same thing applies to a video game. There's going to be a point where the average player drops off.
Oh yeah. You can see it in like Steam achievements and stuff. It's always, you know, the first achievement people get, like, you know, like 80% of the players get it, and then by the end it's like, did you complete the game?
Did you look at those before I started bringing those up? Hey, webcamschat.com, hot girls and boys video chat. I'm glad that you're bringing boys to the table. There we go. When did you start looking at like Steam data for games?
I've always kind of looked at it. I've always found it kind of interesting. I wish there was more.
Let's see, when did I start? I want to say I did it in the Fury video, but I'm not entirely sure. I definitely did it in the Sniper Ghost Warrior video, because it's a good metric. You can see like how many people made it to X point in the game through achievement data.
Unless mods disable your fucking achievements, because you just installed unofficial patch.
Well, now console commands disable it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So when I get stuck and I have to use TCL, it disables my...
Apparently. I don't know what commands, but you haven't seen in the console that it says right at the top in Anniversary Edition that some console commands will...
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was the first thing I noticed, because I use the console a lot, and I don't mean like I cheat a lot. I mean, every time you load, there's that like fade from black where your character's stuck. I always hit the console button so that that fade ends and I can immediately start reacting. Like if I'm getting attacked right out the gate or something, or like I'm loading a save. So I use the console a lot for that. Also, if I alt tab, I will go into the console. Or if I'm like looking something up in the Steam web browser, I usually go to the console. And then sometimes I just straight up cheat. I'll be honest with you.
I use it a lot for taking screenshots and stuff too. That's something I'm trying to do now during my, because whenever I have to make thumbnails and shit like that, I have to go in for like 20 minutes and like get screenshots. I'm like, why not just take screenshots while I'm playing? And what a novel idea that is.
You know you can set the chat to be only subs. I saw that. We're not there yet. I think that if we started getting like 1,000 views every stream, like the Salt Factory one was about 700 to 800 views average, then that might be necessary. Am I excited for TES 6? Not really. To be honest, I'm not as excited for TES 6 as I am new IPs that are role-playing games based on Elder Scrolls.
Starfield.
Yeah, Starfield. No, like Avowed.
Avowed I'm interested in. Honestly, no, I am interested in Starfield.
I'm interested in Starfield, sure. I'm not
going to say I'm excited for it, but...
I liked Fallout 4 decently enough. I know that's a bit of a heretical opinion.
I liked... Funny thing was, like, I went on a media blackout when I was playing Fallout 4, and I was like, oh, I'm actually having fun with this. And, like, after 150 hours, I ended my my media blackout, and I went online. I'm like, what the fuck happened with this game?
I was the opposite.
Everybody's shitting on it left and right.
I was the opposite. I participated in an event called the Boston Salt Party. Yes, I shit you not. I was one of the people who was going out and spreading spoilers for Fallout 4.
Oh man!
And you know,
it must have made a lot of people upset.
Okay, you know what the funniest part of the Boston Salt Party was? The spoilers we had aren't even accurate. They're not right. They're like 50% right. So like we were like pissing people off because we were spoiling the game, and then like the spoilers were not even accurate.
Was that intentional, or was it just...
No, we didn't know. We didn't know what the ending was. We just like heard from somebody that was the ending. We had all kinds of funny...
Great.
We had all kinds of funny ways to spoil people. I mean, Omegle was the easy one. But we were like, this was when Steam user tags were new. So we were we tried to get spoilers into the Steam user tags. There was a guy who was like, he bought a copy of Fallout 4, put the spoiler in it, and then like returned it to GameStop. So he like put it on the disc.
That's awesome.
So yeah, that was a good time.
Creative trolling. That is creative trolling. I like that. Yeah. I don't know. Fallout 4 is going to be an interesting video for me for sure.
Fallout 4 is like a forever away, and I don't know if I'm gonna do Fallout after this. I've been thinking about that. Like, what's the move after Skyrim? Obvious move says Fallout, right?
If you want to be a Bethesda channel, then you of course have to go into Fallout. But if you want to try and distance yourself from that label, I would recommend doing something else.
Well,
Witcher.
Yeah, well, I wasn't gonna do The Witcher. No, that's I'm not gonna go the Joseph Anderson life path and dip out on everybody. I was thinking about like, what are some real world topics I could cover that like that my style would actually produce interesting sort of videos.
Yes, I heard you talking about that the other day on one of the streams, and you totally sniped one of my ideas, and I'm really upset.
Well, are you going to talk about the mortgage crisis?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
something I would want to do. The other thing I would want to do is Gamergate, because there's tons of videos out there that are like, this is the objective interpretation of Gamergate, and then it's not, and it's like really short. I want to do like comprehensive. I would say probably 2007 to 2017 would be the accurate era to cover.
Like what, like controversies wise, or like
I would
just Gamergate wise?
So I would cover the whole controversy. I would cover the sort of where it came from, what caused it, what it was all about, everybody who was involved, and I would give the timeline of everything that happened, and kind of it would be just like a super comprehensive thing.
Yeah, so here's I had a couple ideas for second channels. One of them was specifically like my format, but applied to like businesses and business history, because I'm a business major.
Right.
So that's kind of my thing. I did, like, for one of my classes, I did an entire presentation on the 2007-2008 financial crisis. I literally have like 4 books sitting here that I read through and everything like that. So yeah, for that seemed like a natural transition for me. But another idea I had was doing I'll give you the example of the video that I had in mind, was a comprehensive history of G4 TV, like its rise, fall, and then its rebirth and everything. And I feel like there would be a really good
because
demand for that sort of thing.
There's people who are into like business stuff the same way that we're into video games.
I mean, like, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm more passionate about like business and economics and stuff than I am about video games. I would say that's true.
I'm kind of more into internet culture now than I am. I'm more into internet culture now than I am actually playing video games. I think I spend more time in 2020 and 2021 in a video editor than I did actually playing games.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't fucking play games anymore unless I'm making a video for it. The most recent game that I played, I think I played 2 games this year for fun, and one of them was City Skylines.
That's a hard question. I'm gonna put a poll out. Which movie is better? First answer is The Big Short. The second answer is Margin Call. We'll get some opinions out there, because that's a really good question. You never watched those? Those are both really good movies. They're both about the mortgage crisis. Margin Call was closer to it, and so it's a lot more basic when it comes to its coverage of it. The Big Short, I think, is a more entertaining movie, and it's really interesting. It's a good movie to get people into the kind of explanation for what it was about. But Margin Call's got some good scenes.
I'll have to watch those. But yeah, so going back to what you're saying though, being steeped in internet culture and stuff.
No, I will not cover Chris Chan.
Oh god, that is What was I gonna say though?
Internet
Yeah,
culture.
there's definitely a demand and a market for that. That I think your style specifically would really lend itself well to that. I mean, I'd fucking watch the shit out of that. Because like, who do we even really have like big YouTuber wise hovering?
I wouldn't say we don't
Just
really have too many big YouTubers who are doing like heavy analysis, documentary style stuff on real world
yeah,
events.
you have like you have it like really the only thing that comes to mind is Internet Historian, and he just does it for the comedy, really.
Yeah, he's sort of more of like the entertainment side of it.
Yeah,
COVID,
there's no like
so like COVID would be a topic I would cover, but it's too new. We need another like 10 years or
you'll
so to
also
really
get
get a
you'll also get
good clear picture.
demonetized with that one.
Well, I don't care about that. I'll do like a GoFundMe. So it's like that would be the strategy
Go
is
clip around.
I would do I would do a real world documentary. Like let's say I do Gamergate and it's a comprehensive documentary series and then so it's a couple hours long and I try to be objective as possible. I would probably try to get one of those socialist streamers on Twitch to do all the left-leaning people interviews so that like because that's the main thing I'm worried about is both sides have people who twist the truth. So you kind of have to get a right-leaning person to ask all the right-wing people what happened. You have to get a left-leaning person to ask all the left-leaning people what happened.
Yeah.
I would do that, and then I would pick the next topic. And if it was something that I knew was going to get kind of crushed by YouTube, at that point, if it was successful, I would either go the GoFundMe route or I would try to get like on Netflix. And I know Netflix
Yeah.
sucks, but you don't have to worry about demonetization on Netflix.
Yeah, I was having this discussion when I was quitting my job a few months ago, and you know, like one of the guys was asking me like, "What do you really want to do with this?" And I was like, honestly, if I got to choose, I would want to make documentaries. That's
Yeah.
where I want to go.
That's sort of
feel
like
like-
the end game of my channel. I'm not going to get stuck doing
I
video
don't-
game analysis forever.
Yeah, I don't care about video games. Like I do it because I like making videos and I like playing video games. That's why I make these videos. It's not because I feel like I have some great insight that's going to change the way the industry sees itself and how gamers see it. Like, no, I don't believe in that shit. But it'd be great if I could actually take my skills and talents and stuff and my time and devote it to covering a topic that I actually feel I could have some sort of impact on. Like I was watching this documentary on HBO the other day, and literally it's just these two people, this couple. They, you know, the guy was like a journalist for The Atlantic for X amount of years, and they literally just went to small towns around the U.S. and just asked them like the story of their towns. They're just like,
Right.
you know, what's the deal with this town? Like, why do you guys live here? And so I'm like, that's fucking awesome. I would love to do that.
Yeah, it sounds
Just
like
go
an
around and
interesting series.
yeah, just go around and ask people like, hey, what's your story? That's what I like about what No Clip does, is that he kind of does something similar where he goes in and just tries to get like the more human elements of the stories behind development of games and stuff.
I've been told
Oh,
not
my
to watch his Elder Scrolls stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, somebody was like really adamant that I not do that.
Emil definitely gets a huge part in that. So
Yeah, I would
that's what they're
imagine.
referring to.
Because
They-
that's
yeah,
kind
they
of the
really
thing
talked
is
him up.
well, he needs to be talked up. He's a pretty big part of the story. Anyways, so we skipped a bunch of what was
Got a No Clip hater in here.
we
Why?
we skipped a bunch of what was called exposition. So we're like way later in the video. So we're not going to be at this for 20 hours. Just more like
Yeah.
10.
Mentions nothing else. Skyrim has a lot of quests, ranging from the Main the Civil War, and major DLCs, to guild quest lines and quests for Daedric lords, and then down to miscellaneous side quests. Those miscellaneous side quests can then be broken down further into multi-part adventures, smaller, simpler quests, and then just random errands and odd jobs. The last one sometimes just being radiant quests that are infinitely generated by certain characters. People joke about The Witcher 3 having a ton of side quests, but I mean, just look at my quest journal. I found out the game actually has some sort of limit for drawing quest markers on your compass and in the game world because I had too many turned on at several points during my playthrough.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and you're like, if you're, I literally had things disappearing on my compass. It was actually kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I would
And it's-
imagine.
the limit's not that. the limit's not that high either. Like here, it's I turned it on because it's fucking stupid, and I did it for the meme. But it was like I think like around like 6 or 7, they start disappearing. The
God,
worst
that's
was when it would disable my my custom marker.
well, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, so this is like another example of why Skyrim isn't designed for a no fast travel playthrough. I would think if you're doing a no fast travel playthrough that you would do every objective near you. So you would need to track all the different quests that you have to come up with like a cohesive plan of everywhere you need to go. So if it doesn't draw all the markers, that's got to be like really annoying.
It'll draw it on the map. It's not going to draw it on your compass.
It's not on the compass. Okay. Well,
yeah.
I kind of wish I could turn most of the markers off on the compass and just have them on the map. Well, I liked okay, somebody brought up the iDubbbz documentary, his Full Force documentary. That was a really good one. The second one wasn't as good, and I think that's iDubbbz's issue is he expects every video to like perform exactly the same. So when he has a miss, it kind of just like kills it for him. But it's like Full Force seemed like more of a risk. So the fact that it paid off so well seems like it would give him a pretty big clue of what he needs to do to make that style work.
So, do you let like when you're thinking about making a video, do you let the idea of like, oh, this might be a flop deter you, or do you just do it anyway?
Kind of. I'm always disappointed when like the side videos don't perform very well, because like either the side videos languish at like 20,000 views or they go up to like 200,000. There's no in between, right?
Oh, the Battlefront 2 video.
It's at like 600K or something.
Yeah.
I don't keep track of them. Once they hit 100K, they've made it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
So it's always a weird thing. Like, I put a lot of time into Red Dead 2, not just playing it, but like making that video. God, that video sucked to make. And
how much footage do you have to sift through?
I had
How many
100
hours did you have?
So I had 100 hours of footage, but I was very smart. I divided it down into the 2 different playthroughs that I did, and then of the first playthrough, I marked all the missions because it's really easy to tell when a mission starts in Red Dead, and that made it much easier to find most of the examples. There were some like specific examples that are annoying, and specific examples are the fucking bane of me, of like something that happened once in the entire playthrough. I'm trying to solve that. Where is it? I have this composition notebook that I bought for Skyrim. How many pages am I at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pages in a composition notebook of notes.
Yeah. I had the same idea, but spreadsheet instead. And then the problem that I ran into though is like I don't have any time markers that I like. You know, if it's in a timeline, I can be like, all right, at 1650, this happens.
I always write.
If I'm just recording,
I have OBS on the second monitor, and it tells you how many minutes you are into the footage. So, like, if I'm not sure I ever want to like share what this looks like, but like all of my notes has like, so this happened at 6 minutes, and it says detect life in wall, and that was somebody who like. I was in the Companions Hall, and somebody was like, I had used Detect Life because I was looking for Ayla, and I saw somebody who was like, had clipped through the wall and was sitting down, and then they disappeared. It was the freakiest shit. So I wrote down the timestamp, and that's kind of the way that I do notes for this.
That did just jog my memory. Another glitch that I've noticed more with the AE update is certain animations being broken. So when I was in Solitude, you know how first time you go, you see the execution.
Yeah. Chop his head off.
Who's like, yeah, the dude who's like talking to the girl, being like, "Oh, you should go back to the house now." Blah blah
yeah.
blah. He just slide walks all the way to his position in
I think that's a special edition thing.
Is it? Because I've noticed that bug a few other times.
That's
the only one that is coming to my mind immediately. But
I had a bunch of slide walking. I had a bunch of slide walking during my special edition playthrough.
Oh, okay, maybe that isn't an AE thing, but
and not just NPCs
I feel like
doing
I've just
it.
Been noticing it more.
I did it at one point where like I was running full speed, but I was crouched and I was just like sliding around a dungeon, which was useful. I didn't want to break it because I was going so fast. For being in stealth. Anyone pop over and see Mahler is doing an EFAP on a movie he and Rags haven't seen and are critiquing from just Fringy's retelling. That's kind of the big issue with EFAP is how do they cover so many different topics. How do they like? I would be so kind of intimidated if they asked me to come on, because it would almost always be like, oh, we're going to talk about The Last of Us 2 because it's a video game. Do you want to show up? And it's like, haven't played The Last of Us 2. You want me to play a video game for your fucking stream? Not that I've ever been asked to go on.
And if, like, especially with their format and stuff, if you're talking for like 8-10 hours or something like that, you probably want to do more than just talk to, play the game. You would want to probably watch some other people's videos and read some, like, do a lot of research and shit. It's just
Yeah.
like, I don't know. That's definitely a format that I would never be able to do. That's for sure.
All right.
There's a lot to do, kind of. Bethesda has a habit of going to the quantity over quality approach, and
Lord.
going back to Oblivion, that was also the case. Bethesda tends to make their game world first, and then makes
Why was it based when Daggerfall did Radiant Quests?
content to fill that world. This is as opposed to making a game world that is built around the needs of the story or gameplay experience. The experience is the world, the story is the setting. This is what defines Bethesda games, and you're either good with that, or you're not going to have a good time with your games. The problem is that this is not really stated anywhere, especially marketing material. They advertise their games as having great elaborate stories, tons of variety, and super thought out gameplay mechanics that can support a wide gambit of character permutations. All of this is technically true, but none of it is exactly true, and none of it really is a strong suit of any of their games, least of all Skyrim. If you want elaborate and gripping stories, you might as well uninstall the game now because you're going to be disappointed. If you want tons of variety, you can sort of mod that in, but not really, and this is where I always had a hard time with Skyrim for the past 9 years, but more on that in a bit. And if you want the most out of...
Oh, now there's tons of variety with the Creation Club.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, superficial variety.
Yeah.
Like, they legit copied Red Dead 2 in some places. Have you noticed that? The, all the fishing quests, and, like, there's the quest where you get the map of all the wild horses. That's just a straight-up Red Dead 2 thing. Because they give you a map, and it has all the markers on it, and you have to collect them all.
Have you done the fishing at all?
I tried to do it. I don't understand it.
It's maybe I'm missing something, but it seemed really simple to me. And I kept catching slaughterfish, and I was like, well, okay, maybe this might be useful if I can get, like, scales off of them, and all I could do is eat them.
Yeah, so it's like, if you're not playing with survival, then there's no point to do it. Okay, here's what annoyed me. So there's one of the creations adds a bunch of plants from Morrowind, but you can't fucking grow them. You just have to buy them.
Why? It's oh my god. It's just the integration is so all over the place with all the creation content.
Oh no,
and it's like
there's one thing that's consistent. It's almost always lazy.
Yeah. And it's like, if I'm paying for this, surely they have somebody at Bethesda who is in charge of integrating this stuff and everything. I mean, sure,
Yeah.
they obviously have to integrate it into the storefront. So why are they not, like, at least, you know, just
Yeah,
keeping
why
a
isn't
spreadsheet or
why don't they
something?
hire some nerd who can, like, tell them, like, okay, you should probably set this quest to, like, level 40 because you give dragon bone armor as a reward, and that's, like, in-game gear.
Or God forbid, this is something that I always mention when me and my friend are, like, bitching about Creation Club content. So you have, you know, their NPCs, and Bethesda has voice actors. I'm sure they have quite a few that are on retainer and stuff to do pickup lines and stuff. There are probably people in the studio that could do voice lines. Why don't they have any of those people just come in for, like, literally 30 minutes and just record some voiceover?
Yeah.
Like, some studio grade. They have the equipment in-house. Just go and record some studio graded. Like,
Well, I think no,
voiceover.
they hire out the studios. They talk about that in some of the marketing that I've read. Is that
I don't know. You really think they don't have, like, some sort of, like?
I think
booth
what
in
they're
their
scared of.
studio
Okay, what they're
somewhere?
scared of is if they bring in a new voice actor, it'll stand out as being out of place because it'll be a voice actor that
You know what
isn't anywhere else in the game.
stands out more is me going up to a lady that I'm about to kill, and she just says, "I understand."
I understand. Yeah, yeah, it stands out. It stands out regardless. I get that. The thing with getting like old voice actors back though is that they won't sound the same. Like people's voices just change over time. Like, have you listened to Will's voice in his Oblivion video and then like his voice now? It sounds like
if
two.
he changed microphones.
Well, probably, but he's sounds like two completely different people.
But is that really, like I said though, like my biggest concern, and here's where it comes down to, is like, I'm paying for this content, and Todd is sitting there and Bethesda's sitting there saying, we want to make it so that these creators on our platform can make this into a career. And it's like, okay, why don't you give them the tools to be able to remain competitive then? Because why am I going to pay money for a mod that doesn't even have like voice acting when there are literally mods out there that have, granted that it's amateur voice acting and you can hear they're recording it in their bedroom, but if you have access to professional voice actors, or at least, you know, a recording studio or something, because like I said, this
an intern with a U87.
Yeah, like I find it hard to believe that they would not have at least an environment in Bethesda Studios, wherever this person is who works on the integration and stuff.
Yeah.
That they can't pull aside like 30 minutes and record, you know, like 10 lines of dialogue. And already it's like, okay, at least that's a little bit more polish.
I want to bring this up. Dawn Guard was sold for $20. So for the same price, you got one of the best pieces of DLC that Bethesda ever made, in my opinion. And I think Dragonborn was also priced at $20.
Yeah, it was.
All of Skyrim was $60. For $20, and they used to sell it for more. For $20, they are selling us extremely subpar content that it just isn't. It should be $5.
Yeah.
They should pay me. They really should pay me
for having to
how many fucking people, how many of you idiots, I'm not gonna be that mean, how many of you people bought Anniversary Edition because I've been shitposting about how jank it is? I guarantee you it's more than a handful of people.
That was the dilemma that I was originally going to stream it on like Thursday or Friday, but I decided not to because I was like, you know what? That sounds honestly kind of reckless because people are probably going to watch it and be like, you know what? I am going to spend it. Even though he's bitching about it constantly, I'm going to buy it anyway. I decided against streaming it.
I've tried to be as...
Don't buy it.
Yeah, I've tried to be as transparent as possible. Do not buy Anniversary Edition. Unless, like, you want to play Skyrim and all you have in your house is, like, a PlayStation 5. And so the only thing you can buy is Anniversary Edition.
And it's not even like the money, like I see people are like, well, you know, I have the money lying around, I can buy it. It's like, no, we shouldn't be
don't support it.
Don't support this business model. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, there are genuinely talented mod authors who have barely made any money making the quality mods that these people are imitating.
I want to know what the mod authors for CC are getting. Like, I want to know that number.
Apparently they're employees now.
Oh yeah, they did hire some of them, so.
So I guess what they're getting is a salary.
I wonder if they're still working on the CC content though, or if they're like actual developers now working on like Starfield.
Right.
Yeah, you can donate on Nexus mods. I always see people say like, "Well, you can donate to the mod."
But nobody does. Somebody did a breakdown of the money, and like, the average mod author apparently gets like $2 a year from what they do.
It's
or a month or something, like some minuscule amount of money.
I don't know what the solution is because it'd be great if mod authors could get paid. I think that would probably
I disagree. I think that mod authors should they should use it as a platform to pitch their own in games.
Or get hired,
use
it for like
their freelance services, which is what that was how we rationalized mods back in 2011 was these people aren't getting paid. They're doing it so that they can potentially get a job in the industry, or they're just doing it out of passion. But passion sucks, by the way. Most people don't stick around because of passion. It's like saying I only listen to musicians who do it for passion. Well, they're not going to be around very long. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not doing this YouTube thing out of passion.
Unless it's like Neil Breen, who he seems to really enjoy making movies. But fuck, he makes money from it though, because people buy his stuff. So never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. Bringing it back to the modding scene though, because you do. The problem is that like I see it from the legal perspective, where it's like, so you have somebody. It's like, okay, you know, you're making a Bethesda, like a mod for Skyrim, whatever. Bethesda's okay with you making a mod, but now that mod author is making something that's like a Star Wars crossover,
Right.
Is
that pissed
Disney
me off.
gonna
So,
be okay with somebody making money off of?
so the reason that we've never gotten an Elder Scrolls mod for Total Warhammer is because they have it in their rules that you can't use other people's intellectual properties in Total Warhammer mods.
Oh, yeah,
Which
they're
I think
covering
is
their
a
asses there with that.
yeah, which I think is a massive missed potential. I think that it would be amazing to play an Elder Scrolls conversion of Total Warhammer.
Hey, you know, it'd be cool if you know, Bethesda would just officially license that then to
Creative Assembly,
people,
yeah.
developers. Yeah, and let them do it then.
Yeah, fuck Games Workshop. They suck giant, massive horse cocks. Make a Elder Scrolls Total War game, and set it in 2920, because that's the big world war of Elder Scrolls. Or you can do the Great War if you're lame. But I just think it would be a really cool thing to see. Anyways, we're off topic.
The character creation system, you absolutely gotta get mods. On all three fronts, there's plenty of room for disappointment, and this is where Bethesda gets absolutely bodied by criticism, and it's all perfectly warranted. Hell, before this recent playthrough, I thought I was going to be just another one throwing my 2 pieces of lumber into that fire. But then I started playing, and that usual boredom didn't set in. I clocked 60 hours, and the game still had a death grip on me as I had to tear myself away to finally start working on the video. The world of Skyrim, which I always criticized as being lazy and uninspired, enthralled me in a way it never had before. The dungeons, which I always thought were boring copy-pasted linear runs with no attention put into their designs and layouts, were now each surprisingly unique, especially compared to those of Oblivion's. The first thing I had to do was admit my impressions of the game were wrong for almost a decade. That's a strange thing to do, especially since
I disagree. Like, your subjective opinion can change over time. You said that your impressions were wrong. No, you had those impressions.
Well, no, what's weird is that to have it for a decade and then pretty much a decade and be like, oh wait, no.
Yeah, but that's how
No,
we
I'm
treat
okay
most
with this
things.
game,
Like, that's why it's called first impressions.
But I mean, you gotta think of it from this perspective. I've played a lot of Skyrim, like probably almost 1,000 hours at this point. 900 of those hours, I hated the game, but I just kept going back over and over and over again for some reason. And I know I'm not alone in this.
That's something I have to talk about is, like, why do people who hate this fucking game play so much of it?
Keep coming back to it. Yeah.
Which
I've always seen, like, the theory is that there's just people feel like there's some sort of narrative they're just not clicking with.
Hidden
like
potential?
there's some part
okay.
Yeah, some
I'll give my reason. I played so much Skyrim. I've got about 1,000 hours because I played modded Skyrim that I did a decent amount of work to turn into a game that I like.
Yep. For me, like, I would install the mod loadout that I have for this video is not unusual for me. I would usually mod this game for like 4 days straight, have like 150 mods in there, and then I'd go and I'd start playing, and you know, after like 15 hours or so, I'd be bored again. And it'd be the same thing. Like, for whatever reason, you know, I couldn't mod the game out of its mediocrity.
Well, okay, so someone brought up why don't mods have GitHub pages? That's exactly the point, is that mod authors have this weird idea that it's going to turn into something. They're investing themselves in a future career. It's going to be like YouTube, except on YouTube, we make original things. And we live in a rule set that allows us to make money off of that. You inherently live in a rule set that's unfriendly to you making money. You should be maneuvering to use it as your resume to get a job or to be a freelancer or to be an indie developer. And I'm kind of curious how many indie developers started in modding. I think that would be a good thing to find out.
I mean, there's a lot of those mods like Enderall and stuff that started as a mod and then became, you know, an actual game.
Well, no,
So,
Enderall was the Narum guys, wasn't it? Like, it's a sequel to Narum.
I don't know. I've never played it. All I've heard is that it
Those-
was originally...
Those guys are like legit
was originally-
developers. So my understanding
really?
of the Narum story was that, if you don't know, Oblivion's German version was absolute dog shit. And so what happened was a bunch of German modders got together and they made Narum, which is Enderall for Oblivion. And if you've ever played it, you know it's in German. All the dialogue's in a foreign language. And so Enderall's just kind of the sequel to that for Skyrim. Now I'm kind of curious.
okay.
Do they do other things? Like, are they a company? What games have they made?
Well, there's also the...
They made the game
that
Mad
example-
Restaurant People. But I mean, that's the thing. They can't sell Enderall, but they can sell this Mad Restaurant People game for $9 on Steam.
Restaurant. I'm gonna look that up. Sounds like
So-
a management game.
See, so like, that's sort of the way it should work. Is they use their sort of modding experience to pivot into something. I don't know if it's successful, but
It is a management game. I have a soft spot for management games. It's like one of my addictions.
I always wanted Prison Architect, but for retail. I actually thought about trying to make that.
Oh. I toyed with the idea. I even started design docking it, like a game that was about running a grocery store, because I have a lot of experience with that.
Well, I was gonna be
If
like
there was-
general retail, and it would like you would start with a small outlet, and then you could like. Part of Prison Architect is like you can new game plus it. I was gonna make that like a mechanic for like you finish a store and then you start a new store, and that's like basically forming a chain outlet kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, very few management games get the chain aspect of it down. You can't make like satellite studios or anything like that. 'Cause,
Mhm.
you know, there's like those games where you can like Video Game Tycoon. Not really the perfect example, but it's like there's never a point where it's like, okay, this studio's set up. Let's set up a satellite studio now that can assist with development and stuff. Oh,
No,
interesting.
I don't enjoy German forklift simulators. It's more like I be tactical in H3VR, and I make like really absurd guns. Hang on, I'm gonna. So H3VR has like a roguelike mode. That's like a genuine game. Shit. Where's that picture? And so, people have been posting memes of that Kyle Rittenhouse trailer. Like, they'll be like, so how many people did you have to kill for this Undertale genocide run? That kind of stuff. I'm kind of worried that, like, if I ever went to trial, this H3VR stuff would come up. Then I would just show them this picture. Like, look at these things. Look at these things. They're ridiculous. No way I could ever be a murderer. Look at the atrocities that I created. But H3VR is a lot of fun. My only complaint about it is one of the objectives you have to do is absurdly difficult to do and usually ends my playthroughs. This is tame, but this is based on just the like I didn't do this with the sandbox mode. This was in the actual like H3VR take and hold game.
I don't even know what this game is.
It's like it's for VR. So H3VR is like a platform for like gun simulation in VR. And so it started off as like a
Okay.
range game, but they added like a roguelike mode where you can you have an objective and you got to clear an area, and like there's points that you earn that you spend on new guns and stuff. I like to play with the limited ammo. So instead of like having infinite ammo to reload with, I have like a limited supply. I find that a lot of fun. I do play on Ricky Dicky Random. I don't like any of the normal progression modes. They added too many joke guns. Yeah, you shoot a lot of hot dogs. Well, last night I was running with a SCAR that had a canted iron sight and a canted ACOG on on each side. And when I tried to use it, both of my eyes were on a different sight, and it like threw me off. All right, so let's continue.
I've been revisiting this game over and over again almost every year since 2011.
I call that stalking.
Well, when you
Time I-
revisit a game.
Yeah, over and over.
Got my playthrough even more soured, but each time I was driven just a little more insane by my desire to go back. Why was I compelled to return to a game I didn't like? Was I forgetting what I didn't like about it?
Is something off with their faces? Like, what the fuck? They look like Morrowind models.
The guards.
Yeah, like their faces.
I don't know. I just installed the open guards helmet mod. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some like fucked up models or something because it was never intended for you to see their faces.
Maybe I have a pretty terrible memory with games after all. Was I just wishing the game to be something that it wasn't and I was too stubborn to let it go and would rather be reminded of my disappointment than actually move on? Well,
It's clearly just nostalgia, bro. It's a skill issue.
Oh wait.
Looks like the GTA remasters. Did they make a deal? Is like
Oh,
the GTA remaster like covering for Anniversary Edition or something?
oh my god, dude, right?
Like, we're not talking about Anniversary Edition in the news because there's this remaster that's absolutely terrible.
Why can't I don't get this. Why can't like huge developers that have billions of dollars at their disposal make good like remasters
So-
when there are literally people who just
Yeah,
they're modding it and it's better?
My understanding is, like, okay, so I'm basing this on the Warcraft 3 one. When they did that remaster, it wasn't Blizzard that did it. They got like some satellite slave studio to make the remaster. And it
Yeah.
was just like cobbled together assets and like no design philosophy. So it's not like, you know, Rockstar, developer of Red Dead Redemption 2, like sat down one day and was like, we're going to make a terrible remaster.
Yeah, but you have people like look at like Sky Oblivion and stuff. I mean, obviously it's not out, so you can't judge it entirely, but it's like there are people who are working within the tools, within the confines of the tools themselves and the engines themselves that are making like arguably better remasters than what these studios that have, for all intents and purposes, almost unlimited budget. Starting out like the Rockstar thing, that's a whole new studio. That's Grove Street Games. So it's
Mhm.
like they had
Oh,
one
God.
project. It was this, and this is
Because
what they managed
Take-Two's-
to pull together.
Well, Take-Two's a horrible company to work for.
Yeah, that's that's probably part of the problem.
But I
as
mean, the whole
well.
thing of it is, it's a cash grab. Like, who genuinely
Yeah.
sits around and goes, I want to remaster my old things? No, you want to make new ones. Who gives a fuck about San
The
Andreas?
developers, yeah, the developers definitely don't want the remasters. I feel like it's more the fucking audience that is just clamoring for it.
Yeah,
And
if you want to play San Andreas, just go play the old San Andreas.
well, they don't work anymore. You know.
Yeah.
They had to pull them down off of Steam, and it's like, well, why doesn't?
Yeah, why don't you
don't
just
they
fix it?
have Some yeah, like
Like
I doubt it's.
DS Fix
I
was
doubt
made
it's
in like
some-
a day.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, Fallout 3 doesn't work on Steam. Somebody just made the games for Windows Live remove her. It's like
Coincidentally, after a
holy-
million view video that brought it up, coincidentally, not taking credit for that or anything.
But like even Bully, it's unplayable on PC unless you get this fan-made patch. So it's like if somebody who doesn't have access to the source code can make a patch that makes the game run, what could like just like 5 people at Rockstar for like
Mhm.
probably a couple weeks manage to pull together?
Somebody emailed me
think
the
they
other
can get
day
the games
asking me
for
how to
it.
fix Harry Potter games. I kind of regret not explaining that in the video, but I feel like that would be like too technical.
Yeah.
to be like,
Uh,
here's everything that you need to make it work, and here's how you install it. Because there's like a
So
20-minute video on how to fix those games.
Yeah, if you want that information, it's gonna be out there. It's not up. It really isn't the job of the dude who's trying to explain to you why he likes the game, to explain how to make the game work. In all honesty. It's- Um, but yeah, so that what was I gonna say? That Harry Potter video was interesting because I wound up watching it, even though I have never watched anything Harry Potter, never read the books, nothing like none of that. So I was like watching it, and I was so fucking lost watching the video. And it's because what's interesting is I'm gonna bring this back to other like YouTubers and stuff. I'll watch like Mandalore is great, where I'll watch a video, I have no idea what the fuck game he's playing, never even heard of it, and I'll watch it, and by the end of it, I have somewhat of an idea as to what the game's about and stuff, and I might even want to play the game by the end of it.
So you're saying I
But-
did a bad job?
No. So I think what you do is just you cover things in a more technical way that you don't leave room for like that explanation and stuff, because you just are under the assumption, okay, why the fuck is somebody who has no idea what this game's about even watch this video?
Yeah, I do kind of assume,
And it's just,
because it's all about nostalgia at the end of the day. That's why I made that. They made that video like expressly, was I'm gonna cash in on some nostalgia.
and that's why I think the Battlefront 2 video did so well as well. It's just I always see a ton of nostalgia for that game, that franchise in general. But yeah, so it's interesting seeing like which content creators are like, they make that assumption that, yeah, okay, the only people who are going to watch this are fans. I don't have to spend the time explaining this. And then other ones who are like I'm going to say Salt Factory, I'm assuming, kind of has this idea where it's like, well, you know, if nobody's played the game in a while, or if they've never played it at all, they can watch my video and they'll be able to catch up. But when you do that, you sit there and you're explaining things, you know, you lose a lot of runway. You can't get into the nitty gritty of things. And if you want to make a video that's 40 minutes long, but very technical, you got to throw away the summary and shit.
Well, yeah, and that kind of begs the question, like, why synopsize stuff? Typically, it's because you want to set up your analysis. Like, no, I don't think anybody should be doing synopsis for the sake of synopsis, unless it's like expressly like, and even then, it's like Skyrim in 5 minutes. That's a video genre.
I actually, well, like I said in the beginning of this stream, I think there is actually a demand. There is a market for just like a narrated Let's Play, where, because think of it like this, like how many people sit there and like watch and listen to our videos while they're at work? You have an 8-hour long shift, you have 2 hours worth of content. It's like, I think there's room in there for like a 6-hour video where, you know, you just talk about what you did in the game. I think there is a demand for it. It's just not in an analysis video. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
No, I understand that, but that kind of gets into like that cynical, we do it to make noise
yeah, I know.
kind of interpretation.
But I do watch streams where like I'll just put it on and then I'm just working on shit, and it really it is just noise for me. That's, I don't know.
Well,
There's
so someone brought it up. Yeah, Rekieta Law has been like killing it in YouTube live streaming because of this Rittenhouse trial. And those streams are like 10 hours every day with like 500 guests.
Damn.
So anyways.
I have problems quitting on things, so that's entirely possible. Or was I seeing something buried in the game, something that was giving me satisfaction, but I just couldn't identify it or figure out how to tap into it? Now, that I think is closer to the truth. I think all three of these factors, and several more, were all contributing to me having to come back to Skyrim to give it a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th shot. The problem can really be boiled down to me having incompatible expectations of the game. Everything in life is colored by our expectations and our frames of references, but let's keep it simple and only focus on video games. If I want a game that's about skill and dexterity, I'm going to look for a shooter or fighting game. If I want an adventure or a good story, I might pick up an RPG. If I'm looking for puzzle and problem solving, there's platformers and strategy games. This is why we have genres, and this is why games are usually designed with a genre in mind. Our expectations, that is, I expect this game to have lots of meaningful dialogue and world building, comes from past games I've played and what the marketing and reviews state. My frame of reference, that is, what those expectations actually translate to in reality, really the limitations and possibilities of those expectations, are formed once again from past games, marketing, and reviews. My problem was that both of these things were warped so badly by Oblivion. I originally came to Skyrim expecting Oblivion 2, and Oblivion 2 Skyrim ain't, at least not for me. What I loved about Oblivion was making crazy, weird, or just plain broken and powerful characters, running through dungeons, making fat stacks of gold, hitting up my favorite quest lines, indulging in an unhealthy dose of nostalgia, and when all else failed, just wandering and exploring Cyrodiil. This is not, in my opinion, exactly how someone should approach Skyrim, especially if they are coming from previous installments in the franchise. Like I said earlier, Bethesda redid just about everything with Skyrim, making radical, sweeping changes to the levelings.
Yeah, they talk about this a lot. They really want to, like, this is Bethesda's version of not an Elder Scrolls channel, is that they, like, start over with each game that they make.
Yeah.
Now, let me be certain here. This is about, like, expectations from Skyrim, right?
Yeah. So, like I said, for like 9 years, I always held a grudge against Skyrim because I was looking at this from the view of Oblivion, where it's like, what I love to do in Oblivion is just make really just stupid freaking builds and stuff and go around just breaking the game, basically. That's what I love to do in Oblivion, is break the game. And I come into Skyrim and it's like, it can break the game, but it's just not as entertaining.
It's in really boring ways.
Yeah,
like
just
there's the restoration loop that everybody talks about, but fuck, is that boring?
Yeah, I'd rather just, go into Oblivion and just enchant something with some like stupid like combination of spells that just basically breaks AI whenever I hit a like enemy with it or something like that. So that was always the thing that I always had against Skyrim, was like I came into Skyrim from the get-go being like, all right, time for Oblivion 2. And
so basically, like, it was less jank.
Yeah, which is kind of weird to say, where it's like, they made a more polished game, and because of that, I hated it more. Because if like you watch my Oblivion video, that's basically my conclusion, is because I start the video, I'm like, I really love Oblivion, and the whole video is me just dunking on like all the shortfalls of Oblivion, and then at the end I'm like, yeah, I like Oblivion because it's just fucked up, and I like the fucked up nature of it. But then I like Skyrim,
fuck, man, this game sucks. 10 out of 10. I give it the badass seal of approval.
It is a fucking mess, and I love it. It is a glorious mess, but it's like Oblivion for me is like the definition of like a diamond in the rough, because there are like there's some fun things you can do with it. There's like, if you get like a good build going in that game for a few levels anyway, the game feels pretty good. It gets pretty, but like Skyrim never hits that point where it's like, wow, my build feels awesome, I'm having so much fun right now. It's just like, it's just, yeah, okay. Just, I'm either getting bodied or I'm bodying everybody else.
The weird thing about this VTuber model is that it doesn't smile. Like, I don't think
I've noticed.
I don't think it smiles. I tried to make it happen. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that with VTuber models. None of them are able to smile effectively.
Skills, races, magic, alchemy, and enchanting systems. They removed star signs and replaced them with standing stones. They reduced attributes down to just 3, and there's millions of videos that you can watch that will dissect what they changed, and...
Oh, and we are.
Not gonna do it in this video, but I mean, if you want, we can talk about that right now.
Well, I mean, are there millions of videos that dissect the differences? Or are there like, I can't find them.
At this point, I'm kind of questioning that. It's like going back to the thing we were talking about, where you have like dementia about certain things. I could have sworn that I've watched those videos a million times. I could have sworn Salt Factory did it.
Right? You assume. Well, it's okay. It's 2 hours, so clearly it's got to be dissecting all the differences, right?
Yeah. Well, it's also one of those things where it's like, surely somebody's done this, right? Like, that's the most obvious thing. Like, I didn't do it in this video because I thought, God, it's so obvious. Of course, there's going to be a million videos like that out there.
Right.
But watching your streams, I'm like, holy shit, where are these videos?
Well, that was the most the most jarring thing. That's why I had to take Thursday off, was like, there was this sort of idea I had that we were going to watch like a really good Skyrim video. We were finally going to get to it, and then it didn't happen. I thought that White Light would be it, and it didn't happen. I thought that Never Knows Best would be it, and it didn't happen. And it was weird because I thought White Light would, like, he's generally a good content creator, and Never Knows Best had a really good stream when we did this for Oblivion. So it's like,
I was really surprised by Never Knows Best thing because I watched his Dragon Age video and I thought that video was really good.
yeah, like he's typically a really good content creator. So it was like, mind you, Never Knows Best video isn't terrible. It was more like it was the final blow after like a week of just like getting knocked around. And that was why I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna watch 5 of these fucking things on Thursday, and no, I can't do that.
I mean, that's from an audience perspective. I can say is that you've kept it entertaining. I've not been bored watching the streams.
Metatron has the
Whatever
best video. Metatron has like, he's a good platform for discussion, I would think. I was expecting more kind of analysis, like historical comparisons to like real world sort of factions. And then it was just sort of like, here's who I chose, and it's because they have cool armor. All right.
Usually conclude most of the changes were terrible. What they really tried to do was rebalance Oblivion, which heavily favored magic and stealth. Although Skyrim still has stupid powerful stealth builds, but at least they tried, I guess. My point being, one of my favorite aspects of Oblivion, possibly my absolute favorite aspect, had been toned down a lot in Skyrim. And nothing was locked out or
And she killed a mercenary.
I was reading chat. What was I killing?
You killed one of the mercenaries at Golden Glow.
Oh, because this isn't a stealth character, so I just,
Don't
ran in there with my fucking.
What happens if you kill those guys? You just don't get paid?
No, I don't think. I think they still do pay you.
I thought like part
I
of
mean, you just get,
the
like-
conditions of the contract was that you can't kill the mercenaries.
Oh no, you can go in there and just start slaughtering.
Oh
all of
man, what have I been doing with my life?
them. Come on, this is Skyrim. You don't get punished for coloring
Coloring outside the lines.
Yeah. I don't know if that's even valid. There are no lines to color within. It's just.
No, there's lines. It's the edge of the paper.
Yeah. It's just another dungeon.
Wow.
There's something for your video, I guess.
Fuck me then.
You could transition to any weapon type with just a few levels and perks, no harm, no foul. Okay, what about hitting dungeons and making fat stacks of gold? Well, a lot of dungeons are now tied to quests. Very few are just standalone, go in and kill everything affairs. And that's probably a change for the better, actually, because playing Elder Scrolls games like Diablo looting games is a terrible idea, and I just had poor judgment and taste when I was younger. I mentioned favorite quests.
How do you feel after being the guy who streamed my Oblivion mod?
I like that mod.
It was good content.
Yeah. So this is a little bit of a weird take. I'm not sure if I really 100% agree with what I said at this point, because it's like I kind of just like defeated my own argument for whatever reason. Dungeon crawling in Skyrim it's an interesting experience. I'm trying to like let's see, how can I word this? I lost my train of thought.
Well, I was asking you about the Oblivion mod. Sort of just like approaching dungeons from like a purely mechanical dungeon diving perspective.
In Oblivion, it kind of sucks. Except, so the mod that you made was interesting because you're locked entirely in it, so you don't have the resources of being able to go to like towns and stuff and take care of things. So you really have to start to think of the game in more terms of like the mechanics that are available to you, and the game starts to change quite a bit. Doesn't make the combat any more enjoyable though, and I think like that was the point that I was trying to make in this video here, is that the combat kind of lets you down when you're trying to go through the dungeons and things like that. You start to get bored because the combat just drags on and on.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting mod idea, and for those who don't know, I've kind of updated it a little bit by adding like a bunch of alchemy ingredients, and like I had some interesting ideas. Like I copied like boss enemies that would be in Oblivion, which you don't get to go to in that mod. And so like I would put like a flame Mantronac in a dungeon, and that would be the boss, and he would have a key that you would need to like progress. And then like they would drop items and you would make money that way, and then every 10 dungeons or so you would get a merchant with like a highly curated list of stuff. But, you know, there wasn't a lot of like incentive to keep working on that mod, which is the point of modding, in my opinion. It's like I don't need to mod to like set myself up as a game developer, because I already have myself set up as an influencer. No, I hate that term. Do you like being called an influencer?
No.
I don't. I know a few people who like unironically would call themselves influencer.
I don't even like calling myself, like when I would describe what I do to other people who are like completely unaware of, like they don't even know what the fuck YouTube is, I describe myself as like a video game critic. And even that, I don't.
I wouldn't say that.
Really, yeah,
that's a fast way to get shoved in the locker.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like
I say freelance video editor.
Yeah. Independent film creator. It's not even that. My dad just says I'm a podcaster. I'm like, you know what? That's probably closest to the truth.
That's as close as we're gonna get you, buddy.
He's a 65-year-old boomer, and if he
you're like that Joe Rogan guy, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Really into Howard Stern. I didn't know this about you.
Yeah, he'll be like, because what it was is like I said podcast once in a conversation with him, and ever since then he's just like, oh, so how's the podcast going? I'm like, oh, it's on a podcast, but yeah, okay, it's going all right.
Is this why you wanted to start a podcast? So that like, you could say that you've actually worked on one?
No, I want to start a podcast because that's genuinely something that I've always wanted to do. Since I have a problem where if like I watch something for too long or I listen to something, whatever, that I want to do that now.
That's so pretty normal. Like, that's how I work.
Watched a lot of I watched a lot of Red versus Blue, and then one day I was like, I want to make a machinima. And it's just like,
oh yeah, I was gonna bring that up to you. Like have you noticed that like at the end of all the modern, so they've been doing the like full season releases, right? Yeah. Have you watched those?
No, I haven't had time.
So at the end of them, they have like the new characters do like the outro where they say like, hey, you should subscribe and what have you. I swear to God, they didn't actually animate them. What they did was they made them VTube models and did it that way.
Oh really?
Yeah.
So VTubing is better animated than
whatever they're doing.
They
yeah,
can pull together now.
Yeah, like apparently they don't have like space on the render farm due to Ruby to justify a show that gets like 10,000 views, so they animate in Unreal Engine. And
interesting.
I don't know why they bother. I guess animating is easier than getting a bunch of like mannequins to stand still. I think the problem was the show. Okay, I have this problem with Chorus. Okay, I've been watching that lately. I've always had this problem. Chorus is a bunch of scenes of 10 characters standing, staring at each other, not moving, having a conversation.
They're not even head bobbing?
Yeah, well, like the guy that's talking is head bobbing, and then like you can tell like, okay, and then the guy that's controlling all of them is like switching control. Okay, this is Tucker's controller. Okay, and then he does that, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, if you watch the Blood Gulch Chronicles, the maximum number of characters, probably because of like engine limitations of the time, right, would be like there would be like 4 characters in a scene, like on screen at any time. Whereas like Hang on, I'll get you a picture of what I'm talking about. Shouldn't take me not but 2 seconds because this Red vs. Blue is full of this stuff.
Switch back to the stream. It's interesting. I've seen like how they do it behind the scenes at Rooster Teeth and stuff. The guy who voices Griff, Jeff Ramsey, he actually did a lot of the head bombing in their original, like the original videos, and he would literally do like 4 or 5 at a time. He had like a setup where he could literally head bob like 4 or 5 different people at once. And
So this is what I'm talking
that's
about.
an interesting skill set.
He's the last man standing, isn't he?
Gus Sorolla's still there too. The dude who does Simmons.
So it's like every scene is just this.
Yes. Yeah. That's
People like Chorus, and I don't understand why. It's a really bad story.
I fell off. I tried watching it. I just couldn't get into it. But I'm also just a fucking Red versus Blue boomer, and I'm like, yeah, probably should have stopped at season 5. Even season 5 started to
I would say stop at season 8.
Are you standing up right now? What's with your
What's with my character?
Oh, okay. The all I saw was fucking jiggle.
Yeah.
That's Lines in Oblivion.
I just move a little bit and it'll go.
It's Lines in Oblivion, so what about Skyrim? For that, I gotta kick that can down the road a little longer because we need to see more of the stories in Skyrim before we can discuss them. But trust me, I'm not gonna leave you hanging on that. And nostalgia? Well, I got no nostalgia for Skyrim, so there's no indulging that.
Wait, you have no nostalgia for Skyrim?
No.
Elaborate. Sounds like an interesting position.
Dude, I hated the game for 9 years. This is like, I might have a little bit of nostalgia now. Like, going back to it now, I'm like, oh yeah, it was kind of fun playing it last year. But before this, every time I would play it, I'd be playing it almost begrudgingly. Where I'm like, I really want to play a Bethesda game. I've played Oblivion to death. I don't really feel like playing Fallout 3. I guess I'll play Skyrim again and try it again. But it was never like, oh man, remember when I played that? Remember when I quit playing Skyrim at 60 hours and I was standing in solitude? Like, it's such a standout moment for me. It's literally burned in my brain. I could literally go there right now and rig the exact, like, I could replicate this, like, the memory in my head because it was so standout for me how badly I hated that fucking game after 60 hours. So, no, there's no nostalgia. Even now, there's really not.
Whatever,
much.
you're just nostalgic. Your video is nothing but Skyrim bad, Oblivion good. The hack.
So we come to exploration at long last. My problem with exploration is a weird and kind of embarrassing one. I was just never really good at it. I liked video games more than anything else because they could let me explore worlds, but I never quite got the key concept of exploration until I got older. Taking things slow. I'd always zipped around Cyrodiil at Mach 12, but for the most part I usually just went wherever I wanted because the game just didn't have that many quests and objective markers. I also spent 3,000 hours in Cyrodiil, so by virtue of time invested, I'd also seen just a lot of the world and was familiar enough to know where my favorite locales were. But Skyrim I'm much less familiar with. And to top it all off, I'd like to go back to looking at this. This infernal thing is what has killed so many runs for me, and is what has absolutely saved this one. Wait, what? When I saw this journal filling up with things, I used to see a to-do list, a bunch of annoying tasks and chores I needed to complete so I can get another million annoying tasks and chores. This time around, I looked at it as an itinerary. Locations and people I need to travel.
I hate that shit. I hate the fact that you make commitments to so many people and then, like, you follow up on them, like, months later. Sorry, it was really important that I buy all the alchemy ingredients from all the merchants in Skyrim before rescuing your kidnapped daughter. Oh, wait, they got that one.
Oh. You're talking in game? I thought you were talking about something in chat.
No, I'm talking to you, fucker.
Yeah, so what's the solution there? Just make it so that like quests will just fail after a while or something like that?
Okay, so in Daggerfall, quests were timed, which was easy because it's Radiant, right? But it's like,
yeah,
there was always a time component to quests, which made it interesting because it wasn't just that you had to travel a long distance to go to a dungeon to get something and then come back. It's that you had a limited amount of time to do it, so you couldn't just fuck around. And even the main quest has like time restrictions that if you don't abide, you just fail it. So obviously Skyrim can't do that because it's not a very flexible system, but they started adding Radiant quests, which seems like the perfect opportunity to really do that. And while I think it would be weird to have like Amryn ask you to get a sword and then it fail, and then like he awkwardly goes, "Hey, can you still get my sword?" I still think that would be preferable to the end result of I have 10,000 quests to do, and because it takes any narrative tension away. So, like, the thrust of the Thieves Guild quest is there's a limited amount of time you have to stop Mercer Frey from getting the Eye of the Falmer. He was doing that for a while for me.
So, it's funny you bring up, like, the Thieves Guild, because I feel like the Thieves Guild has some of the worst pacing in the entire game.
It's like a massive rubber band. It goes so well until the betrayal.
And what's also weird too is like they have the it has all the problems of like pacing in like an Elder Scrolls quest line. It has that you go in there and you start as like nothing, and then like within like 2 or 3 quests you're one of the main
moment
guys
that you walked in, I knew there was trouble in the air.
Oh my god, when you go down there and bring your off, it's like, I'm telling you, there's something different about it. It's like, I stole a fucking ring off of somebody because you were distracting everyone.
Well, clearly, you're willing to do work, and 99% of the Thieves Guild members aren't. That's exceptional.
Like, so they have this system in place, because that's like the guild for like Radiant quests, you know? And they have this whole system in there, and I actually don't even really mind the Radiant quests in the Thieves Guild all that much. It's just like how they're presented and used is just fucking a tragedy. It's like, why don't we have it so that if you between doing missions, you have to do like 1 or 2 Radiant quests just to
I agree with that.
Make it so that it's not like I literally just came and stole this dude's ring, and now I'm one of the trusted guys, and I'm gonna go do this job that one of your like veterans failed.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be the one to go do it. It's like,
oh,
what?
but he wanted you to get killed. He was shocked when you pulled it off. Yeah.
Yeah, he recognized me as a threat because I stole somebody's
The
ring.
moment you walked in the door, I knew there was trouble in the air. I forget what the exact quote is, but it's as dumb as that.
They had a system in place so that they could pace this out believably, and they just push it off to like the back burner because they don't want to like actually make people do the Radiant quests. It's like, so did they know that Radiant quests sucked?
I assume yes.
Is that like the mission here?
I like the part of the Thieves Guild where you're rebuilding it. So you do 5 quests in the Hold Capital, and then you get a special quest, right? I feel like those special quests should have been the like filler material that the Thieves Guild should have used to pace things out. So it really feels like you're getting the good jobs because you're making waves in the guild. And if you do that, then you don't have that awkward moment where after you get the Eye of the Falmer, you have to grind 25 quests to become the guild master.
Yeah. It's weird because it's like there are plenty. If they just restructured it and presented it just a little bit differently, and in all honesty, reduce the amount of Radiant quests that you have to do, especially the randomness of it is just fucking brutal.
Let the player pick what city they want to do and make it only like 3 quests.
Yeah. Like, if they just made those changes, the Thieves Guild would have went from, like, being extremely mediocre to it's actually somewhat decent. Because it's like at the end, because how it always works is like everybody like rushes through all the main story missions of it, and then at the end like, well, I gotta grind all these fucking Radiant quests. I'm not even gonna bother doing that.
Yeah.
And it's cool too because like at the end it's a great reward. Like the Thieves Guild gets completed, you have access to all those shops and stuff. And
yeah,
it's like
you have a great
intrinsic reward.
You have a Skyrim-wide network of support for your activities. It genuinely feels like you are the head of a faction.
it feels like it was the most thought out, but they just like got cold feet at the last minute, and they're just like, no, we can't force the player to actually engage with this as if it's a real guild. That's insane. Just make half the content completely optional and call it a day.
So weird fetch quests to get the next step to a real Thieves Guild quest. Yes, because the alternative is that you're being sent to do stuff that the top members of the guild failed to do as your like second quest. You were so good at extorting people for money that we're going to send you on a high stakes infiltration mission.
Was it your Oblivion video where you said you were fine with like small random bullshit quests because it makes that's basically what turned me on to that whole idea.
The Fighters Guild is a better faction than the Companions because it has a lot of you doing Fighters Guild stuff. There's a lot of dumb running around, but I like that element. Like if the Fighters Guild quest was like the Skyrim faction, the Blackwood Company would be introduced in the first mission, and so you would have like a core of Blackwood Company missions, and it would be like six quests long. And I just don't see that being a good thing. It is not good pacing.
Yeah, because it turns into everything feels like it's just one grand epic adventure, and it's like it almost tramples on the underlying design principles of the Elder Scrolls, which Todd says over and over and over again, which is you're somebody just living a life in another world. And it's like, okay.
In fairness, I think Morrowind's Fighters Guild did it best, because Morrowind's Fighters Guild had a lot of variety to the stuff it would ask you to do. I'm not an ironic VTuber, I'm an actual VTuber. Come on now. Keep up.
I gotta get to playing Morrowind after Skyrim's done.
I'm telling you, Tez 3 MP.
Tez 3 MP?
Mm-hmm.
You got... I don't know. Are you gonna be there to play it with me? Because none of my friends play Morrowind.
We should do like a character. So we'll have like set times that we do it. Because I have an idea for a character that I've wanted to do for a long time that only works in Tez 3 MP.
Okay. I'd be down. I want to play my first playthrough though before that.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
And visit. This is what is called a frame of reference shift. And let me tell you, that was a...
Did you just invent a term?
Yes.
I heard. I remember you saying something about you inventing terms. Let's look up frame of reference shift. Let's see if anybody has already coined that term. Physics.
I mean,
yeah, it's typically a physics and astronomy thing.
Hey, I tried to work in. Listen, in my Fallout 76 video, I tried to work in an investing term. I tried to turn that into an analysis term.
Someone gave me shit for saying dividends in a video.
Fuck them. That is a perfect.
It's like, wow, we got a Wolf of Wall Street here, and it's like, no, it's a pretty accurate way to describe Oblivion's leveling system in terms of the health.
Yeah, because you invest in it and it has like a compounding. Oh, right. And then you got that other comment because you had this fucking. Oh, yeah, now I remember the comment. Oh.
So basically, parallax. Okay, here's how frame of reference works. Typically, when you think about the Earth in an astrophysical sense, you're looking at it from the Earth's frame of reference. The reality is, not only is the Earth orbiting the Sun is orbiting the galactic core, and the galaxy is moving in its own direction as well. So you look at things from different frames of references to kind of get an idea of the bigger picture. So like you can look at the Earth's frame of reference, you can look at the Sun's frame of reference for tracking its movement, and then you can look at like the galaxy's frame of reference. And so that's kind of the idea behind the premise. No, the Earth is shaped like a dick. Keep up.
Literal game changer. Couple that with me refusing to fast travel outside of using carriages and my survival mods, and suddenly I was playing a completely different game. I wasn't looking at this going, okay, time to hit the next quest in the Thieves Guild. I was going,
How is this not more annoying when you don't have fast travel?
Enjoying the time between. The way I see it is like Skyrim, Elder Scrolls games in general. It's like the game really takes place between the destinations. So for me, like actually wandering around the world and stuff like that, it's like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool. It helps me see something that you don't really see if you're fast traveling all over the place all the time.
I think White Light had that perspective.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard that recently. But that's always, it's kind of the crux of the whole argument that I'm making in this video is like, I would always just run around, just fast traveling, just trying to check things off of the list instead of like, just letting it play out and just, you know, going on doing my thing while the world around me. It's an immersion thing as well.
I think waiting for 2 months for me to save your loved one is kind of immersion breaking. But it's hard to keep track of time in Skyrim, honestly. Like, you don't realize that, like, every time you fast travel from, like, Solitude to Whiterun, that's, like, a whole day.
Yep.
Which I'm glad they fixed that part.
okay, I'm here in Riften. I can see some objectives in Windhelm, so I guess I'll hook along this road here, take care of some stuff in Windhelm, pick up some more quests, and then swing up to Winterhold, make a pit stop here to warm up and spend the night, and before I knew it, the world was interacting with me and influencing my decisions. Frankly, the survival mods got to be more annoying and tedious than fun, and I might just do without them the next go-around. I just didn't need them to have fun this way. I could have just
weird. Survival's weird? Survival's annoying? I agree. The weird thing is people always like have a weird thing about like me comparing Elder Scrolls to survival games. They don't realize that like there's a lot more to compare than you think. Than you realize.
I like to look at Elder Scrolls games as almost it dips its toe into like simulation almost. There's like they don't spend time making let me rephrase it. They spend time making systems like the, you know, NPCs have to go and eat and sleep and stuff like that. And it's like that's more of like a simulation type of design philosophy than like if they're just making an RPG and they're just like, well, let's spend the time making more quests and blah 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 blah. And it's to help increase immersion and stuff. And, you know, big part of simulation is immersion. I wouldn't say Elder Scrolls games are an immersion, like an immersive sim or some shit like that, but it's like there's an element.
There's people who make that argument that Oblivion and Skyrim are immersive sims.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Well, I wouldn't because it's not a real genre.
That too.
But I mean, this is 7 Days to Die, which has skill progression system, attributes, perks that you get from leveling up. All your skills level as you use them. It's very similar to how Elder Scrolls works, despite the fact that it's a survival game.
7 Days to Die. The problem I have with 7 Days to Die is that when I would play it would run like complete dog shit.
Oh yeah, no, it's like you got to be into jank to like 7 Days to Die.
I am into jank. Maybe I'll give it another shot then.
And like Elder Scrolls, 7 Days to Die has a very big modding scene that likes to fix all of its problems.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, no, there's like tons of like skill overhaul mods and like new difficulty settings.
Oh, I might have to. I genuinely might actually have to look into this some more. I know one of my friends was like super into it. He was like telling me to get multiplayer, like get it so we can play multiplayer and stuff.
I think it's probably one of the better survival games.
I know a lot of people.
All right,
people love the forest.
Here's why 7 Days to Die is a cool survival game. The premise is every 7 days there's like a zombie siege that happens, and so building your base and having defenses and like it forms into this gameplay loop where the first couple days you're exploring and trying to progress yourself, and then like the last 2 days you're preparing for the 7th day where you get assaulted by zombies. And so it's a really interesting kind of framework for a survival game that a lot of like Minecraft misses that. Once you have a door in Minecraft, you're basically safe.
You don't even have to just fucking dig a hole in the ground and then you just box it up and there you go. You just mitigated all the risk.
How does it feel to be trapped? Trapped in the role of the 7-hour Morrowind guy and the 12-hour Oblivion guy. How does it feel, Patrick? It doesn't feel that bad.
That's brand recognition right there.
Yeah, exactly. I call myself a video novelist on Twitter because it's a funny term. Like, fuck the video essay people. I'm a video novelist.
Real quick, I do have to go to the bathroom. So maybe we should
Go
take
for
a
it.
break for a little bit.
We'll say we're back at 40 after.
All right.
How
Thanks.
we doing, chat? You know how I'm doing? I'm hungry. I'm gonna do something I don't like to do. Set up a way to get food. Midstream. What's your guys' favorite fast food place? I'm kind of curious. I really like Dairy Queen. I'm not fat, I'm just overweight. I got fat titties, which is alarming because I'm a boy. Wendy's? Yeah, Wendy's has been on the up and up lately, hasn't it? Taco Bell? Dude, the other day I had like the worst quesadilla of my entire fucking life from Taco Bell. Don't at me about them. We don't have a Whataburger. You know, I want a fucking Chick-fil-A. And I wanted Chick-fil-A so much, I actually looked into franchising. Because, hey, I've got the money to franchise a Chick-fil-A, but I do not have the passion that they're looking for. Dairy Queen feels so synthetic. Well, okay, here's Dairy Queen's secret. They are owned by... God, what's the name of that company? They're owned by the company that owns everything that Warren Buffett has. So they're technically privately held. They're public by but they're public by abstraction, right? You can invest in them, but you can't invest directly into Dairy Queen. And so it gives the company a very interesting kind of business sense about it compared to like publicly held and traded fast food companies. Look, I'm sorry. I'm hungry too. Berkshire Hathaway. Is Berkshire Hathaway A still like $200,000? Oh no, it's $430,000. I always found a novelty in that. I mean, the food is fake. It's fast food. All the food is fake. But for fake fried chicken, they do really good. McQuamas. How about that? I went to Popeyes once and found it pretty greasy, but good enough. Popeyes does horrible things to me. They were good when when they were new here, they were good. They're not so good now. They're kind of... What is it with fried chicken places and like going to shit? Like you're either Chick-fil-A and you're closed one day a week and people call you out for homophobia, or you're like KFC and your like standards are so fucking low. All my local Dairy Queens are trash. The one I worked on was average rated in the area and I got depressed. Yeah, I guess Dairy Queen depends on the area. I went to this Dairy Queen that's like in the middle of Oregon, and it's like some weird planned community where everything's like in the 50s. And honest to God, it was one of the best experiences I've ever had from a fast food place. Keeping a kitchen running with staff who actually wants to keep it clean and functional is hard. Yeah, that's always the big kind of issue. Nobody really appreciates the effort of like fast food employees. I wouldn't want to do it. So what, like, why are there no topless VTubers or virtual breasts against TOS? Yes. Which I think they shouldn't be. I think that we need to free the breasts as a culture. Like, it's one thing if you don't want kids seeing vaginas, but I think titties are like, you know, kids grow up on that stuff.
Did I just return to a free the nipple
Yes.
discussion?
We were talking about fast food, and someone asked me why there's no topless VTubers.
What is that connection?
I don't know. Somebody just asked it. Is there a Hawaiian shirt mod for Skyrim?
That sounds like something that should exist.
BB's shirt mod. Oh no, that's Stardew Valley. I don't see it. Probably obscure. One of my things was if I ever interview Todd Howard, I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt to it.
Just because? Or because you're the VTuber model?
No. This has been like a long time thing. When I entertain the notion, it's always a Hawaiian shirt. I don't know why. It just seems like something that I would do. They're comfortable.
I've never worn one. I don't think I have the confidence to wear something so bold. It's a fashion statement for sure.
Oh, sure. And I guess I'm just the sort of person that wears a Hawaiian shirt.
Do you ever like sit there watching like you know, YouTubers or something like that, or Twitch streamers, and just like kind of you're trying to create like a profile of like what they might look like, what they might do in their off time and stuff like that in your head?
Streaming's probably the best way, because I think that's when creators are the most honest.
Yeah.
It's hard to play a character for hours at a time. And I like the comments that are like, you just seem like an unpleasant person in real life. And it's like, well, chances are your favorite video of mine was made after the Oblivion stream, so... yeah, it sucks. Is Patrick the type of father to have a huge beer belly with a Hawaiian shirt? Probably. If I had kids, I'd grill all the time.
It's unavoidable. Just develop that beer gut. Every kid you get, it's another 20 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta feed those kids. That means you gotta feed yourself.
Well, it really is like, it really does become something like that, where it's like, fuck, I just worked, you know, like a 9-hour shift, commuted for an hour and a half. Now I gotta fucking feed the kids and stuff. It's McDonald's tonight. I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way it is in a lot of America.
Yeah.
Who the fuck at me? Oh, it's some other Discord server. I'm in the cutting room floor Discord server. Still.
Why is that?
Because I asked them about the Oblivion thing, and they very politely, very succinctly, basically told me to fuck off. They have a Discord? Yeah. And they were like, well, it's probably true. Have you looked at, like, unpatched copies of Oblivion for the 360? And it's like, well, no,
Everybody has a Discord now.
You have to bring fucking... if you're gonna claim something, you should, like, try to have proof for it. Especially if you're running, you know, a wiki. I wonder if it's still up. I've been forgetting to check. Cutting room for Oblivion. It was in unused, changed, altered quests, arenas. It's still there, almost verbatim.
Fuck, my mic was off. Can you do one of those things where you dispute it so it shows up like citation needed or something like that?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it seems all these arenas
Oh god,
were
it's on Norwegian. Let me just switch it to English real quick.
Unfortunately, it seems all these arenas were cut in vain, as Bethesda decided to hire a separate actor for the male Bretons sometime after this, so all of the thousands of lines of dialogue recorded by the original male Breton actor, which was the same as the male Imperials, were simply left in the files, taking up unnecessary space.
So yeah, it's still there. I know you didn't hear it, but
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Just source the crack pipe. There you
yeah,
go.
yeah, they're well, it sounds plausible. It comes from somewhere. There's apparently a video out there where like the game messed up and like there was a Breton character who's saying the same lines but with the Imperial voice actor. And that appears to be like the extent of where that rumor comes from. But as far as I've seen, and I'm not a big data miner, but as far as I've seen, looking through the audio files that are in the game, I have not seen evidence of there just being thousands of like unused voice lines.
That would take up a lot of disk space. Like, surely that would leave a
Oblivion has like
noticeable
what,
enough
40,000 voice lines in it? Yeah, if there was only 1,000 unused voice lines, that would be a pretty significant thing. And Bethesda talks about constantly about like the work that had went into setting that kind of stuff up for the release. So there's no way that, oh, you know, classic Bethesda, they just fucked up and accidentally left the 1,000 voice lines. And no, they like worked their asses off to like cut the dialogue down because they had to.
Damn, it really makes you think like what we could have gotten for, say, like the Mages Guild or something like that if it was just they didn't have to worry about disk space.
Yeah, that's kind of the big concession. And that's why I did it in the first faction section, was I wanted it to kind of be ahead of everything. Like, as nice as it would be to get alternate kind of quest lines and dialogues and branching stuff, you have to remember that the big constraint with these games was size. Fallout has a lot of dialogue because it has 90 quests total.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, that's just how. What can you do? You know, it is what it is.
That's why I always try to avoid in like my videos and stuff sitting there going like, well, you know, they could do this, 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 and this, and it's like, yeah, with hindsight and not having to worry about budget and the constraints of like development and stuff like that, I could sit here all day and just pitch ideas and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like, how beneficial is that really to the discussion? I like to, like in my bully video, I did it because I was saying like it's a good thought experiment to look at what this game does well and what its strengths and weaknesses are. But I'm not sitting here pitching ideas with the hope that Rockstar's going to take these ideas and implement them in the next the next bully game. Like, no.
All right, I'm gonna take my turn. I'll be right back. Keep the chat entertained.
Oh, all right. I'll try. So what are we talking about, guys? One thing Skyrim did right was make the elves look like extraterrestrials. I agree. They don't look like weird like potato monsters and stuff like that, as the meme goes in Oblivion. And I like to play elves a lot, so This is definitely not a bully stream. Pat has not bullied me at all. You guys need to convince him to start bullying me. Then this can become a bully stream. Between you and me, guys, I think he's going light on me. I don't think he wants another. I don't think he wants another stream like we had on Wednesday. Have I played Tamriel Rebuild Bruma? So I played what was it? Beyond Skyrim Bruma, and I was very unimpressed. I could tell a lot of hard work went into that mod, but it was all over the place in terms of its production, and it was obviously incomplete as well. It was buggy.
What?
So somebody asked me if I ever played Beyond, like any of those like huge mods like Tamriel Rebuilt, and I said I played Beyond Skyrim Bruma, and I was not very impressed. And that really soured me a lot. So like whenever I see people who are like, oh man, I can't wait for like Skywind and stuff, I'm like, I don't know. The only reason the only reason I'm at least have a little bit of hope in Sky Oblivion is that like I watch their streams with like Rebel and stuff like that, and he consistently says like all the time, he's like, we're not adding new quests, we're not doing this, that, all we're doing is like just porting stuff over and making a new map for
he
it.
commented on my video, so clearly he's based.
Yeah. He's pretty, he seems like him and like the leads that they have who stream a lot, they seem to understand like the necessity for scope in a project like that. And you see like Sky Oblivion, or not Sky Oblivion, like Beyond Bruma and stuff like that, or Beyond Sky, whatever the fuck it's called.
Beyond Skyrim like, Bruma.
Yeah, like they're just adding like all sorts of things, and they got like all this crazy voice acting and stuff, and like the guys from Sky Oblivion, it's just, no, we're using the original voice acting, we're just porting it over, and it's just like, yeah, that's
what a novel concept. Well, Skywind has like a bigger hill to climb in terms of like modernizing it.
But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like those total conversions and stuff like that. It's like I feel like those modders would be better off just making their own smaller stuff.
I see what you're talking about with the VTuber model. She was freaking out. I think it's the microphone.
You get yourself something to eat.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not repeating the Salt Factory thing.
Yeah, I have an apple right now that I've been munching on.
With the show on the road.
Go.
Easily done this in vanilla Skyrim and had just as much fun. It helps the immersion having to do all that extra stuff, but it's definitely not necessary. I just had to stop looking at the journal as an inexhaustible list of chores, and instead a series of destinations I want to travel.
You know, it's all about the mindset. If you think that Skyrim's a good game, then it'll be a good game.
A lot of life is like that, honestly. If you go in with certain expectations, unrealistic expectations, you're probably going to be disappointed. But if you go in expecting like, this is why I liked Fallout 4, because I didn't really like Fallout 3 that much, and especially when I played Fallout New Vegas, it retroactively made Fallout 3 look even worse. So I was like, you know what? If Fallout 4 is just like an action / RPG type thing, like I'm just gonna play it like a looter shooter. So I went in, played Fallout 4 like a looter shooter, and I was like, oh shit, this actually plays pretty fine. But people who are going in playing it like an RPG,
and we're getting disappointed.
Yeah.
Why do you talk about the things you hate? Why don't you talk about the things you love? I like that mentality. You usually hear it from a lot of people who are like not in our space, that like, I don't know. I always find criticisms where if you had the perspective of the creator, you wouldn't make them kind of interesting. And I wonder, like, what are the things that I do? And so that's why I kind of take a developer-focused approach.
Wait, repeat that one again. I'm sorry.
So, like, I am always interested in, like, what criticisms would become unfair if you had more experience in the thing that you were criticizing. For instance, to give an immediate example, there's a lot of people who criticize this stream format because you know, we don't let them finish, and like we're just re-hosting their content or what have you, whatever the criticism is. I feel like if a lot of those people tried to do this stream, they would pretty quickly realize that it's very difficult when you're listening to a video to find a good place to stop. And sometimes you just have to pause it and get your thought out.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So like that's one example,
I
right?
agree with that.
So what is it that we're doing that is like unfair because we don't have the perspective necessary to adequately make criticisms? Like, is there something about game development we don't understand that is delegitimizing our commentary?
See, this is why I always try and go out there and find, like, I want the behind the scenes stuff. That's why I like watching no clip documentaries, is that it gives me at least a little bit of a window into how development goes. It's not, I would really fucking love, maybe I should just go to school for game development or something like that. But that's kind of a waste of money. But yeah, like how much information, how much background information do I need to have before I'm allowed to express an opinion on a subject? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that sort of thing.
Well, anyways,
going back to what
I just find it interesting.
Going back to what you're saying though, with like only reviewing things that you enjoy. That actually was a perspective of mine for a while. With my channel, is like,
yeah, I can kind of tell.
When I originally started my channel, when I started my channel, I was like, you know what, I'm going to really only focus on the games that I enjoy, because why am I going to play games that I don't enjoy playing anyway? And like, if I'm playing something that, you know, I don't really like all that much, I'm gonna at least give it the benefit of the doubt. And then I got to Mass Effect 2, and I tried with every fiber of my being. There are people in like the comments who just lambasted me for being a fucking asshole to that game. And I literally had to sit there when I was writing my script. I'm like, okay, I can either be literally dishonest and disingenuous and start talking up this game and saying things that I genuinely don't believe, or I can just be honest, or not make the video. Those are my three options. And I'm like, I'm gonna have to be honest. I don't like the game. Sorry.
Yeah, lie, don't do it, or just speak your mind. I wonder, Mass Effect 2 is an interesting thing, because I wonder how much of that is like positive memories. It's one of those games that like forms a lot of positive memories for people that don't hold up after the fact, or like you might be, it's easy to forget all the bad parts of Mass Effect 2.
It's interesting to see too with the remaster that came out, because now I'm seeing arguments against the game that I've never seen like public, really, where people are saying like, yeah, the Elusive Man's kind of stupid. Yeah, the ending is terrible, and like all these things. And I wasn't seeing that even like 6 months before like the remaster came out. Everybody came back to the game and they're all, I feel like the veneer, it's almost like what started happening. Like look at fucking Skyrim when it originally came out. Everybody was loving that game to death, at least, you know, mainstream. You had a bunch of people like in the background who were saying like,
yeah,
wow, this thing's
you're Sammy Online,
up.
you're Razor Fist. Those guys who were calling it out at the time.
Yeah, but now you have like even mainstream guys who are coming out saying, yeah, no, Skyrim's like shit, blah 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 blah. And I'm wondering if Mass Effect 2 will eventually reach that, or if it's just going to forever be like held up in what I think is unfair, because people will love Mass Effect 2 and then completely dunk on Mass Effect 3. And it's like, there's a lot of problems in Mass Effect 3 that I feel like can be traced back to Mass Effect 2.
Well,
the
okay.
ending specifically of Mass Effect 2.
While I agree with that, I think the strengths of Mass Effect 2 aren't present in Mass Effect 3, like the loyalty missions and the suicide mission.
Yeah, but I feel like the conclusions to like a lot of the missions, that like the conclusion to a lot of the character arcs in Mass Effect 3 are actually really good. Like when you
like Mordin.
you meet yeah, like Morden's is fantastic, and even Samara's is like that's a really good mission. I mean, the mission itself is kind of obnoxious to play, but like it's pretty good from like a story, like, and running into Jack and stuff again. That's a pretty cool conclusion to her like story arc and stuff. So, yeah, maybe it's not like front and center the entire time, but in my opinion, the characters kind of dominated the second game anyway. And if they probably would have done better to remove a couple characters so that they could have spent more time developing the Reapers and the world. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be for the Mass Effect 3 video, I guess.
Well,
that's about as far as I've been able to.
The thing you have to remember is I haven't played Mass Effect 2 in years. I only have based it on like old memories and what you said in your video. I think
I do recommend going back. Go back and play it again.
Oh no, I'm not particularly nostalgic about Mass Effect 3. Most of what you said was just mostly stuff that I had like kind of put back in my mind. Like the crew getting kidnapped.
I wrote that section like 3 times over because that part makes me so fucking angry.
Yeah, and you gotta approach it the right way.
I still don't think I approached it. I went off the deep end in that part. But once again, it was one of those situations where I'm like, I can either be disingenuous and like really, really go light on this, or I fire both barrels. And at the end of the day, I'm like, I got to be honest here.
All right, let's shit on some YouTube scrub.
This is what opened up the world of Skyrim for me. This is what got me to actually explore the world of Skyrim.
A mod I always like for Skyrim is the one that changes the night sky out with with our night sky. I always thought that was cool.
Like a real,
mm-hmm.
Like a realistic. You know what? I was watching a video. I think it might have been Camelback, it might have been Fudge Muppet, one of those two guys, and he was like literally looking at like the astronomy of the skybox and how it actually aligns up. There's some interesting stuff, like really interesting details that are in Skyrim that people don't usually notice.
I think that's why they put it in the anniversary marketing. It was like, hey, the birth signs are actual things.
It forced me to slow the fuck down and start paying attention.
Whoa.
Once I realized what was going on, Skyrim had earned my full and undivided attention. It was starting to win me over. With the horn not in hand, Rishka figures she might as well sort out.
Alright, want your next
Yeah, give me the next one.
1:16:39. I'll give you credit for making it through the first one. But you kinda...
Yeah, I saw how bad that was going quick.
Of it.
Talking about the college?
Yeah.
Okay. You call it the Mages Guild?
I don't think so. I think I avoided that.
Okay, good.
Take the job, in his opinion. He hands her some robes, and that's the end of it. Don't play Skyrim for its written stories. You're gonna have a bad time if you do. I focused a lot on the absurdity of the College of Winterhold, but the truth is that the problems I had with its sloppy, lazy storytelling are applicable to all the major quest chains.
Interesting. What's the worst faction in Skyrim?
If memory serves me right, it's going to be the Companions, but I haven't played the Companions in a while. So, of the ones that I've played so far, it's probably the Mages College. Unless you want to count the Civil War.
We can ask the chat. Bard's College. That's a funny answer.
Oh.
Let's see. Got the Companions. I gotta get this thing out of the way. Got the College of Winterhold. Got the Thieves Guild.
I hate how you're limited to only like 4 options.
Got the Dark Brotherhood. Oh yeah, okay, hang on. How do we want to do this? I almost feel like I'm going to replace the Thieves Guild with the main quest. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not seeing much Thieves Guild in the chat, so.
Nightmare skooma rotation.
So what's your choice?
I don't know. I've done most of them now. I think Companions is pretty bad.
They're all bad for different reasons. Like, the Mages College would be cool if it was more expanded upon and if they leaned more heavily into the school aspect of it. Thieves Guild, like I explained, it's really bizarre because it's just how it's paced. Like, it's all there for it to be like one of the best guilds in like Skyrim and Oblivion, but they just dropped it completely. Companions forces you to become werewolf, blah 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 blah. Main quest, I'm not sure about. So, last night I was doing diplomatic immunity, and for the first time ever, I managed to do it correctly, where like you sneak through and you don't alert anybody and everything.
I thought the correct way was to slaughter everybody.
Well, you don't get, there's no punishment for it. But I actually kind of I feel like that quest is actually underrated. Because you go into the party.
There's a lot to it that is there, yeah.
Yeah, like you go into the party, and at that point, there's only one Jarl that I was like Thanes with, except for Jarl Balgruuf, who isn't even present there. And it was it like Raven?
Yeah,
Raven
Morthal,
Blackcrow, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she was there, and she's like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" But like, and she's like, kind of like being friendly with me and everything. And I can ask her to make a scene, and she starts feigning like dementia and all this shit. I'm like, this is pretty cool. You're like wandering around, just chatting with all the different like higher ups in like Skyrim, and they're giving you like actual decent world building information.
It's also where
like nothing.
90% of the Thalmor characterization is. And then you see like, I like the part with the Aldmeri Dominion soldiers who like look down on the mages and think that like they're really underappreciated.
I never caught that because I would run in there and just immediately start slaughtering everyone. But I snuck in there and like got the Thalmor robes and everything, so I was able to like actually sit around and listen to what was going on. I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. And like you walk up to I really didn't expect this, but like, there's a dude standing guard in front of the prison. If you walk up to him wearing the Thalmor robes, he's just like, "Oh, you're my my relief. Cool. I'm gonna go fuck off. You stand here. Don't let anybody through."
Right.
And it's like, I just expected that I was gonna be forced to fight that dude. But I wonder, how does it work? Because I'm playing as a high elf, so I'm like, yeah, of course I'm just gonna be able to walk through here, no problem. But like, if you're a Nord and you're going through,
I imagine it doesn't work for other races.
But does it? Do you mean like they just immediately detect you, or?
Yeah, I think they would see. I mean, somebody in chat said that it works for Altmer and that's it. Or they didn't say that's it, but I would imagine that like it worked for you because you were a high elf, which is a neat detail.
Yeah. And it's just like, yeah, attention to detail in this little quest. And if you sit around and just listen, you're sneaking around and just listening to all the conversations and stuff, you catch a lot of like cool little world building and intrigue and stuff like that. It's like, damn, where's the rest of this in the game?
Yeah.
Like, why isn't this in the Dark Brotherhood, like, or the fucking Thieves Guild and stuff?
It's like, I compared the quest where you infiltrate the Mythic Dawn to that quest.
Yeah, that is...
Because it kind of serves the same function. Plus, there's a lot of important story bits that are in that part, like with the Ulfric being the Thalmor asset that people leave out the uncooperative part. But like, or the bit about how they were going to interrupt the execution, that's there too. And of course, the aforementioned like Aldmeri Dominion soldiers, kind of being at odds with the Justiciars. You have like the Wood Elves who are like, basically they're fucked for life if they go against the Thalmor. You'd think that there would be a Thieves Guild quest where you infiltrate a gathering of high society to rob them blind. Yeah, like the riverboat heist in Red Dead 2. All right.
Characters lack development or motivation. Events just sort of happen without cause or consequence, or those causes and consequences aren't explained or shown enough to be believed. Some of the quests do a decent job utilizing lore and expanding upon it, but that's about the best we can hope to get out of them. Most quests, big and small, are mere window dressing for sending players down into a dungeon or talking to an NPC or fetching an item. And I've started to accept and almost be okay with that. Would I like the next game to have...
They call that Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah. No, I still stand by that, honestly. I mean, I do explain it, like, right after, but...
Okay, we'll let your explanation finish.
Brilliant writing. I mean, of course, who wouldn't like a good story to pull them through a game? But it's not exactly necessary, and here's why. Skyrim isn't about its written story, it's about the player's story. I've seen Bethesda and Todd Howard mention this quite often, almost to the point that I didn't believe it anymore. But they are true believers in the power of emergent gameplay and storytelling. The story the players can tell other players of the weird, funny, or cool things that happen to them are much more personal and much more meaningful than anything anyone can write. It's a type of storytelling wholly unique to video games, and it's probably the least understood because it's just so new. We haven't had a game that truly nails that type of experience just yet, but Bethesda seems fixed on trying to make that game. The quests and storylines are really just excuses to nudge the player into different corners of Skyrim, to see and explore places they otherwise probably would miss. They're meant to flesh out a world that's packed with dungeons, towns, and NPCs, and act more like mile markers than big bright signs. It's probably why they shy away from calling the Dragonborn arc the main story, because they don't want to imply it's something everyone needs to experience.
I think the quest tags in the creation kit are literally still MS for main story, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is just, like, kind of reading into it. I think they still think of it as a main story that everybody's gonna do, because that's the way they market it.
It falls in line with their a la carte approach to making games. Skyrim is a take what you like and leave what you don't like sort of game, and even from just a practical level, it doesn't really make sense to dump a huge amount of time into making something you ultimately intend to be optional. Their grand vision is a game world that players can drop into, do whatever they wish, make their own fun, and find their own unique adventure. The world is meant to push back just enough to keep the player engaged. The story is meant to pull the player just enough to keep them moving. Look at any one aspect of Skyrim for too long and the cut corners begin to show, so the idea then is just to keep the player moving.
Like any good middle school play. If they care more if they care more about emergent storytelling, then why have they been trimming out all the options players had from Morrowind and Oblivion and then Skyrim? I think that's a fair point. I think their idea of emergent storytelling is more like, what's the adventure that the player has? It's sort of that zero punctuation meme of, I walked 78 miles and put a bucket on a dog's head and kicked him in the balls kind of mentality. So, what were you going to say?
Yeah. Well, I'll piggyback off of what you were just saying there, where they definitely do have a different sort of definition of emergent storytelling than, other people. And that's probably one of the reasons discussion around emergent storytelling is so difficult right now, is that we don't really have a one set definition for what it really entails. So some people might say the emergent storytelling is like all the headcanon that you build along the way. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I really mean in this, is like a role-playing perspective. Like, I'm playing through this game as this squishy cat, and this is my story. And this is a story that's basically playing in my head as I'm going through. But other people might just be like, no, the story is like what I just showed on screen, where Parthenax just fucking glitches out and just flies up into the sky. And I'm willing to bet that within Bethesda, there are people who have different ideas of what that emergent storytelling is. And if you're going to build systems that cater to one thing or another, having different definitions is definitely going to lead to certain issues. And, you can see that with the different guilds, how each guild plays almost completely differently, and they all have different problems from one another because they probably have different ideas of what makes a good guild in an Elder Scrolls game.
Yes. There's a lot of like kind of focus on open world games that try to do the emergent storytelling thing. That's kind of the idea of a sandbox, is you just give players tools and then they come up with their own ways of doing storytelling, which of course is not the Rockstar way. Rockstar likes their pre-written you will play with the toys the way that we want you to.
Rockstar is bizarre because, you know, like when you're playing like free roam in GTA, it's like, no, you can literally just go and do whatever the fuck you want. But once the mission starts, no. Now we're playing by our rules, and do not get off this fucking ride. Do not color outside the lines. There are very strict lines. You are not crossing those. And it's like, why? Why don't you guys just embrace more openness?
I know. Unironically, I didn't do this for a bit. Unironically, my favorite mission's that oil taker mission.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of ones. Some of my favorite missions in GTA San Andreas and like GTA 4 were like, oh, we need you to just like go steal these cars. Like, here's a list of cars you need to steal. Go find them and bring them back to us.
It does help that Skyrim is such a beautiful and wonderful place visually that exploring it is intrinsically satisfying, and I think Bethesda's aim is to get players to appreciate that as much as possible.
I should have made the standard edition playthrough as ugly as possible. I think that would be funny. I don't know, that's what the VR character's for. Dude, VR is ugly.
Oh yeah, I bet.
This is hands down the worst version of the game. I finally got it working.
You're gonna have how much VR footage are you gonna have in there?
Probably none. My idea was to do it like the introduction in VR.
I love those videos that Bacon _ does in VR because he'll literally like do like the shrugs when some like random shit happens.
Yeah, that's probably like the highlight, is that I can grab asses in VR. What in Oblivion is that?
The world sucks the player in with its beauty and breadth, and that starts to get the player to start buying into the other aspects of the game. The problem is that if you're not the type of person to enjoy strolling through a virtual forest, picking virtual flowers, or killing virtual monsters for their virtual armor to decorate your virtual home, you're just going to be left thinking, is this all there is to do? It's funny, these games are designed and marketed as being super mainstream, and that's how they are perceived in the gaming world, but I don't know many people who would really be into what Skyrim does the best. I just don't know many people who willingly can pretend and buy into worlds that well, but then the game sold millions and became a cultural phenomenon, so what do I really know? All I know is that I am absolutely one of those people this game was designed for. I played games like The Sims, and a part of me always wanted a Sims with swords and magic, and Skyrim kinda fits that description. There's definitely potential for the Elder Scrolls 6 to have a great compelling story full of twists and interesting characters, but Bethesda could just as easily add another layer to the AI routines, add some new magic, and expand upon house building, and I'd be just as hooked. The latter seems much more likely to happen, and that's because that's the type of game that they are more interested in making, at least with this franchise. If I was to give the people at Bethesda some more direct advice than just a vague, write a good story, it would be to make the tone of Elder Scrolls 6 less serious.
There you go.
Interesting. Are you gonna elaborate?
Oh, do you want me to?
Do you in the video?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay.
We can discuss after, I guess.
The biggest problem with Skyrim is the story is just too damn serious. If it takes itself seriously, then we have to take it seriously. If it's acting like it's trying to tell a mature and serious story, then we have to hold it to those expectations, otherwise it just becomes a giant meme. Take the college, for instance. If it was made perfectly...
Okay, so... if a game doesn't take itself seriously, then... it's like, what?
Okay. Let me explain it, because I do a pretty shit job of explaining it. God, am I really gonna have to invoke? All right, let's invoke. What's that game? Saints Row.
That's what I was thinking when
People
you
don't-
brought it up.
Yes. The thing is like I invoke Shivering Isles, and I guess I'll just let's just go that route instead. So when I played Shivering Isles, it was especially like the most recent playthrough. I realized just how much I would honestly prefer the Elder Scrolls games if they can't. And maybe let's take this with a grain of salt. I haven't played Morrowind, but if they made a Elder Scrolls game that was just all Shivering Isles, I would eat that shit up in an instant. Because it's just like, yeah, if everybody's just wandering around acting like complete idiots, like in the Mages Guild, I can believe that because they're all like either idiots or whatever. Like I stopped taking the game seriously, so I stopped criticizing it as harshly. And
so
yeah,
you were talking about this in Discord, how you kind of didn't take the Shivering Isles very seriously. Like you didn't really pick up on the more serious aspects of the Shivering Isles. You just sort of saw it as like a comedy DLC, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And that you kind of regretted that because of like what was actually going on in that DLC.
Yeah, there's definitely certain undertones, but even Bethesda is inconsistent with those undertones. Like,
yeah,
they literally make jokes about mental illness and stuff throughout the entire thing. So it's like, if they can't even get it straight, how can I be expected to take it seriously? So then goes back to frame of reference. I start to just look at it as my expectations shift, and it's like, okay, I guess it's a joke. Then I'm gonna look at this as if it's a comedy or just like dark humor instead. And yeah, I don't know.
I disagree with the sentiment, but I understand the reasoning. It's sort of like, I feel like you are discounting games that have sort of levity to their tone as like being of lower quality, which you probably aren't doing.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's more just I just go into those games with something different. It's going to be a different experience for me then. So if I'm going into like playing Dead Space, I'm going to go in expecting, this is going to be I have to take this thing seriously, and that's going to get me more emotionally invested so that I can be scared or whatever else. But if I'm going in and it's just like, oh, but it's just one big joke or whatever, I'm going to go in with a different mindset then. I'm not going to let myself get scared, or I'm just not going to get emotionally invested. I'm going to invest my attention into some sort of other avenue, if that makes any sense.
Right, sure. So then I take it the Dark Brotherhood's a highlight of the game for you.
Of what?
Skyrim.
Skyrim?
What? It's full of humor.
Well, here's the thing: is that I loved the Dark Brotherhood and Oblivion. I absolutely fucking ate that shit up.
Right.
But then I came to Skyrim, and it just felt so. There's just something about like the delivery and everything about. Like when you walk into the sanctuary for the first time in Oblivion, it's not the same as when you walk into the sanctuary in Skyrim. In Skyrim, they're all standing around like just circle jerking each other. Like honestly, Salt Factory makes a good, like, it really does feel like it's a fucking sitcom, but it's like it's presented differently from what it was in Oblivion.
No, it absolutely is. When you do it in Oblivion, you like walk by all the characters and they're having like minor dialogues, and like okay, the best way to do it is when you kill Grelad the Kind, like one of the kids is like, when I grow up, I'm gonna be an assassin. That's kind of really indicative of like the humor change. Like the Dark Brotherhood was funny in Oblivion to the player, to the Dark Brotherhood, but obviously it was still a fucked up thing that like everybody else took seriously. And
Yeah. There was like a certain level, like the guild itself took itself seriously, but in like Skyrim, it's just a nonstop joke.
all right, let's hear what Video U has to say about this.
Clear that these people are all supposed to be obnoxious, incompetent, and silly, then the story would have been at least a little more enjoyable. It wouldn't feel like the story was being
Oh, I like the incompetent interpretation. I had that for Oblivion. But
What,
there
for
it
the
feels,
Mages Guild?
yeah, there it feels more intentional. Like that's supposed to be what you're walking away with, is that the Mages Guild is supposed to be incompetent. Because look where they ended up after Oblivion. They no longer exist.
Which is weird. Yeah, I mean, with the benefit, yeah, I guess with like the benefit of hindsight, you look at it, but when you're playing it, and then you become the mages, you know, the archmage, it's like, okay, can I actually fix this guild now?
Yeah,
please?
there needs to be
And it's
some
just like
there needs to be some massive personnel changes.
I don't like me as a player, I don't want to even associate with this organization. It is just just stupid. And now that I'm like made the leader of it, can I actually fix it like at all? No.
Well, okay, here's the important thing about Cicero. There's that quest you can do for Cicero where you go to Loria's farm and ask him to fix his wagon, and everybody else treats Cicero like he's a fucking creep. Like he's the creepiest goddamn person that exists. Because he would be. He's this weird jester that talks to himself. Like, so the guard and the Lorius family, they don't like Cicero. They don't want to help him out. That is kind of like very close to how Oblivion portrayed Cicero. Or, well, would have portrayed... If Cicero was in Oblivion, that's kind of how it would work.
at our expense. When we met the Synod mages in Musalift, instead of us going, wow, is there like a single mage in Tamriel who isn't a total asshole? We'd instead be thinking, well, of course this dope isn't going to find any magical artifacts. They don't have to take it to the extremes, otherwise the humor becomes ineffective and obnoxious, but brief moments of levity can go a long way. Like what if when we're fighting the dragon at the White Run
I did
Watchtower?
include this.
Oh, were you worried about something?
This one. This is a bad take.
No, you shouldn't poison the well.
Oh.
I think they are incapable of making the Mages Guild appear highbrow, so they inevitably make them appear incompetent by any logical standards. Like I've said before, I think it's a passion issue. I don't think there's anybody at Bethesda who's very passionate about magic. Beyond like superficials, like make it like BioShock.
Yeah. Oh, right. It was that quote. And they took the magic ideas from BioShock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that hurt. No, so what we're about to hit up on is just a really bad example. Is basically all I gotta say.
All right, lay it on me.
The dragon swallows a guard whole and just belches. It's not a hysterical joke, but it would be amusing and unexpected enough to get that this isn't meant to be taken 100% seriously. There's certain...
So I would definitely undermine the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah, no. So that's definitely like a tonal thing, and when I was reading my script, I was like, oh, I hope I didn't actually include that, because it's just a bad example of like what I'm really actually intending. Really, like I talk about the Shivering Isles and stuff, and how there's a certain nice balance they managed to find, especially with, I know a lot of people like to meme on Sheogorath saying he's just stupid randomness, but like I always thought that they handled him pretty well. He wasn't there for too long. He's there for like maybe 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, but it's enough to really like change your perspective of the entire DLC. Really, in my opinion, for the better. Other people are going to say it's for the worse.
Well, I mean, Shivering Isles was definitely like the best DLC that could follow up Oblivion, and Oblivion's often been described as like the hilarious Elder Scrolls game, so it makes a degree of sense that that's the way you would see it. Yeah, I think that they wanted the dragons to be taken seriously. It would have been cool, okay, if there was like a dragon character who was like kind of a joker, like he would Okay, maybe literally Joker Dragon. Like,
So, well, my whole
Dovahkiin.
point.
We
my whole
live
point is
in a
that it's like-
society.
My whole point is that if they're, because it just feels like they're either uninterested or unwilling to make a serious, like, well thought out story for these games, and it's just like, well, if you're not gonna like do it right, why don't you just do something different instead? Take a different tone with it. It's not like I'm saying all Elder Scrolls games should be Shivering Isles. I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
if they're not interested in doing this, just do another Shivering Isles type thing. You guys obviously, because when you play Shivering Isles, especially compared to Oblivion, it looks like there was a lot more passion and heart that went into it. And it seemed like they had more fun with it. And it's like, if that's what you guys really want to do, why don't you just do it then?
Yeah, I think Oblivion was like aiming really big, and Shivering Isles let them kind of do more of a focused tone compared to Oblivion, where there's 1,000 different tones pulling different ways.
Yeah.
A balance that would need to be found, but I'm confident Bethesda
Mermilnir is a funnier character than we've had before, and if we can make him right, if we can make it work, I forget what the fucking George Lucas quote is. Trying to fit that into here.
can do it because they've already done it. Going back to Oblivion, if you've played the Shivering Isles, you'll see what something like this can actually look like. All over the place there are silly moments of random nonsense that thematically fit with the world of the Mad God, and it just worked so damn well. This isn't a video on Oblivion and the Shivering Isles. I already did something like that if you're curious, but trust me, it can work if applied to a whole game. It would have helped Skyrim tremendously if they had something like that as opposed to trying to create a super gritty and mature civil war full of political and social strife. Because at the end of the day, Bethesda's own game design philosophies will never allow them to take it as far as they need to go in order to make it a compelling enough story to stand on its own. So why not compromise? You want to write a story and make quests that compel people to explore? Fine, just don't write something that is so serious about grabbing our attention with ham-fisted dramatic flair. Make it a little more obvious that the real story is the one the player is writing in their own head and acting out in the game world itself. Our Kushi.
That's it? That's your base Discord server? Mermilnir is the key to all this. He's a funnier character than we've had before, and we can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it. So, obviously I would kind of disagree with the idea of, like, more moments of levity. I don't think you need that. I do agree with the part where you need less dramatic twists, because Bethesda's really bad at doing twists.
Yeah. And that's
just look at the Institute. Your son runs the Institute for a good example of that.
That's really my point, is that if they're like incapable of actually achieving what they're trying to do, maybe they should not. Every single aspect of the game shouldn't be that way. Like the Dark Brotherhood, make it more funny, I guess. I don't know. It's I'm not exactly advocating for them to make the next Elder Scrolls game just one giant fucking joke. It's just like,
it's time for a comedy. Yeah, humor's not really okay. So is this just going to be more synopsis? You have a timestamp.
Yeah, I got the timestamp. 1:58:40. This is a conclusion. Pretty much at the end. Then. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. This is what I needed for fucking Salt Factory. Because we would have watched the first 20 minutes and then we would have skipped to the lockpicking part and then we would have ended the video there. I think okay, so like the College of Winterhold, for instance. From what I've seen, the problem with that faction is that Ancano is like way too fucking evil.
Yeah, you also, it goes back to that we don't know what the fuck the Thalmor even want.
Mhm.
There's no... The problem is that there's no explanation for almost anything. We don't know what the Psijic Order want.
Yes.
We don't know... We don't know what the fuck the college itself wants. It's just like, oh, this is a cool looking order.
Well,
Let's take it.
If you ever hung around if you've ever hung around an academic institution, you'll know how accurate that actually is to real life.
Okay.
It was weird. Okay, so I talked to a random Thalmor patrol. I talked to one of the guys, and he told me more about their philosophy than the entire main quest of Skyrim.
Really? Every time I talk to them, they just pull out their swords and tell me to fuck off.
Yeah, so if you can get one to talk to you, he'll talk about like the values of the Justiciars and like he'll give their kind of their mentality towards Talos as a god, and they'll ask you if you're a heretic, and kind of there's a lot to that conversation that's pretty interesting. And you kind of see that they don't seem justified because they're obviously religiously intolerant, right? But they're not that different from the Vigil of Stendarr in the sense of like they just go to war with the people that they disagree with.
Yeah.
But it's a very easily missable kind of detail to not include in like the Civil War quest line and the main quest that seems pretty big to those stories.
It makes you wonder, is it just an oversight or is it intentional? Are they trying to make the audience misread the Thalmor?
I think that's the case. Because I've asked this before. Would the Aldmeri Dominion controlling Cyrodiil actually be a bad thing? Well, the Thalmor would be a bad thing. They believe in thought criminals and they do a bunch of horrendous fucked up shit. But, you know, if the Thalmor was taken out of the picture, what actually would be the difference of the Empire being run by elves?
You know what I'm curious of is like, how is the power structure for the Aldmeri Dominion like set up? Do they have an emperor? Are they like a council? Like, how do they handle succession and stuff?
That would be interesting
because,
too.
Let's be honest, all the crises that keep happening due to the Empire is succession crises. So, if the Aldmeri Dominion have a better way of handling that, maybe I would actually support them then, because that sounds like a more stable government. Do you think, here's the idea then, do you think that they're going to try in the next Elder Scrolls game then, do like kind of like almost a heel turn with the Thalmor and be like, no, this is the real Thalmor.
I think the Thalmor will always be kind of an evil entity. I think the Aldmeri Dominion will get a better kind of representation because there is a distinction.
Yeah.
Like the Thalmor are the blades of the Aldmeri Dominion. That's the role that they expressly serve. And so it would be kind of interesting if like there was an Elder Scrolls game where the like Aldmeri Senate took over and like stripped the Thalmor of their power, and so like the Thalmor sort of became like a more rogue, clandestine organization.
Or the Thalmor try to stage like a coup or something like that.
Yeah, and then I think what the games need is like a elf focused faction, because we've had the Imperial Legion before. Okay, if we go off of what a Kirkbride said, we can be here all day talking about tons of dumb lore shit. Again, Kirkbride's his own brand of lore. And you got to realize, since Kirkbride stopped working on Elder Scrolls, he's changed a few things about the way that he thinks the lore works.
We haven't quite heard the last of her. I feel as though I've finally played this game the way Bethesda had intended. It may have taken almost a decade for me to be able to judge the game on its own merits, but I'm kinda grateful I did it, because I managed to redeem a game I'd written off so many times. Is the game flawed? Oh, absolutely. Really, none of the quests carry compelling narratives or involve more than fetching items, talking to NPCs, or going into dungeons. Player dialogue choices are basically worthless. I'll always be bitter about some of the things they cut from Oblivion as opposed to fixing and improving them. The aesthetics of the dungeon sets get very tiring very quickly, and a lot of the mechanics and skills were oversimplified, and it took the efforts of many modders to redeem those systems. But damn, did I have a blast getting sucked into the immersive natural world of Skyrim and playing as a squishy, spell-slinging cat with no moral guides. As I was writing this, I was watching a Sky Oblivion developer stream, and he just so happened to mention a very relevant anecdote. As he's landscaping some obscure underwater coastline section, a commenter asks him why he's spending so much time working on a segment that probably no player will ever see. Valid question, and his response is an anecdote where someone is building a theater and spends all his time and money on building a stage, and the builder is asked, what plays are even going to be performed here? And the builder just goes, I don't know, I'm just building them a stage. The point being, when you're making something, especially something like a video game, you don't really know the experience a player is going to get out of it. Some studios take that to mean that they need to impose structure to guarantee some type of experience. These are the directors, while other studios take that to mean that they should focus on building the stage and let the players do what they will with it. Going off of every interview I've ever seen given, Bethesda are stage builders, not directors. And they catch a lot of flack for that because the genius of their creations is just much less noticeable. Their games are riddled with silly bugs, confounding design choices, and disappointing compromises that kinda do a lot to diminish the praise their sandbox world design deserves. Would I like to see the weak points of Skyrim improved upon so I don't have to rely on modders to fill in the gaps? Absolutely, 100%. But I'm not going to say that they are talentless hacks who should let other more competent studios take over their IPs either.
You're just dumb. Todd Howard, dumb. What do you think about a Daggerfall-esque fast travel system in the new Elder Scrolls where it fast forwards you, except you can only do it on roads you traveled on before? I think that would be fine. I think roads are kind of like a... They're the key to all this, and if we can get them working... The problem with it, the Elder Scrolls world, is that it's just too small. They need to up the scale.
Yeah, I agree.
Oblivion possessed a certain unmistakable charm thanks to its janky presentation and its sometimes silly, non-serious premises. But it also was capable of conveying moments of genuine zen when the player was left to wander its detailed natural world. Skyrim lost a lot of the accidental charm Oblivion had thanks to a greater degree of polish and simplification, but Bethesda doubled down on the wonder of exploration. If that isn't a player's cup of tea, they're going to be left disappointed. If their immersion is broken easily by inconsistencies of the game world or the bugs and jank, then they're also going to have a bad time with it. Skyrim is definitely not a game for everyone, despite what the marketing wants people to think. It's a casual experience when compared to other RPGs, but that doesn't mean it can't satisfy players looking for a deeper experience. It's going to take some effort on the player's part, either through modding, through imposing challenges and restrictions, or just by approaching the game with a different mindset than they are used to. But it can be a pleasant ride. And at the end of the day, if I can enjoy a game, I'm satisfied. I'm just glad that I can finally return to Skyrim each year without feeling the same level of bitterness I had known for 9 years. This video, as usual...
Cut it there.
Oh, this is just gonna be the shelling part?
Yeah.
Okay. Not your best work, to be completely honest.
Oh, no, it's not. Be 100% honest. Like, fine, I can take the criticism.
What? No, let him finish. No, like, I liked the Oblivion video, and I liked the, like, Mass Effect series that you're doing.
Yeah.
This is a lot of
I think
synopsis, and
it's a lot of fluff.
You agree?
Like, I did try warning you.
Yeah,
so
no, I get that.
I'm sorry.
But somebody, I noticed at least one person would call me, you know somebody who made a Skyrim video. Yeah, is there something about Skyrim? Because, like, you'd made a good Oblivion video.
Like, so I assumed that this game was done being talked about. I assumed everybody said what needed to be said. So I didn't feel the need to go in and just there are literally points in this video where in my script, I wrote much more detailed notes about, like, this is why I don't like the leveling mechanics. This is why I don't like the skills. I don't like the perks and stuff like that. But I cut it out because it's like, well, why am I going to discuss all this stuff? Obviously, like, a million other people have discussed this already. I'm going to try and make something a little bit different. And yeah, after watching, your streams and everything, I'm realizing how much I needed to do more research into what was out there, because that's definitely if like if I was to do this over again, I would start with a large just deconstruction of like, okay, this is what the game does wrong, blah 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 blah, go through it, and then the next video would be, okay, here's my modded experience and here's my thoughts on like, and it'd be like a 30-40 minute thing. And that's really what I should have done. I got priorities backwards.
Right. It's just weird that it's a consistent thing. Like, do you think everybody's kind of approaching it like, well, it's got to be discussed to death. So
I think it's that, and I also think there's a lot of people who feel they're just obligated to cover Skyrim because either A, they covered another Elder Scrolls or Bethesda game at one point or another, or B, it's just, well, you know, everybody loves dunking on it, so it's my turn to dunk on it too.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't.
It's almost like the Skyrim's like the obligated video that nobody actually wants to do.
Yeah.
It's like if you talk about Oblivion, then you have to talk about Skyrim, obviously.
Yeah. Or if you just talk about Bethesda in general, you have to talk about Skyrim. Like that's really what it seems like a lot of content creators.
It just feels like there's no passion.
We're like, oh, I want to talk about The Witcher or Dark Souls. Oh, I should talk about Skyrim too because it's a great foil to those sorts of games.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Remember that I made the Oblivion video and the time that the Witcher 3 video has been late. What a novelty. Sorry, just looking through some stuff. You want to watch a video with me? Like a different Skyrim video?
Sure, I'm not fucking going anywhere, so.
All right, we can.
See, I didn't want this stream to end up just being like me apologizing for this video.
No, this has been like, great.
That's why I'm trying to just come up with discussion points and everything to, you know, try and do something.
They call that deflection.
Yeah, coping.
Oh yeah, coping.
Coping.
All right, so let's see what's in the docket. We could continue Never Knows Best. I don't know if that's a good idea yet. I need a little bit more time before I continue that. People ask a lot for DJ Peach Cobbler. We could like
I actually pre-gamed that after I saw him in your thing.
Oh, did you?
It's gonna be
okay.
It's gonna be interesting.
Let me.
I am a fan of Cobbler, but
disclaimer: Skyrim.
Oh man. Okay, that's a rough start. The first word is disclaimer. Let me just throw this in the notes. Cobbler. And let me remember to put it in the description too. I've been bad about that. Every video that I can do is less days out of my life that I have to stream. Actually, I don't have to do anything. And that's kind of the weird thing about the lower end of videos that I want to cover is we start to get into like some really weird territory as we go down.
Yeah, you're gonna get more esoteric type things, and that's what this video actually falls into. It's more of a think piece than it's gonna be a dissection. But you know that when it's like a 20-minute video, it's like, okay, or 13-minute video, I should say.
Well, I think Mr. Caption is probably the one that everybody's waiting to see. That might be the... have you seen the old streams? Did you ever give them a listen?
A little bit.
That might be this series version of the Will Loves Video Games video.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it'll be 15 hours long. But I think in terms of Skyrim videos that actually say things, that's kind of where we're going. Because I'll always respect Will for saying things.
Will was another video that got me to make the Oblivion one that I made.
Yeah, I think, I mean, he's not in my inspiration list.
Well, because what it was is like, I watched it and I was like, damn, there's a lot of stuff he didn't wind up covering in there. Like, he just glosses over Shivering Isles. I was like, wait, hold on a second. Need more than like, I think he covers it for like 20 minutes or so. I'm like, oh, you know, give it like 40 minutes. But that's goes back to what we were talking about earlier about saturation of these sorts of videos and stuff. When I went to Skyrim, I assumed everybody had talked about everything that was worth talking about. And I mean, we haven't even seen any videos that talked about like Dawnguard or Dragonborn in any substantial way yet.
The closest we got was Salt Factory.
Yeah. So, note to any future creators out there, Skyrim is still fertile territory.
Yeah, you just gotta beat me. This is Will. For anybody, for the people in the chat who is wondering who Will is. Yeah, what can you do? That was such a weird, like, admission of defeat. It's just, what can you do?
Just buy more creation content.
Yeah, creation content will fix everything.
That's a level of cynicism I got from that.
Okay, so the most amusing thing about the Salt Factory one, and I doubt that many people made it into that stream, was when he did Blood on the Ice. And, like, not necessarily that he did it wrong. People do stuff wrong all the time. That he doubled down on it. Yeah, you don't have to pay for AE to fish. So I did Blood on the Ice, and I actually think it's one of the better quests in Skyrim. You live?
I don't
Okay, yeah.
I don't remember how it plays out all that much.
So there's the murder, and you investigate the murder. It's kind of linear to start. But you get the journal and you get the amulet, and everything implicates the court wizard. And I think I know what fucked Salt Factory up. And it's that the quest marker tells you to go to the steward, which implicates the wrong person. If you actually, of your own volition, go and talk to the court wizard, it'll be very quickly apparent that it's not him.
Oh, yeah. There's actually a similar quest in Dragonborn that's like that. There's like an assassination attempt, or there's a planned assassination for, like the guy of Raven Rock, like the guy from House Redrin over there, and the guy who gives it to you, like I'm pretty sure you can straight up just go right up to him and just tell him like, yeah, this person's guilty, and have like no evidence to really back it up. I think there's a few different quests in Skyrim that do that.
Salt Factory got... Oh, he got tricked into doing the Thieves Guild, where you kill the Thieves Guild? That's fine. Okay. Yeah, somebody... Salty brought up that, how in my Morrowind video I discussed how, there's a certain faction line that you can only really get sent down if you, are paying zero attention and just kind of, like, following the letter of the quests. And apparently that's the line that he did. Well, that's such a weird thing. What's the fun of just following quest markers for like a murder mystery?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole joy of like who done it. Is that no quest markers. You just go in and
I think there are.
fuck around.
I think it's just they point at all the people, and you pick the order.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, was it the autopilot murdered these people for us quest? It's the so it's the Fighters Guild. If you start in Balmora, you'll end up doing stuff against the Thieves Guild, and if you keep doing Fighters Guild factions without kind of looking for other contracts, like if you don't go to Altrian or Sadrith Mora, then you'll end up you don't get locked into like wiping out the Thieves Guild, but it's sort of like, you know, the Fighters Guild Master just asked you to perform 5 assassinations in urban areas. Seems like a bad idea. Seems like you should maybe ask some questions. Or, I don't know, you could be down with it. Alright, so I'm going to take this off the screen. And disclaimer. Alright, let's get into it.
Disclaimer. Skyrim is the only game I feel nostalgic about. Except for Freddy Fish, or Kitten Cannon 2, or Dragon Fable. But still,
Okay.
Skyrim isn't even a decade old. How could I feel nostalgic about something that came out less than a decade ago? Well, I'm 23. I feel nostalgic about breakfast. I bought rice checks, hoping for a copy of Chex Quest in the box. I was so young, so naive, so innocent.
I'm getting some serious Dime Tree vibes.
I've seen that comparison before.
But I think the real reason I feel so nostalgic for Skyrim is it's the first game that just grabbed me. I grew up without a console, hence the shitty games, and just had no idea what gaming could offer until I played it. It was a world with an undeniable and unique atmosphere.
Sounds like you just had like a bad childhood. I was on PC. There was no good games for PC until Skyrim.
Well, maybe it's like he didn't have you know.
He just had
powerful rig.
He just had browser games to play.
Yeah. Fuck, I've been there.
They sold decent games at
played
like
Runes.
Walmart in like the 2000s.
I mean, you could always play like older games, I suppose. You know, something that's not going to be. Like,
Not
go and
not-
play
not too
Arena.
intensive. Go play Doom.
Yeah. But I mean, my cope was I just went and played RuneScape then.
My taste was not developed until I finally got a console. I finally got an Xbox 360.
That I find more enveloping than Todd's beautiful blue eyes. Is Skyrim shallow? Mechanically, yeah. There are no defined classes or real specialization. The quests suck too. You become the master of every guild by essentially just walking in. Hey, I'm competent. Shit, really? Well, I guess you're in charge then. We're all fucking useless. Skyrim doesn't really...
Pat's dissection of Cobbler's video is going to be painful for me to watch. Uh-oh. Don't tell me it's like going to be like this. Is not having a defined class shallow? I think it's debatable. I wouldn't say the shallowness comes from it not having a class, but it definitely... If Skyrim had no classes, but it still had attributes, then it wouldn't really be that shallow. It would just be like a different way.
have much going on mechanically or story, and I just don't care. What Skyrim has is an open world that hasn't been replicated. That
1 second. 2020. Yeah, I'm gonna disagree. But definitely by 2020, the Skyrim's open world had been replicated. Also, I don't care. Oh, name 5? Well, I mean, we gotta start with the obvious, which is Red Dead Redemption 2. A lot of people would probably cite Kingdom Come Deliverance. I personally couldn't speak for that, but I think it's definitely out there. What are some other good open world games like Skyrim?
Let's see.
So we got 2. We need 5. Someone said Kinshi. Someone said Fallout 4. Yeah, I guess Bethesda Bethesda doing their own kind of open world is definitely a thing. So we'll say Fallout 4. Breath of the Wild, sure. I would take that action. Enderal, hey, it counts. I wouldn't go so far as to say all Ubisoft games. We're talking about like kind of Skyrim depth worlds. Oh yeah, The Witcher 3 and The Witcher 2 maybe. GTA 5. I wouldn't say that. My Summer Car. So yeah, I mean, he's got options out there. I think the big one would be Red Dead Redemption 2. And I guess The Witcher 3.
The reason it has been and will be released again and again
and again until we're both dead.
Now that we're out of the 2010s, a decade stuffed to the brim with open world games, I think it's important that we look back at Skyrim with fresh eyes. When you take away the hot takes and the bugs and a decade stuffed to the brim with open world games, I think it's important that we look back at Skyrim with fresh eyes. When you take
Who's Darth Marston? Is that a real person? Or did like hang on.
Or is it, yes.
Darth Marston. Is like that's a really weird thing to come up with.
It's a real channel.
Oh, I don't see it in my search. Let's see. Skyrim review and overrated epic.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, hey, there he is. Spelled Marston
Now you
wrong.
know what I'm gonna say, right? Oh no, I'm reviewing Skyrim.
Hey, Hey, who didn't recommend this Skyrim video to me? I know it's only got 10,000 views, but come on.
Well, if he hasn't uploaded in 4 years, I doubt the algorithm's even recommending his content anymore.
Oh, probably. All right. I'm just going to grab this video real quick. All right, so DJ Peach Cobbler's main contribution so far is exposing us to another Skyrim video. But I mean, hold on. So like, this seems like big punching down. I mean, I hate the term punching down, but I mean like, you got the recommendations right. You got Salt Factory, who's at 1.8 million views. And I mean, his video is basically the same in terms of like the way that it's titled. It's called Evaluating Skyrim, an Extremely Shallow Experience, which is not that different from Skyrim Review and Overrated Epic. So it's like, it seems like if you were going to point at, also this is very Dime Tree, like it seems like if you were going to point at a Skyrim review that's like prototypical of the sort of cynicism, you would point at Salt Factory.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just didn't want to. Nah, he's not like that though. He would absolutely try and shit on somebody who's bigger than him.
Odd stylistic choice, in my opinion.
Dead.
Now that we're out of the 2010s, a decade stuffed to the brim with open world games, I think it's important that we look back at Skyrim with fresh eyes. When you take away the hot takes and the bugs and the
All right, so we just 140. So he considers that video a hot take. Let's kind of keep that in the back of our mind if we get to that video. Salt Factory is too big to criticize. Well, there's no such thing as... People usually don't complain about punching up. They call that clout chasing.
Frustration at Bethesda's constant re-release.
Although, wait a second. I dealt with the brunt of what happens when you criticize the Salt Factory, so I guess it makes sense, actually.
Of Skyrim, what's left? A magic that no other game has captured. Alright, I need to go to Solitude to join the Imperial Legion. Okay, that's a bit of a hike, but whatever. Ooh,
That's a hot take.
what's this? Some bandits?
Never should have come here.
I could kill a few bandits. Looks like they have a forge where they were making weapons that get stronger when the moons are full. That's pretty cool, but useless. Alright, that's enough fucking around. It's time to... Oh shit, is that a ruin? What's in there?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Huh, looks like some witch was trying to make some sort of super powerful soul gem. And a dead end. Well, that's a bummer, but I must be missing something. Oh well, it's time to get back on the road and... Oh, shit! Skeletons!
Yep, this is the thing, alright. Like, I get it. I was gonna brush over the mods thing, but yeah, that's a factor too.
Wow, that was pretty spooky. It's time to...
Whoa! Is that a Dragon Ball reference?
Okay, I'm good now. I've got plenty. There's no reason to keep... Oh, is that a cabin? Drelos. That's a pretty nerdy name. I wonder if he can help me with this math homework the College of Winterhold gave me. Or... yeah, I'm gonna steal his shit.
Gotcha, bitch!
Well, that guy I murdered didn't even have shit worth murdering for. Come on, Cobbler. You do it for the love of the game, not the money. Wait, what the fuck? That's a spooky looking ghost right there. What's he doing here? Is he friendly?
Stay away! I'm sorry. This isn't what I want. I'm sorry. This isn't what I want.
What's going on?
Oh no, please
Oh, right.
stop.
I forgot to warn you about that.
Stop. All right.
Oh, okay, sweet. A bunch of loot just sitting here undefended.
I don't know what I expected.
Oh, yes. Yes! You've fallen for my trap. Greed makes a great lure.
Do you get it? I mean, you get it, right? I'm halfway there.
Yeah, I got it. I got it after the first example.
I picked a random quest out of my journal and just started walking. I found bandits forging unique, albeit useless, weapons. A ruin that contained a witch's journal and a mysterious dead end. I know it's because of the companion's questline, shut up. A graveyard filled with surprise skeletons.
Surprise, motherfucker!
I wandered into a mysterious alchemist's cabin. Then I got trapped by a crazy necromancer after fighting through his army of ghost slaves. Consider the following. How do you make a world fun to explore?
You put stuff in it. But to counter his point, this has been since Morrowind and maybe even Daggerfall. Yeah, I feel like if I wanted to, I could make this argument about any open world game. I could literally do this about Watch Dogs. All right, I just got to do this objective that's across the map, and oh shit, is that chess? Oh fuck, there's a train. Just gonna take a selfie here in front of the Chicago Tower. You know what I mean? Like, it's
so ubiquitous. They actually have a term for it. It's like squirrel syndrome or some shit like that. I've heard game developers use it before, where it's just like they put shit in there to just intentionally sidetrack you. So,
according to experts, it is a spontaneous reaction to what the experts call shiny objects. It can lead to a large list of possibilities as a result of activities like brainstorming, which leads to many different ways to handle a project and ultimately a difficult process in choosing one path to start. Interesting. You learn something every day. I didn't know that there was kind of a term for it. But yeah, it was sort of like the same thing with the zero punctuation example. Like, and I feel like you could be disingenuous and do it about any game. It's kind of my point. Is like I think Watch Dogs is a great example because its open world is really bland. But if you read into it a lot, then like you could do the same kind of example. So you could say that Watch Dogs World of Chicago is just as good as Skyrim. Alrighty. What's he got to say?
How do you transform what is essentially just walking objective marker into an epic tale of intrigue and discovery? The way I see it, there's a two-step process to accomplishing this. The first step of which is to fill your game with fun, interesting, and varied locations. It's so easy, game developers.
Write that down, write that down!
You just had to try harder. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a skill issue. No, Pat, Morrowind is so linear and you never lose focus on the main quest. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing is there's a lot of Morrowind stuff where it's like, yo, is that a fucking skeleton outside that burial crypt? What's going on there? Or it's like every time you find a sunken ship, you should loot it because sometimes you're gonna find like you're gonna find the ship that was transporting like 5 crates of pillows. And you can find the manifest and, like, finish the delivery. I don't know if you can actually finish the delivery, but you could bring the lady her pillows. Or you could just, you know, build a pillow house out of it. People do that, too.
That's a free game design tip from the expert himself. Oh yeah, I forgot, that's actually super difficult, and I have no right to sit here in my internet armchair and tell developers that they're just...
What a subversion. I didn't see that coming. No, I did.
Not trying hard enough. But I don't think that's the only hint in Todd's secret sauce, because Skyrim didn't just fill its world with interesting places to explore. You see, it also didn't really tell you where any of them were. Whether or not to tell the player where everything is...
Oh, it does. It's called the Compass. And Radiant Quest.
Yeah, but it's different than Ubisoft's approach, which is climb the watchtower, get all the things. And I think that's
isn't that an old meme though?
That
like, do they still do the watchtower thing?
Oh yeah, they do.
Oh, I thought people were talking about how like they had gone away from that.
I don't know if Far Cry 6 does it, but I know Far Cry 5 did it, and I'm pretty sure New Dawn did it as well.
Actually, yeah. The most recent Ubisoft game I played was Ghost Recon Wildlands because I had a team to play with, and that was how it worked. Was like you would go into a base, you would interrogate a guy, and then he would tell you like where side content to do is.
Yeah, and the worst part too is like, especially how Ubisoft does and stuff. Like you get to know like, oh yeah, I know I don't want to do those types of side things because they suck. So then you just start sitting there cherry picking like what's on your map, and it's just like, yeah, it really ruins a lot of the exploration element because it's just, ugh.
As bad as it was, the world of 2077 was amazing. I would agree with that. I haven't been enjoying Cyberpunk when I don't do the main content and I just do side content because I don't need a car. I still don't have like, okay, so your car gets wrecked at the start of Act 2, right? I haven't got a new car. I just walk everywhere, and the world is full of stuff to do. You can just walk from side thing to side thing, and do the content that way.
It's also just such a lively world too, where I would literally just wander around and just. It's like you can see like, wow, somebody must have spent like weeks working on this one like block, just this one street with all these like different shops and stuff in there, and it's just, you know, take a look at it while you're going to your next objective or something like that.
It's a genuinely labyrinthine world.
Yeah. They really, it's dense as shit, while it's also big as, like, really big too. And it's, there's a game that would be very difficult to make in a country where you have to pay people a lot of money to do it.
Right.
Like that's one of those benefits that CD Projekt gets,
well,
being in Poland.
Okay, so the thing to remember is I gave one of the fairest reviews to Cyberpunk 2077 unknowingly. Because I did the media blackout thing when I made my review, so I had no idea that it was hip to like shit on all over Cyberpunk 2077. So I genuinely engaged with it in my video.
I actually never finished Cyberpunk because I was working on my Skyrim video.
Oh God. I almost feel like
I haven't watched your.
I almost feel like you should have finished Cyberpunk.
I haven't gotten to watch your Cyberpunk
Holy
video.
shit! I haven't been here for hours, and you're still not even halfway into the video, Lamont. This is a different video, dumbass. That's embarrassing.
In a game is actually a really important design decision. In an earlier video where I played the original Fallout, the game basically kicked me out of the vault with only 2 pieces of information. We need a water chip, and there might be one in Vault 15. I went to Vault 15 and couldn't go deeper to look for the water chip, so I searched all over the map for a rope. Because that's all the information I had. No objective markers, just a few locations and the knowledge that I needed a rope. This essentially broke me completely. I spent most of the game running from rad scorpions and forgetting to quick save. Seriously, if you haven't seen that video, it's just me losing my mind for 20 minutes. But I also stumbled into 2 dudes selling human flesh to an iguana meat stand. After that, I basically just messed around in that quest, trying to extort money from its owner and then later trying to turn him into the cops. My time with Fallout...
Yeah, it's stuff like this that makes me want to go to Fallout instead of... Fuck that real world stuff. I'm gonna be a Bethesda channel.
Was frustrating, to say the least. Wow, this sewer sure is dark. Hey, Interplay, can I have a flashlight? Of course you can. Okay, where is it? What am I, your fucking mom? You can use it if you find it, bitch. But the fact that I was stumbling around blind led me to a fun little adventure. If the game just showed me where the rope was, I would have never explored. And if the game showed me where Bundy and Dahmer were cutting people up, it wouldn't have felt like a discovery. Skyrim struck a balance. Sure, it still holds your hand and you'll never get lost, but you know what? I like it when Todd holds my hand. You want to proceed in Skyrim? Go here. But while on the way there, you can choose to explore. Any of these icons could hold anything. There is no tower in Skyrim that highlights where the actual...
Oh, it does tell you where the stuff is. Oh, and he also brings up the towers. That's funny. We come full circle.
parts of the game are. Points of interest appear on your compass when you get close to them.
I don't think you guys realize how often people need to be told that they should probably bring rope with them.
And you only know what's actually in a location by entering. This is how Bethesda does exploration in all of their games, but Skyrim to me is the ultimate version of this, due to the strange things you'll often find inside these locations. A gang of bandits breeding wolves to fight, a man trying to remove a necromancer from his ancestral tomb, a flooded prison filled with the ghosts and journals of prisoners left to die. Maybe you'll find a nice old lady in a cabin before going into her cellar and learning she's a witch. Maybe you'll just find a headless horseman out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe you'll walk by...
I mean, yeah, but... I don't know. Cyberpunk 2077's got the same thing.
a cave only to find a man bleeding out, asking for a health potion after he was mauled by the bear inside of it. Modern open world games, with the exception of Breath of the Wild, which was coincidentally influenced by Skyrim, tell you exactly where everything is and give you a rough idea of what's there.
Do you agree with this example?
What, that you're just following the quest markers or something?
I think that's the case, but it's like, no, there's tons of like random stuff that you can stumble upon in Red Dead.
If anything, Red Dead does the exact same thing, because when you're wandering around, you'll pop up occasionally with like the stranger zones and stuff.
Yeah,
like, it'll pop up.
Red Dead 2 is like commonly an example of like something that was inspired by Skyrim due to the way that its open world is built.
I mean, the amount of times we've seen Red Dead pop up in these Skyrim videos, like, there's obviously something being shared between these two.
So it's like really weird to go, this is an example of it being done different or wrong. When it's like, if you just follow the main missions, then yeah, they tell you where to go. But, you know, there's like the homestead robberies and all the collectible shit. Like, I didn't know there was a guy that collected the cigarette cards until very late in my playthrough. And yeah, he just hangs out at like Flatneck Station. So it's like, that's just the kind of thing that you can find in the world.
Side quests and enemy outposts and challenges are clearly marked, usually popping up on the map automatically after you've climbed some stupid tower. As we've gotten to the point where every game is an open world stuffed to the brim with activities, I want you to remember the difference between an activity and an adventure. Walking to Solitude...
And the difference between an activity and an adventure is just how disingenuous you are with how you present it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just, it's your expectations of like why you're going out and stuff. I mean, I talked about this in my video where it's like, if you're going out and looking at your quest, your journal, whatever, saying, all right, this is a to-do list, then yeah, of course you're gonna go to some location and just be like, all right, I'm here. But you're just going out, wandering around, you're gonna have a different sort of view on it. You're gonna
Literally, the only influence the Breath of the Wild devs took from Skyrim was that the director said he played it, and even then he said it was just part of them researching what people expect from open world games. Yeah, the Brigands Owaka guy was exactly the same. He just, you know, I played all these games for inspiration. I think Snaker nailed this argument best in his Greedfall video. I need to go back and watch that. I need to go back on like a Snaker tear and kind of hit what I think are all his best videos. The best thing I heard about Greedfall was that it was like a prequel to Morrowind in premise, because it made a lot of sense when you presented it that way.
Did you play Greedfall?
No, I haven't.
I played it a little bit, and I actually just finished watching Salty Shrimp Pasta's video on it, and he basically nails exactly what I expected of it and why I stopped playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that you start to play it and it's presenting itself as this like really open sort of go anywhere, do anything sort of game. And then you get into it and it starts getting a lot more railroady.
Yeah, I kind of remember Snaker talking about that. I need to really watch Salty's video on it before I rewatch someone else's. But talking about Watch Dogs put me in the mood for that Snaker Watch Dogs video.
Join the Imperial Legion is an activity. It's nothing more than another box on the to-do list that is Skyrim's quest design. But by only showing points of interest once I get close to them, and by filling those points of interest with engrossing and varied stories, that commute turns into an adventure. If you took out the open world of Skyrim, what would you have? A shallow action RPG with a shitty story and lackluster combat. Do you think—
Oh hey, somebody finally put Skyrim VR in one of these videos. I'm amazed he made it that far. Dude, Skyrim VR is tough to play. And I'm somebody who plays like a decent chunk of VR games.
What's so bad about it?
It's just, it controls weird. Pretty much every second that I play Skyrim VR, I'm thinking about how much I would rather be playing, like, just playing it on a normal screen with a mouse and keyboard.
That's how I feel about a lot of VR games in general. Is like VR seems to be a very large commitment.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get the whole thing set up and everything, and you have to be ready to play. And I'm just like,
oh yeah, speaking of, I
9
need
times out
to
would
charge my
rather-
controllers. Thanks for reminding me.
9 times out of 10, though, I would rather just be playing with a mouse and keyboard, sitting like in my chair.
Definitely that factor of like picking up games.
Did you ever play Fallout 4 VR?
I haven't that interested in Fallout.
I'm curious how that would stack up if it's kind of the same experience.
I'm only got into Skyrim VR because of the fact that I'm making a Skyrim video. What VR is, it's a one-of-a-kind experience that that it makes it worth going to that effort of actually trying to play it. Like Boneworks is a game that if you have the chance, you should play.
Yeah, I watched your video on Boneworks. My problem with VR is that I just maybe, and I know it's a lot of people say like you won't get the appeal until you actually try it, but I look at it and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
and also it doesn't help that I hear people say like, oh, if you get motion sick easily, you're gonna have a rough time in VR.
well, I thought I was gonna have a rough time, but I'm suited perfectly to it. I can do shit in VR that most people can't do, which is smooth turning and like direct movement. Most people can't do that. Thoughts on Half-Life Alyx? I don't care for Half-Life Alyx, honestly. I think
Half-Life play.
Go ahead.
I was you continue with your Half-Life thing.
Half-Life Alyx is kind of the VR game for people who don't have their VR legs yet, I would say. Like for someone like me, I got into VR. Me and VR were so suited for each other that like Half-Life Alyx seemed simple by comparison, and I also don't like the quippy dialogue. So, anyways,
I was
you were
gonna
saying.
ask, did you ever play Elite Dangerous in VR?
No, I played No Man's Sky in VR, and it was all right.
Ooh. Because I know a lot of people have problems with like spatial awareness and stuff, and Elite Dangerous was like the game that really taught me how to think in like a completely 3D sort of mindset. And I'm just curious like how it would play in VR. Honestly, if that's the game that's gotten me closest to getting VR is Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
Because like when you're doing like barrel rolls and like spinning upside down and shit like that, it gets crazy. And it's like, if I was playing that in VR, I think it would actually be a little bit easier to play. Or it might just make me very sick.
Yeah, right now I play a lot of H3 VR. The take and hold mode for that because I like the guns, and I've played a decent chunk of Blade and Sorcery, their latest Dungeons update, which is decently fun. It's a little easy though once you figure it out. Which the main thing to figure out is you can use the fire spell on your sword and stab through anything. So yeah, let's get a roll.
Todd could have released that enough times to fund his magnum opus, Fallout 76? Do you think modders would have put in the time and energy and passion to create schlongs of Skyrim? Oh yeah, and these other mods that no one cares about. What about the Arrow in the Knee, or Dova Bear, or the insane number of Game of the Year awards? Skyrim didn't just capture my imagination.
That's an appeal to popularity, kind of. Well, it's popular, so it's got to be good. It's like, well, there's lots of popular things that aren't good. Officially run out of slushy. You got an award from the Dorito Pope. How dare you question it?
Imagination. It was a watershed moment. I think every game has turned into a go anywhere, do anything sandbox. And the reason I'm asking you not to forget Skyrim is because Todd told me to. He barged in my door and told me that if I jerked off Skyrim on my channel, he would finally give me the contemporary wood floors in Fallout 76, and I would finally be one with the Todd. Wait, that didn't happen? That was a wet dream I had. No, the reason I want you to not forget Skyrim is because I don't want you to throw the baby out with the bathwater. All modern Bethesda games are shallow, from both a story and gameplay perspective, and Bethesda has been shamelessly milking Skyrim since release. But Skyrim shows what an open world game should be. An open world isn't just about being able to go anywhere.
Oh god. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is what an open world should be. Discuss.
It's in my library. Haven't played it yet though, fortunately.
I really disagree with. Okay, I like Elder Scrolls games. If you sat down across from me and you said Morrowind is what an open world game should be, I would slap the shit out of you.
Why is that?
It's too much into that like universal design philosophy of like every open world game should be like Skyrim. Why? Is there no room for any kind of innovation or improvement? It does a good
takes.
Yeah, it does a good job. Like Skyrim does a good job of what it wants to do, but I think that it's incredibly restrictive to look at Skyrim and say, or to look at every other open world game and go, you need to be more like Skyrim. So it's like Cyberpunk doesn't have dungeons, right? Well, dungeons seem like a pretty big part of Skyrim's design. Now, would that invalidate Cyberpunk's as an open world game? I don't think so. So in your opinion, what is the best open world so far? Well, it depends on what metric you're aiming for. You could aim for the way that the map is designed for exploration. You could look at the way that the quests interface with it. Just the way it looks is a category. So I don't know if people always ask me what the best is, and I don't have an answer because there's just there's too many factors.
I don't even have an answer for what my favorite is, let alone what the best is. It's like that's way too subjective.
Best open world is Noida. Here you go. Which there's a guy in our Discord server who made a Morrowind texture mod for Noida. He wants me to shill it endlessly. You should check it out. It's called Noida Wind. It looks cool. I downloaded it. I haven't played it yet. No time. I work all day on Skyrim. My life is hell.
And it's better than working a real job.
No. Well, I don't know. Having a real job's kind of nice. Like, I kind of miss it.
I miss certain aspects of it. I miss being able to turn my brain off for like 6 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I have to think about everything I do.
That's also what made me quit, was because I got so fucking bored. So, like, my dream job is a job that requires me to think for like 3 hours a day and then like not think for 5.
I'll be honest, I miss driving the forklift.
Yeah, power equipment's always fun. Was that like a full diesel one, or was it just like an electric one?
We had electric and propane. I could drive all of them. That was
certification.
Yeah, that's a fast way to ingratiate yourself, is to be willing to drive forklifts. I know that there's extra. I don't think forklift operators get adequately compensated for what they do, but it's a really fast way to kind of stand out if you're stuck in the wagey life. There's just no shame in. Honestly, if I could professionally drive a forklift, I would.
It's about wanting to go anywhere, because you have no discover. Skyrim will let you just chase objective markers, but its world was designed with the knowledge that following instructions isn't an adventure. A to-do list is not an odyssey. The most basic thing...
Depends on how you present the to-do list. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of D&D games that most D&D games start as just to-do lists for the dungeon master. And then like it fleshes out from there, so.
Yeah, that's a weird distinction. Not sure. Not sure if I agree.
And also, you can pretty easily be... It doesn't take a lot of straining on my part to reduce things down into just to-do lists. So...
A piece of art is supposed to do is make you feel something. That's something...
Oh, it's supposed to make you feel something. Don't you feel it?
Where it's about wanting to go anywhere, because you have what you'll discover. Skyrim will let you just chase objective markers, but its world was designed with the knowledge that following instructions isn't an adventure. A to-do list is not an odyssey. The most basic thing a piece of art is supposed to do is make you feel something. That something doesn't need to be particularly deep. That something can just be, holy shit, this is metal. Yeah. Did you really think I could go a whole video without talking about Doom Eternal?
Yes. I don't know who you are, so yes.
It's a running gag on his channel.
Well, yeah, that context clues. I haven't played Doom Eternal. I wasn't that impressed with Doom 2016.
Once again, another game, bought Doom 2016 because everybody was talking about it, and it was like $10. I was like, all right, whatever, and then I just never installed it.
Hey, okay, so who wins, Dime Tree or DJ Peach Cobbler? Let's see. Oh, DJ Peach Cobbler won. He seems to like, okay, so they're pretty similar in style, but he seems to have like been able to kind of pivot into making it work for him.
Yeah, his I don't know. I watched a Dime Tree video, a couple of them, and he just reminded me of another YouTuber, like his style, and
yeah,
it just
well, we talked about
distracted the hell out of me.
We talked about that during the Dime Tree stream. He reminded me a lot of like Soul Bro number 3 with the way that he would do things, like the musical choices he had, the way he cut stuff.
Yeah, I guess it's just a thing. It's just a genre on YouTube.
Oh no, it's definitely like the how would I describe it? Like the smooth kind of you know, every line has to be a witticism kind of approach. Which, you know, if that's your thing, that's your thing. These are like, I think they're called like break time videos, where you can just like oh shit, I'm at work and I just went on my 15-minute, and DJ Peach Cobbler released a video that I can watch in that time. So
Skyrim, huh? Well, I guess there's no way he can Eternal into this video. Guess again, idiot! Games aren't excluded from needing to incite some sort of emotion in their audience. Some games make you uncomfortable, some make you sick.
I always be cautious about using The Last of Us 2 as a positive example. This VTuber model makes you look really sleepy. Yeah, I would say definitely.
Some excite you. There's got to be some emotion through line.
Like Rageaholic, but less Adderall and Dennis Miller impersonations? Oh god. Yeah, you're right. But I don't know, I think Razor Fist was like a interpretation of that particular style.
Not even thematically, just tonally. A consistent feeling that the game always returns to. What does riding this horse make me feel? What about driving?
You don't want me to answer that question. Why did I choose a VTuber model with jiggle physics? I just like, I think that's the, it's not the model, it's the software.
Driving in Rage 2 or walking around in Far Cry 5. My big problem with
How does it
open world
make
games
you
is they never seem to
feel?
really make me feel anything unless I'm at the designated locations. These goddamn icons where the game actually occurs. I shouldn't just feel like I'm walking to a place. I should feel like I'm on an epic journey that guides.
Okay, so is Far Cry 5 the best game ever if they turn off one UI element?
I actually wondered that if I went in and like just turned off a bunch of UI elements in Ubisoft games, if I would actually have a better experience or not.
I'm trying to see if there's like a list of user interface options somewhere.
I
hey.
know I'm almost positive in Far Cry 5 you can disable like pretty much
settings.
I think you can disable the entire thing.
You can disable the compass. Hang on, it might be the next one. Well, I'm just thinking like, so you're telling me that one pretty simple change on the part of the developers would make Far Cry 5 good, which is to just hide the map elements. I don't think you can hide the map stuff. Did you just open Far Cry 5 to check? I don't own Far Cry 5. No, there's this website that like their whole thing is like cataloging user interfaces. I don't know about the Far Cry series, but the latest Assassin's Creed lets you turn on Explore mode, disables most if not all the HUD. But does it... His complaint is that the map is telling him where to go to do content. Which is like, which is again weird. That's kind of like leaving out that like, there's a compass in Skyrim that tells you where stuff is. This is a sentiment I've never been able to agree with. I don't feel when I play games unless the music is hitting a high note. I hated Disco Elysium and Kentucky Route Zero for this reason. Now, that's not a popular opinion. People usually rave at me about Disco Elysium, including the guy that really hates Noah Caldwell Gervais. Oh shit, I thought we were like at the beginning of the video. I was just in the other browser.
And frilly pants will write songs about. A feeling of an adventure isn't the only thing an open world can make you feel. If it's sufficiently hostile and alien, then it can make you feel uncomfortable. If it's truly empty and quiet, then it can make you feel a sense of peaceful solitude. And if it's just a violent crime simulator, then it can be a cathartic and fun sandbox. I even discussed in a previous video how Fallout's art style imparts a sense of tragedy. Listen, I will take anything, to be honest. Just don't make your open world game Ghost Recon another one fuck you, and I'll accept it. For me, though...
Okay, I'm saying this as somebody who didn't finish Ghost Recon Wildlands. It's an alright game. It looks cool. My opinion is the compass just points out nearby locations. It doesn't recommend them, just helps you from missing something that you might have missed. Okay, yes, I understand that sentiment. It's just, like, Wildlands is boring. Yeah, I take that action. Wildlands is pretty boring. It's too easy.
The best thing an open world can offer is adventure, but an adventure is defined by the unexpected. Would The Lord of the Rings have been good if they just marked Mount Doom on their map and walked there?
This is another one of those videos where, like, he's starting to play a distracting song in the background, and I'm trying to guess, like, what synthwave song it is. No. I think it's resonance. Did he really use resonance? Hang on.
Thing an open world can offer is adventure, but an adventure is defined by the unexpected. Would the Lord of the Rings have been good if they just marked Mount Doom on their map and walked there with nothing happening in between? And that's the problem with Skyrim. It's a problem with all Bethesda games, but one that Skyrim really throws into sharp relief. As I've said about 8,000 times in this video,
I got bad news for you. Don't use resonance unless you want me to get distracted, because I would rather be listening to the song than your video. Playing Wildlands feels like a non-trademarked game you see kids play in movies. Yeah, I'd say that. Wildlands is fun with friends if you set house rules. I'm not...
Explain?
So, like, Wildlands can be fun if you play sort of an infiltrator character and the other person either plays like a drone operator or a sniper, and they're giving you call outs on where like enemies are. But it's way too easy.
So kinda,
it's way too easy to
kind of like playing
break
it like it's Arma. Almost.
Yeah, if you play it while restricting like there's wild shit like drones that you can just fly in and revive everybody in the area, or like you just press a button, you fucking just mark everybody. Just fucking tell me where everybody is in the entire map. And it's like, but like if you're playing a sniper and you're giving callouts to the guy who's an infiltrator, because the AI is decent enough in Wildlands to let you do that, then that's when it kind of shines. It's like arcadey Arma, basically, is a good way to put it.
Yeah. That's interesting.
But yeah, if you play with no restrictions or house rules, it's kind of a terrible game.
Skyrim is shallow. It's the kids' bop version of an RPG. But Skyrim isn't about its RPG mechanics, nor is it about its story or combat.
It's about what you feel. Really? Skyrim isn't about the mechanics. I'm sorry, how was that you explored all those areas? What was that you were doing when you killed all those people? Were those mechanics? Bad, awful examples, honestly. Both The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings had their parties mark a point on the map as their end goal, and everything they did was in service of reaching that goal. Well, okay, that in fairness, his example was, I'm gonna go to Solitude to join the Legion, and then he told us like everything he did along the way to get to halfway across that journey. So I think that's the point. It's not about them going to the Misty Mountains. It's about their adventure in the mountain and with the goblins and in the forest and with the elves and at Lakeside and finally getting to the mountain in that adventure. Like everything that was along the way.
It's the journey, not the destination.
No, it's about what The Hobbit makes you feel.
Skyrim is shallow. It's the kids' bop RPG. But Skyrim isn't about its RPG mechanics, nor is it about its story or combat. Skyrim is about adventure. It became a massive success by being unexpected, and conquered the world by filling its own game world with secrets. But they aren't secrets anymore, are they? You know my reactions to all the locations earlier in the video? The way I was surprised by everything I stumbled into?
Acting.
I knew about that necromancer, I knew about Drillos's little love shack, and that skeleton was about as surprising as Todd lying to me.
16 times the detail in even view, distant weather systems.
Skyrim doesn't surprise me anymore, and as a consequence no longer feels like an adventure. Skyrim's constant re-releases do the game no favors, because with every release that magic it had fades a little more. New water shaders isn't going to bring back that mystery. Volumetric lighting is not what secrets are made of. When Skyrim's magic and mystery is gone,
exactly. It's bland Creation Club content that needed to be in the special edition that really ties things together.
That's really what I was thinking. It's like, if only we had a system here that they'd put in almost immediately after release to extend the game's lifespan that you could pay for. Huh. If the one takeaway from this stream, don't buy CC. Just don't buy the stuff.
Yeah. Do not buy Anniversary Edition. Don't make that mistake. We're only doing it because it's
you're
funny.
sitting there, if you're sitting there going, "Wow, this like fishing mechanic's kind of terrible. I guess they gave us this shitty stuff for free, huh?" No. That's literally,
clearly
if
the
you
good
buy
stuff
it,
must be for
you're
sale.
just gonna get that times 90.
No. It's the other way around. The good stuff they gave you for free.
It's a bait and switch you. It's like in like schools or whatever, the 101 professors, they try and put the good professors in there to get you to like buy into the rest of the the degree program and stuff.
Yeah. You want to take dance class, right? It's good athletics. What did the CC content make me feel? Insanity.
Violated.
Dementia.
Left is glitches, paid mods, and shallow.
Oh, he mentioned it. Oh, well, he mentioned the Creation Club, but this is a really funny video in a post Anniversary Edition world. Would you agree with the following? People like Skyrim not because it's a good game, but because it's a unexpectedly successful toy. Yes. Dance class is a good way to get poon. You don't want dancers. You don't want dancers. Just putting that out there. You don't want them. Hey, he's back. Hey, webcamschat.com, hot girls and boys video chat.
Oh, yeah.
Do they have VTubers on your website? My favorite fan. Back for the boys. Well, I like that it's a progressive campsite.
I asked you in this video to not forget Skyrim, but I know you haven't forgotten these little stories.
Oh, I did. I try to, anyways. I only have so much space in my head for stuff. You're 23, you don't get it yet.
Throughout the game. What I want you to not forget is that Skyrim was at one point filled with the unexpected, and that's what an open world game is supposed to be.
I mean, it's still filled with the unexpected for the people who haven't played Skyrim. E for Shannon. Oh, it's true. What happened? Whatever happened to Shannon? She got timed out, but then like she just disappeared.
What makes Skyrim a bittersweet masterpiece is that it's an unfull game, yet one that I desperately want to forget, because I'd give anything to feel that adventure again.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess he didn't have the issue that I had where I got 60 hours in and I just really didn't want to play ever again.
Yeah, this sounds very subjective. All right, we're gonna test the waters with this Skyrim's review and overrated epic that he invoked.
Oh yeah, let's check it out.
But we might just do like the people keep asking for it, so I might as well do it. The Noah Caldwell Gervais Skyrim bit.
Now you.
Alrighty. Let's get some context first. This is May of 2016. Okay, that's all the context you need. Let's chat about the DJ Peach Cobbler video. What did we think? How did that rate in the spectrum of Skyrim videos?
I feel like he said a surprising amount of what I was saying, actually, where it's about the adventure, but...
He said it faster, though.
Yes, he did. And with less montages, too.
Yeah, exactly. How did it make me feel? Existential dread. Every moment that I deal with Skyrim, I feel existential dread. I sleep at night crying. Really average. Yeah, I would say definitely a middle of the pack video. It's no G-Man, but it's also no Dime Tree. But he had mods, so everything he said is invalid. 1 out of 10. No, 0 out of 10. He's one of those. Like I said earlier, that was a say something that sounds fancy with no substance for most of it. Barely touched on the mechanics. Well, yeah, it barely didn't. It was all about the adventure. Yeah, I guess we got to remember there was a cringe compilation in the middle of the video. So maybe it's not like okay, it's definitely not number 2. I guess it would be like it's between like it's between Dime Tree and White Light. How about that?
That sounds fair.
Would you like more role-playing elements in the next Elder Scrolls game? Like actual relationships, players being able to become bards, returns of classes, etc. Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have a cringe compilation of chat in the Salt stream? I already posted it on my channel. It's 10 hours long. G-Man Lives videos aren't deep, but that's kind of the point. He just tells you what he thinks in 10 minutes and dips. Yeah, but like, for some reason, he's best. He's the best one we've watched. Explain that.
Skyrim is just, it's
Amnesia
an intimidating
water.
game. What can I say?
Amnesia water. People who were good at Oblivion were bad. Or like clown water or something.
Now you know what I'm gonna say, right? Oh no, I'm reviewing Skyrim. Everybody likes that game, so I should preemptively mount a defense about why I'm just trying to be honest when I point out the various flaws Bethesda's chart-eating RPG has.
I feel attacked already. I feel attacked and vindicated. I don't know.
I'm just settling in now.
This guy sounds like IHE. No, he doesn't. I don't know who he sounds like.
Foisted by the fact that reviews shouldn't be about who can rile up the biggest gang of people with the same opinions, but about truth and honesty, even when the world tells you you're a stupid face. I can't really say Skyrim is completely terrible. I mean, you have to commend it somewhat for its scale, the same way we should commend Michael Bay for the scale of Transformers 3. But seriously, I'm not going to do the thing I did with the Other M review where I talk shit about the developers. Because while Other M was selfishly made, catering only to the writer's own ego, you can tell that with Skyrim that Bethesda put some love and passion into their creation, trying to make it appeal to a new crowd. But in my personal...
Okay. Gotta feel bad. He's trying to do a thing and it didn't work, and I think we should watch Noah instead.
Vetoed after 50 seconds.
Well, it is like a 10,000 view video.
Yeah. It also wasn't on the docket, so.
Alright, so what is this Noah Caldwell Gervais Skyrim business? Complete Skyrim versus Dragon Age. It's 2 hours long.
Whoa.
Give me some fucking timestamps, I swear to God.
What Dragon Age is he comparing it to? Just the entire franchise? Dragon Age Inquisition?
Origins in 2.
Origins in 2. Interesting. The thing is that they're not open world games, so...
It's like the first 30 minutes of the video. You best be right. I swear to God. I shouldn't trust chat. What does it mean? What does it mean? Yeah, I saw LGR's Skyrim video. Why do people keep asking me if I've seen Skyrim videos? Yes. Literally the second anything Skyrim related gets made, someone posted it in my Discord. I know that Kretosis made a Skyrim video. Part 1 of 5. That's kind of an issue. Well, maybe not. It's like an hour long, but still. Chat would never lie to you. Yeah. Also 2014. There's your context. Okay, hang on. What are you gonna do, Noah?
No. There's your copyright claim.
I turned the audio off for the stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, it goes on for a while too, so.
Alrighty. And we're back. Hey, Noah. How are you?
Babe. In this video, we're going to be doing the complete Skyrim versus Dragon Age. Now, the purpose of this video isn't to say which game is worse and which game is better. It's to look at all three games, Skyrim, Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, comparatively, to see what strengths and what weaknesses come out of each game's chosen format. Now, Skyrim we're going to be looking at as an open-world fantasy simulation. Dragon Age Origins we're going to be looking at as a traditionally styled Dungeons & Dragons kind of role-playing game. And Dragon Age 2 we're going to be looking at as an experimental, sort of contemporary television-based approach. Now, I wrote...
Why does he have the blinders open? It's the most Washington thing you can possibly fucking do, is to have the blinders open all day.
The video with all three of those games being looked at together, but I certainly don't have an expectation that you're going to sit down for 2 entire hours and listen to me to talk about them. So, to that end, I've broken down the video into its different sections down in the table of contents by timestamp. You can just go down there and switch to whatever game you want to do.
Oh, cool. Hang on. I was dumb. I didn't check the description. So Skyrim is 1 minute 21. Oh, that's a lot of use. Dawnguard is 1710 and Dragonborn is 2033. Wow, he spends 3 minutes on Dawnguard but 10 minutes on Dragonborn? No, 5 minutes on Dragonborn. Okay, that's more proportional.
So let's get started. Let's start with Skyrim. Skyrim is one of those games that people just can't get out of their head. Much more so than even Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls title that preceded Skyrim. Skyrim was a commercial and critical success that guaranteed Bethesda a place among the very top role-playing studios working today. But it's also widely criticized for being shallow, and in many ways, a tremendous oversimplification of the role-playing genre. And in many ways, it is both shallow...
How are you already out of stamina? What the hell? You have dual Daedric swords, but you ran out of stamina after like 2 power attacks. He has a lot to say about Serana. Does he really? He better not fucking complain about, like, oh, Serana's kind of a sexist character.
And simple. Shallow in its human interactions and plot, the traditional need of the Western role-playing experience. And simple in the...
Now we're VTubing? Really? Yeah, motherfucker, it's funny. Next stream, I'll have an orc. Maybe. I might just be lazy and keep this one. Well, more time making an orc is less time playing Skyrim. As we all know, I can't put the game down.
Ways that it requires the player to interact with the world in the game's numbers system. What's remarkable about Skyrim is that it does not need these areas to be robust and well-developed to work. It's chosen to completely focus on the player as a player, autonomous and apart from the game's world. And the way it draws the...
As opposed to... Wait, as opposed to how did Oblivion do it? Just change the color of this one to green. Hold on. Filters. Color correction. It looks kind of sickly, though. There you go. I am now an orc girl. I'm more like a goblin girl, but just quiet.
Player into that experience is nothing short of brilliant. When we talk about Dragon Age later on, we'll talk about how the player character is constructed as a specific person in a specific situation.
Okay, so what he means is that Dragon Age builds his characters. You're kind of a written character, whereas you're a tabula rasa in Skyrim.
The hero of Ferelden, the champion of Kirkwall. In those games, you're defined by those events and your role in them. In Skyrim, you may be partially driven by circumstance. You are the long-foretold Dragonborn, able to speak the language of the ancient dragons, but that has absolutely zero hold over you as an actor in the events of the game. You are always player one. In this way, you don't really play a role in Skyrim, not like in tabletop role-playing influence design doctrines. Here, it's just you as you in the role...
Oh my god, look at those side quests.
Oh yeah, wow.
He does not turn on anything off.
Of you with a sword. Like Oblivion before it, the genius of Skyrim is in its knowledge of itself as a game, and its total commitment to the technical construction of the game world as you experience it sitting on your couch, hands on the controller. The thing is, this isn't a revolutionary idea. There have always been two schools of role-playing design. One says the gameplay should drive the construction of the world, a la Blizzard with Diablo and World of Warcraft, and Bethesda with the Elder Scrolls titles and its modern Fallout game. The second says that the writing and the design of the quests should take precedence, a la BioWare and Obsidian. Sometimes a studio will split the difference. Black Isle, back in the day, produced both the story-focused Baldur's Gate series and the gameplay-driven Icewind Dale series using the same game engine, but marketed to different gamers looking for those distinct areas of emphasis. Bethesda farmed a quest-driven Fallout to the developer Obsidian with Fallout New Vegas, partly as an olive branch to longtime series fans, but also partly to capture that segment of the gaming market. Skyrim, however, makes no compromise or apologies. Skyrim is the latest in a long lineage of role-playing games that make player freedom, the ability of the player to go where they want, do what they want, and physically manipulate the world how they want, as the primary concern.
I agree with all this. I mean, it's a interesting kind of perspective on... Wait, I can be an elf girl. They're natural... You? Okay. I'm an elf girl now. He is right that there was a split kind of design focus where some people wanted to tell a story and some people wanted to, and some people wanted to focus on the mechanics aspect. And I never thought about, like, the Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale kind of split. So sure, yeah, I agree with all of this. Does anyone else find it weird that the disappearance of the Dwemer is still treated as a mystery given the events of Morrowind's Mages Guild? I always kind of interpreted it as like whoever the Mages Guild character was, just like didn't publish their findings, and so that's why it's like still a mystery despite the fact that the question was answered.
Choosing to make that goal such a priority over other goals, like deep NPCs or branching plot consequences, shifts the game's overall aesthetic away from classic D&D style role-playing and deep into the unique concerns of an open-world simulation. A digital model of classic Western high fantasy, like how Grand Theft Auto V is a digital model of how American pop culture perceives Southern California to be. And that's not a...
I've been to Southern California, and it's not far off.
Bad thing to be more of a simulation than a role-playing title. Skyrim is without a doubt one of the finest fantasy simulations ever constructed.
Interesting sentiment. Oh, I didn't even add it to my notes. Are you there? Are you faded?
I'm here.
Yeah, he's just kind of saying like agreeable things.
Yeah, it's...
Skyrim's the GOAT.
Well, at least we know, probably not gonna be a dunk fest.
Yeah. Well, this was before that was cool, is the thing. Like 2014.
There needs to be a fucking video on just like the history
well, I think
of this game's image.
Yeah, what changed I think was Fallout 4. That was kind of the...
Was it Fallout 4 or was it The Witcher 3?
I would say Fallout 4. Now, people kind of saw like the iniquities of Skyrim as just sort of a stumbling, but they were going to get back to like...
Yeah.
They were going to get back to the true selves, and then like Fallout 4... I mean, Fallout 4 was as buggy as the worst of them when it came out in its time. There just wasn't as big a spotlight for it back then. But yeah, I think that's when the... Not just that, but like that's when YouTube kind of... that's when YouTube really kind of started focusing on like the negativity core. I mean, to be fair, we were living through like you know, angry video game nerd and all that, but there was never really an idea of like, let's sort of apply that to modern games. That was always sort of a retro appeal. I didn't know the titty physics were going to be so drastic. just so we're clear.
Skyrim's construction is almost identical to Oblivion and Fallout 3 in many respects. So why is it better? The first and possibly most important answer is the environment, particularly the landscape. The kingdom of Skyrim, as portrayed in the game, is both massively ambitious and cleverly arranged, dividing this northern land into 8 environmentally distinct holds with their own cities, settlements, and local concerns.
Is it 8 or 9? Okay, I guess we count with our fingers. Markarth, Solitude, Morthal, Dawnstar, Whiterun, Falkreath, Riften, Windhelm, Winterhold. I got 9.
Yeah, people are saying 9.
I guess Winterhold and Dawnstar aren't distinct. I think they're pretty distinct.
Yeah, I would say so.
Like Winterhold is definitely like what some people, okay, people who play games are kind of dumb. They're always like, Skyrim should be entirely Arctic wasteland, and then like it's the same, those same people were like, Cyberpunk should only be set at night. Like, people are just kind of dumb.
Cyberpunk should only be set at night?
Yeah, there was a like genuine fucking, there was like such a long argument on V about whether or not Cyberpunk, like, because in the trailer they showed that there was daytime, and that just set people on V off. It's like, no, Cyberpunk is a nighttime thing, and it's like
it's like a trope. They're
yeah,
like arguing that it has to stick to the trope.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's like only some Cyberpunk stuff is purely at night. There's stuff that was done at day. I think daytime in Night City is really good for like showing off how fucking polluted everything is.
Oh man, that game depresses me just because of that. See all the trash everywhere, like the giant freaking garbage dump and stuff like that.
Yeah, Pacifica's awesome. That area on the beach where like that's where the smog gets really bad, and it's like half the fucking area is abandoned. That place is cool. But I mean, I think the only way you can appreciate night in Cyberpunk is to have day. If it was always night, I think it would be a lot lamer.
Of Skyrim changes quite.
No, Winterhold is definitely cut content. I was thinking about that the other day. Nobody ever really brings up that like Winterhold was supposed to be a big deal, and they just kind of like knocked it into the ocean. Big boy Brit here. I apologize for Never Knows Best. Yeah, you have to apologize for your whole island. Having done my boys Salt and NKB dirty, who is your currently favorite Skyrim reviewer? Love you, bro. Can't wait for your quick retrospective. Well, I said before, I think G-Man has been so far like the best that we've watched. To the surprise of everybody. There's something about Skyrim that like gives people low IQ takes. Pacifica's unfinished, just a single gig from a fixer and big stadium inaccessible. Yeah, that was the shame. Was I wanted to hang out in that area and it felt very unfinished. Like I forget if that's part of the main quest or not, but the one where you like sneak into the Musclehead's big base, that was pretty cool. That Musclehead faction honestly was like one of my favorites. It was like, in the future, there's going to be a gang of fucking gym heads that are going to beat the shit out of everybody, and they're going to take like being super strong to the obvious extreme. I just thought that was cool. I thought it was an interesting idea for a gang, because it could have been a lot worse. It could have been just everything's the Yakuza.
Tremendously between the holds, but unlike Oblivion, which shifted the environments jarringly and awkwardly, Skyrim eases the player in and out of numerous beautiful terrains, mostly through use of mountains, using altitude shifts and obscuring peaks to reduce and nearly eliminate the kind of patchwork look of the previous game's Cyrodiil. And all the holes share a European flavor that unifies them. There's no swamps or jungles mixed in with everything else.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
I'd like to really stress what an accomplishment Skyrim is as a digital world. Every roll of the hills and dip of the valleys was placed with obvious care, consideration, and thought towards making the world look alive and vibrant from any angle. The way plant life, wildlife, and weather are all integrated makes Skyrim's primary activity, which is walking.
Oh yeah, everybody forgets Morthal, but it is a swamp.
Consistently entertaining. The seemingly ever...
You have to remember, he's from Seattle. He doesn't know what a swamp is. We only have rainforest out there.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's from Seattle. What is that? An accent from Seattle?
Yeah,
Or
it's like a South Canadian accent.
I've never heard this accent before in my life. That's interesting.
Yeah, they talk weird there. Usually, here's the extent of like exchanges in Seattle. Do you know where like a good place to eat is? Fuck off.
This natural beauty of the artificial kingdom Bethesda created is probably the #1 thing that makes the game world work so well. Now, that's not just graphics I'm applauding, not just the textures and the particle effects, which are also quite wonderfully and naturalistically done. It's the overwhelming amount of work that went into crafting the world in a way...
South Canadian's not a thing? Yeah, there's a South Canadian place called Vancouver. Yeah, like I get it. Most of Canada is like stretched into like a single latitude, because they're literally just bandit cities on the edge of America.
That continually beckons the player to continue exploring, offering both diversions and obvious routes from everywhere to everywhere that I want to single out for being praiseworthy. For open world design, it is a stunning success. Aesthetically, it gives a stronger illusion of placefulness than any RPG I have ever played. In terms of gameplay, it's carefully tooled to allow the player to go...
What difficulty is he on? Oh, well, that is a Sabercat. They're kind of shit.
Yeah, and he's got high level gear at that point, so...
and do anything without feeling constrained, something that I did not be accomplished purely by being clever with the use of rocks and fog, but here we are. The above-ground world, Skyrim itself, is the game's greatest strength. But it's the below-ground world that most distinguishes itself from Oblivion. Oblivion also had hundreds of optional dungeons and incidental areas, not to mention the Oblivion Gates, but Oblivion's dungeons had a frustrating sameness to them, a kind of obvious dungeon template that, after a while, you couldn't help but begin to resent. A lot of people felt that way, enough that Skyrim designers specifically set out to make each of these still hundreds of optional areas feel unique and handcrafted, with more of a sense of specific history to them. Now, there's only a handful of different types of dungeon in Skyrim. The ancient Nordic ruin, the natural cave, the Dwemer, or Dwarven if you prefer ruin, Fort Castle. Now, Oblivion had a similar number of base dungeon sets, but it didn't spend half the effort that Skyrim does blending the sets and giving them twists.
But don't most Nord dungeons feel totally homogenous? Yeah, that's usually the sentiment, is like... Nordic crypts are incredibly repetitive, like far more repetitive than probably any of the other dungeon types.
And yeah, okay, so Oblivion's dungeons and stuff, they feel cookie cutter and stuff, but at least they don't all end by circling back on themselves.
Yeah, they're not all just donuts.
Yeah.
Just a lot of them.
And there's usually like offshoots and stuff like that. It feels more like you're exploring in Oblivion. Granted, what you're exploring is just not as visually stimulating.
Yeah, it's just kind of boring, and yeah, I can probably... So clairvoyance is a useful skill for when you're in a dungeon and you see two options and you don't know which way is just like gonna lead to a dead end and which way isn't. But most of the time, Skyrim's dungeons I've noted are pretty fucking linear.
See, I might be the weirdo, but I like to try and get lost in dungeons. If I see two routes and I know that one route's going to take me to the end, I'm going to go the exact opposite direction. I'm going to go to the other one. Because I want to actually, explore the thing. And getting lost is an aspect of exploration.
Well,
so
okay.
I never held that against Oblivion, that I got lost in some of its dungeons.
Well, I would look at it like this. Somebody said backtracking's boring. I wouldn't say that. Backtracking is an excellent opportunity to go back through the dungeon and realize that you may have missed a potential route. That's why, if a dungeon isn't just a donut, then they'll have like branching paths for you to explore. Because then you have the opportunity to miss stuff, you come back and you're just like, whoa, I missed this whole part of this dungeon, or I missed this whole element.
And if you have to backtrack to then go down the right path, that gives you a little bit of time to just like catch your breath from combat and stuff too.
Yeah,
I always appreciate
you can soak in the
it's
atmosphere.
Like a 2-minute reprieve. Yeah. This is something that I notice this when I'm driving. If I'm driving, I don't see shit, but if I'm in somebody's passenger seat, I see a lot more.
Yeah.
And if you're doing backtracking, you kind of know where you're going, so you can actually look at the environments a little bit more, because you don't have to think nearly as much for navigation, unless you're hopelessly lost, but that becomes something else.
Backtracking is satisfying if you're not having to constantly go back through the same single location more than twice. Well, yeah, that's kind of my point, is if you have a sort of more complex level design, I mean, you can look at Doom WODs, because they're a great example of various sort of philosophies of level design. There's some Doom WODs that were in Doom 2, which involve a lot of backtracking to accomplish. That the way that they made it interesting was that they would every time you came through, there might be new monsters or like an escalation in difficulty. So I think the big example is, I forget the name of the level, but it's in Hell in Doom 2, and you start in like a circular room, and that, trust me, that will be enough for some people to know what level it is. You go through the level kind of like in a circle several times, and so you reach the end of a part, you get a new weapon, and then when you come back through the level, there's tougher monsters for you to use that new weapon on. So that's kind of one philosophy that you could do with it, with backtracking, to make it interesting. Tricks and traps, yeah, like I made a dungeon where is it tricks and traps? I don't think it is. I made a dungeon where this was in D&D, where the goblins had like lots of routes to kind of navigate the dungeon and get around that the players couldn't take because they were too big. And so that can be like really interesting. Like the simple act of getting out of the dungeon can be as much of a battle as going through it the first time.
As well as filling them with a lot more side and miscellaneous.
I thought that people complaining about Daggerfall's dungeons was mostly down to like people who had never played Daggerfall and so had never visited them. It's kind of like the meme of 4chan sort of deal, where everybody kind of repeats the same points because they don't actually have experience with it.
Than Oblivion ever did. If you play for long, you may still get fatigued by the lack of fundamental variety, but the extra care put into the dungeons is obvious and deeply impressive.
I mean, I would agree with that. There was definitely some focus on Skyrim with like environmental storytelling. Like there's a guy and he's dead on a toilet. There's a little story there that you can come up with that like is just a neat little detail that you can find on your own. And I think that there's a decent number of interesting dungeons, most of them tied to like Daedra quests. Like the one he's in now, Ilinalta Deep. It's a pretty cool dungeon. That like distinguishes itself from a lot of the generic forts of Skyrim.
It's really important that the locations you visit so frequently have stories and histories. That contributes a lot to staving off the inevitable feeling of impatience that marks the end of most people's journey.
There's a tower in a cave. How did it get there? All the Creation Club, if the Creation Club adds dungeons, they typically are like giant fucking rooms, like obscenely large rooms, so stuff like insanely like Skyrim with the number of like underground giant caves that ecosystems form in should be like just constantly quaking from how many cavitations there are in the earth.
Very solid ground.
What range is how Bethesda, here as in previous Elder Scrolls games, actually conveys the history and culture of Skyrim. They do it in a way that leaves a strong immediate impression, and then figure if you care enough about it, you can go and literally find a book and look up a deeper explanation. Each city in Skyrim has its own very distinct look and tone, but that's all conveyed through the architecture. Likewise, the lost civilizations of the ancient Nords and the Dwemer. It's all about the look of them. Bethesda is amazing
All
at
about
that.
the look.
They did the same thing with Fallout 3, using art and symbolic cues to tune the player into the exact sort of vibe that they want to convey, without having to explain very much through exposition. There's a ton of exposition in the game anyway, but it's mostly hidden away in books. During your travels in Skyrim, you'll encounter dozens upon dozens of histories, legends, stories, journals, and catalogs that can really broaden your understanding of Skyrim the place. That's if you have the patience for them, though. Some, like the Wolf Queen series, are pretty fun reads that add a nice feeling of cultural background to the world. Others, like the Dwemer Inquiries that go into vague detail about the lost civilization, are interesting but unsatisfying, relying pretty heavily on the "no one can really know the true secrets of the lost dwarven civilizations" card to get out of having to explain too heavily. But
Okay. I'm so upset I thought up an interesting game mechanic idea I wanted to explore while I was making dinner and listening to you guys, but I forgot to write it down and I can't think of what it was. Welcome to Dementia. We meet every, fuck, when do we meet?
Architecturally, the Dwemer ruins are arranged in ways that suggest real work.
What's bad is I've done all of these dungeons in like the last 2 days that he's showing. This is all familiar.
Living arrangements, and there's a nice sense of realism to them, frustratingly enigmatic.
I'm like really confused about how much stamina he has. Did he put all of his points into health? Like he runs out of stamina so fast. Okay, have you done the Thieves Guild? Like finished it yet?
I mean, I played it like last year, but it's all very fresh in my mind still.
Okay, so do you remember the part where Mercer Frey knocked down a Dwemer tower to slow us down? I shit you not. This is a thing that happens.
That's like, yeah, that's the last like the heist one, right?
Yeah, that's where you get the Falmer Eye.
Yeah.
That's like what the skeleton key is such a weird thing. Like, what did he do? He unlocked the tower's potential to fall the fuck apart. What does that look like? What did he just like drag the key along the base of the tower? So the skeleton key basically makes you God, I take it.
I guess so.
Anyways, this area made me think of that because like it's a really dumb kind of thing that happens that I think I'm gonna write off as just like, no, the tower was like just coincidentally fell and like they blamed it on Mercer because everything that goes wrong in Skyrim is Mercer's fault, you know. Someone ate all of our food out of the fridge. That fucking Mercer Frey skimming off the top.
Are, frankly, kind of boring and not very well written. That they are there at all is complimentary to the game, but in general, the books of Skyrim, if you read enough of them, contribute to the creeping sensation you get interacting with the NPCs of the world. That the construction of Skyrim as an invented culture is pretty much just a function of what the simulation needs to keep the player interested.
And that's such a nuanced way to present such a black-pilled take. He hit it with the skeleton car. I'll write it down. Mercer Frey hit the tower with the skeleton car. There. I'm more likely to remember it now. I can't wait till I have to go through these notes and, like, wonder what the fuck I was doing.
I was taking a bunch of notes myself while watching your streams for this stream, and then I just went back this morning and looked at it, and I'm like, I can't make sense of any of this shit. The fuck?
Mm-hmm. This is like... Okay, so this is a good preview of how I take notes in my composition notebook. It's the same format. Timestamp what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
If I have
while you're
general...
writing it down, you're like, oh yeah, I'll remember what this means, and then you inevitably never do.
I try to be detailed enough, but no guarantees. Yeah, let's take a quick break. We'll start back at 35 after. How about that? Can you hold the fort for a few minutes?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Oh, well, go for it.
All right.
I recently watched your Morrowind retrospective. I wanted to give you something to say thanks. Have a good night. Well, thank you. I do it all for the yacht. The yachty. Maybe we should have used the skeleton key on Lorcan's heart. Well, that's a weird thing, right? Is they added these powers to the skeleton key and then didn't take into consideration that it had been in the previous Elder Scrolls game multiple times.
All right, well, I'm back if you gotta take care of... Oh, you good? All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think I'm gonna bow out in like another 15-20 minutes. I'm starting to fade.
Oh, that's fine. How long have we been going?
7 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, that's pleb tier shit.
This is how the fuck do you do this 3 times a week?
4 times a week. Typically I do like a shorter stream on Mondays.
Oh, jeez, man.
You just get used. You get used to it.
Maybe it's because like I've never even done like a reaction type thing before, so I'm trying to figure out this while also like trying to balance, you know, like chatting and stuff like that, and also not trying to hijack the stream.
Pull an all-nighter? No, no. All-nighters fuck me up for weeks.
Ugh. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule for like 3 weeks now. I finally just bought melatonin the other day because I'm at my wit's end. I went to bed at like 4 a.m. last night. I'm like, this shit's got to end.
Yeah, I've never gone that route for fixing it. It's usually just a lot of suffering. But yeah, sleep at night. It's underrated.
I like being up at like 7 in the morning. I like daylight. So, oh god, I haven't seen the sun in so long since I quit my job. It's inside all day.
Do you live in like a super urban area?
Yeah, I do.
Oh well, shit out of luck then. I was gonna say like go for walks, like it's worth it.
So I live in a super urban area, but we don't have sidewalks. So there's like a shit ton of traffic. People drive really fast, and they don't look out for pedestrians. So, like, yeah, I would love to get a bike and just ride around, but that's so fucking dangerous.
Yeah, sounds like a shithole to me.
I'm flanked by highways and like major roads all over the place.
I've got a sidewalk that I live near. It goes to a lot of places. And I don't live in an urban area. You live in Texas? Sounds like Texas. It does sound like Texas. Years of night shift. Going back to being alive during the day is wonderful. Yeah, I did that night shift stuff.
Oh yeah. I did that too.
And hell, I did the easy night shift, which is like late evening. I didn't typically do like over the night.
I did all of them. I've literally worked any shift you can work in a hourly job, and I worked them for a while too. So I did like pure overnights, like 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., 8 a.m. I did those for like almost a year.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with working overnights, and the guy's a fucking skeleton at age 23.
So what happened was like I just no longer slept 8 hours straight. I would sleep 4 hours, be up for a few hours, and then just fall asleep again for another few hours.
Yeah, that's even worse.
Yeah, it was.
Sailors do that shit.
That was really rough.
So I hope Noah gets to it.
Most people never read the books, and I don't blame anyone for it. That's not where the fun of the game is. But if you don't,
I don't blame you for not reading the books, you fucking nerds.
You mean all the books with the typos in it?
Yeah. Well, I take it he's not gonna like the anniversary edition.
Like a really vaguely defined world, relying mostly on a player's familiarity with fantasy cliches and game expectations, instead of going out of its way to establish its private mythos. You're given just enough plot to justify what you're doing at any given moment, no more, no less. And if you aggressively pursue any individual plotline, they usually only take a handful of hours apiece to complete. The werewolf plotline of the Companions, for example, is interesting, but relies really heavily on a competent, stable, but very predictable pacing and execution. The main plot is actually quite short if you do it late in the game, but especially so if you've got the Dawnguard expansion. The only real reason that the main plot takes so long is that it requires you to solve alternate plot lines, like issues with Skyrim Civil War and tracking down some Elder Scrolls.
I was gonna say, so the Boneworks video, I finished writing it at a midnight, and by 8 a.m. the next morning I had a finished video.
How long was that video?
Like 30 minutes. It was one of like the weirdest things I've ever done. And it's a really good video for like the state I was in when I made it. Mind you, I recorded the audio for it in that 8 hours. So yeah, that's my making a video at night story.
Jesus Christ, I don't.
It's non-replicable. I've never been able to get that kind of energy.
I mean, editing alone just completely drains me. It just sucks my soul out. I open up DaVinci Resolve and I literally just start screaming in my head. I look for any excuse not to edit.
It's only a couple hours of the actual game, and this is a 6-hour game if you really get into it. The Civil War portion of the game is one of its better, with ramifications that really do affect the whole of Skyrim, even if
He's
you're
a
only
base
making binary
Stormcloak.
choice between the occupying Imperials.
I
and
told
the
you guys.
Stormcloaks.
I told you guys. He's a Stormcloak.
And your battle for your chosen side takes you to almost every landscape. A lot of the most important and the most fun major quests are arranged this way. Multi-part goals that force you to explore new parts of the world, offering an incredible variety of diversions. And the diversions are where the game really shines. One-off quests, self-contained stories that tap into a mood or a feeling, rather than a real meaty story. That's not to say there are no well-written quests or no interesting characters. There are. The various factions and their leaders are well done and well portrayed, but your interactions with them are very surface level. You don't really get to know, say, the leader of the Greybeards, but the game's writing leaves you with the impression that you do. It's a game where costume...
Whoa. I didn't get that impression. What are you talking about?
Accent and pre-existing player expectations shape the kind of person you're interacting with. Unlike Dragon Age, your character will never have friends in Skyrim, just a limitless sea of vague acquaintances. They make sense and function well. Blacksmiths come across as blacksmiths, shopkeepers like...
She get a companion.
Lydia's my friend.
Yeah, Jazarga is my friend. So's Gog. And my horse, Lightning. Parthenax is the most detailed faction leader. Is he? Ulfric?
Keeps royalty like royalty. But if you're going to really enjoy Skyrim, that has to be a satisfactory stopping point for how meaningful your interaction with those characters is going to be. Bethesda is better at crafting situations than people anyway, so many of the quests are still tons of fun, even if the characters are shallow. When the quests work, they work so wonderfully and charismatically that it is hard to resist the pull of chaining them together, trying to finish just one more until you're falling asleep sitting up and get absolutely murdered by bears. Oblivion didn't have nearly as many defined quests and goals, and it was harder to engage with Cyrodiil than Skyrim on account of it. The game is so truly massive, and the number of objectives you're juggling at any given time is so large that it would be easy to get totally overwhelmed if it weren't for all those quest markers giving their quiet reassurance to the player. Even if
Okay,
most
that's
of the
a
quests
take.
are inter-dungeon, find item...
So is that why he has all the quest markers active?
He finds it reassuring.
It's reassuring that there's still content to be explored, even though half of it's Radiant quests.
I just find it overwhelming, quest marker or no. I typically, like, I've been getting analysis paralysis where I'm just, like, sitting at my house trying to figure out which quests to do next. Despite the fact that I have, like, 20 at any given time that I could go do.
Despite the fact that I have, like, an entire script basically written out, or at least an outline for it, and I could just follow that. I literally open up, every recording starts with me opening up my map and just staring at it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Turn item. They have so many varieties of dungeons that it's consistently engaging for hours on top of hours. The game's Daedric quests are particular standouts, and they mark the most creative departures from the standard fantasy setting in the game, as well as some of its most memorable moments. Plus, you're given the unique and useful items as rewards, and the satisfaction of interacting with a fascinatingly characterized pantheon of divine jerks. I honestly don't know why the Elder Scrolls series in general doesn't orient in these weird, wild directions that the artists and writers at Bethesda obviously excel at going in more often. You'll see it more...
Based? I would agree with this. They sort of always, like, pick the most basic and, like, milquetoast settings for stuff when they've shown a degree of competence when it comes to kind of portraying the more weird and fantastical elements of the setting.
I wonder if they're just afraid of ejecting the like the more casual audience who might not vibe with going to the Realm of Madness or fucking Solstheim or
Well, it's like, okay, so
Vardenfell.
I did the Elder Gleam quest today, which is a Kinnereth quest. And do you know what happens in that quest?
Yeah, you just go into that that cave, and there's that tree that you got to like cut with the freaking dagger and stuff.
Yeah, and then all the Kinnereth worship there's just get wiped the fuck out by Spriggans.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really cool kind of portrayal. Like, Kinnereth's one of the divines. She's supposed to be one of the good ones, but like they portray her as like a hard fucking person that like needs to be pleased, or she's gonna like mess you up. And I think that that was one direction they could have gone. Is like the city people think of the divines as like, they think of them as sort of like just generic gods, but then like you get out into the world and you interact with these entities, and they're just kind of like the Daedra, but more kind of like on the moral side.
Yeah, it's like, what's the difference between in these depictions? What's the difference between Kinnereth and Azura?
Yeah. Sort of. Azura's kind of a spiteful bitch about everything. There's a peaceful option to that quest, isn't there? I don't know. All I know is there was a guy who asked me to come with you, and I took him with me, and then he didn't like say anything when I got to the tree, so I just did. I just stabbed the tree, and everybody died. And then he got all mad. I don't get it.
Oh, so there's a priest that will help you complete the quest.
He's
getting killed.
He's like he's one of the pilgrims. He wants to know where like the Elder Gleam is.
Or in the Dragonborn expansion, much like the amazing Shivering Isles expansion for Oblivion. But Skyrim, generally, is mired in fantasy cliché. It works well for the simulation, but it becomes a little frustrating once you catch on to the fact that Bethesda could be doing much more interesting stuff if they were willing to just run with it. But being interesting was not as important to Bethesda as being malleable was. All these quests...
That's a fine quote.
Good or bad, are designed to be played in order without breaking the game. There's a lot of ways to play Skyrim as a consequence. You can tackle quests region by region and along one-direction chains of exploration in loops, going from mountaintop to mountaintop, or completely randomly. You can play this damn game in absolutely any order you can dream of, and what's genius about the way Skyrim is written is not in any line of dialogue, which are generally pretty bad, or any individual character, which are pretty universally shallow and utilitarian, but in how absolutely fluid and flexible the entire structure of plot is. While it's good to follow the main plot right up until the point where dragons first appear, so you can get rolling on your dragon shouts and such, after that it is one of the most functional, truly open worlds you'll ever encounter in a game. Go to the opposite end of the map and do nothing but cave diving for 20 hours, then join the Mages Guild, then become a vampire, then become a werewolf, then go back to cave diving, then choose a new High King of Skyrim, and when you finally come back to the main plot, nothing will be broken, and all of your decisions will be accommodated. This, more than anything else, is why you have such shallow choices as a player, and such a vague character in the Dragonborn, because without that shallowness, the flexibility of plot would require some extremely complicated ways to reconcile any more player choice than it already has. And the words extremely complicated translate in game development into many months and many thousands of dollars.
Or they just wanted a blank slate. I mean, I assume this is going to, like, Dragon Age is better because it imposes character or something like that.
Besides, Bethesda games have been using this Occam's RPG conversation approach for years, and people dig it, I dig it. It works very well for Skyrim, and that's directly because of Bethesda's choice to make the player the only meaningful character in the game. The vast majority of the game is spent out in caves, forests, and ruins. The time you spend with other characters is really minimal for a AAA title, particularly compared with Dragon Age. That's the Skyrim experience. The leveling system has also been criticized for being shallow, but it isn't. It's cleverly crafted to fit the player-centric experience. Performing specific actions to skill in that action.
I'm not sure I agree with that one.
Leveling system is cleverly designed to, what was it, fit the player's axiom or something like that?
And when you've performed enough actions, you're given a perk point and a general character level up, rather than receiving general experience from which you can freely invest. You receive no XP from quests, and you have no statistics like strength or dexterity, just your health, your magic, your stamina, and your skills. The perk trees give your skills bonuses and special areas of focus that help make the things you do most often in the game easier, so that by the time you're getting tired of the game, you're progressing through it much faster. And that is brilliant design. It's rare.
You are also a melee player, so that might
yeah.
It's interesting how like playstyle kind of flavors the way that they approach the review. That's why I did the Skyrim playthrough the way I did, which was to do all playstyles. And I have to wonder, would Oblivion have played out differently if I had done that? I kind of did all the playstyles in Oblivion as a single character. That's easier in that game.
Yeah, that's a question that I always ask myself when I'm about to start a game. Is like, how many playthroughs am I going to have to do to really get a good grasp of this game? And Oblivion, I just did the one because I've played that game so many times that I can talk about the other, the other things. But with Skyrim, it's like, I usually just played a mage because I'm a sadist. Or a masochist, rather.
That's a masochist.
Yeah.
Who was it that made them? There was somebody who apparently switched those up.
Yeah. I don't remember.
See a statistic system that contributes to a game's pacing. Skyrim has one. Similarly, the economy of Skyrim and how the player interacts with it monetarily is quite clever. As is traditional in Bethesda games, vendors...
The economy is clever.
Oh.
I haven't seen his inventory. How much money does he have?
...have a finite amount of cash on hand, and at first will only buy items similar to that which they sell. What this means for the player is that it is a lot less convenient to amass a fortune than in other RPGs, and much slower going trying to do so. You have to be judicious about how you loot.
He's got 50,000 gold. I don't get it.
He can literally buy like 3 of the houses in this game with that much money already. And what level is he at?
It's somewhere in the 30s. He's got 400 stamina, or he's got 400 carry weight, but somehow he runs out of stamina after like 2 power attacks.
What you choose to carry, what sorts of exchanges you want to make. You're forced to rely on genuine barter most of the time, with gold evening out the edges of a transaction. As such, a player's progress is
okay, level 46.
Economically stunted until, again, way later in the game when you're beginning to grow bored with it. The number systems of Skyrim aren't lacking just because they don't conform to the multi-page character sheets of old. They are to be applauded for accommodating the psychology of the player in their most basic concepts and workings.
Excuse me?
I need to hear that one again.
The number system should be applauded for accommodating the psychology of the player, or something to that effect. Let's hear it again.
Aren't lacking. As such, a player's progress is economically stunted until, again, way later in the game when you're beginning to grow bored with it. The number systems of Skyrim aren't lacking just because they don't conform to the multi-page character sheets of old. They are to be applauded for accommodating the psychology of the player in their most basic concepts and workings. That is quite sophisticated. Since Skyrim is designed to allow the plot to be played so randomly, haphazardly, and inconsistently, it cannot depend on the plot for a sense of beginning, middle, and end. That arc has to be expressed through the player character themselves, and I am deeply personally impressed that Bethesda came up with a way to let the player experience that sensation numerically and functionally, rather than descriptively or through plot. So, what do you get for the kingdom that has everything, then? Dawnguard, the first expansion for Skyrim, answered that question with a resounding more of the same, and then delivered quite winningly. It's complimentary that Skyrim had 2 actual expansion packs as opposed to a big bag of DLC. And Dawnguard adds
another funny video for the modern era.
Large areas of the game world and focuses on an extremely trite and campy story of a vampire family and an ancient prophecy. Early on, you join the legendary Dawnguard, vampire hunter.
What's this camera angle? How do you do that?
I guess he's just zoomed. He's probably just zoomed out a bunch.
But he's like at an angle. Well, I guess you could pivot the camera maybe? I don't know, it just strikes me as weird.
It might be getting like pressed into a weird angle from the ceiling above as well.
No, that room has like a massive ceiling.
Oh.
Of great repute. Then you meet the vampire Serena, and through some painfully bad exposition learn that she and her mother just wanted to be a happy family of bloodthirsty vampires, but that her father, Lord Harkon, wasn't satisfied and became obsessed with some prophecy about allowing vampires to walk in the sun once more. If you're thinking, that sounds familiar, you're right. It's only the same plot components as slightly over half of every vampire story from the past couple decades. It's dumb, it comes across as dumb, it's hard to care about it, but Dawnguard is...
It's weird that he's taking umbrage with Dawnguard and none of the other quests up until this point.
Right? Like, I don't know. If you've ever played Skyrim, you would know that
we've seen this before, and it's like, yeah, we've also seen the plot of Skyrim before.
Yeah, pretty much all of it.
Save the world while like the politics is tearing up the country. Like,
I've heard this take about Oblivion before, where Knights of the Nine is more of the same. Probably true, but I've never heard the take that Dawnguard is more of the same.
Yeah, usually it's like Dawnguard was the breath of fresh air.
In my opinion, it's what saved Skyrim.
It's been a while since I've only played Dawnguard the once, and that was a while ago, so can't really say for sure one way or the other. But I don't know, this seems a little bit of a weird one.
It's still fun, because it is the structure of questing in Skyrim, not the substance, that makes it enjoyable. And Dawnguard's quests are extremely well done, having taken careful note of what works best in a Skyrim quest. You'll start off with some "we're getting the band back together" stuff that takes you all across the continent of Skyrim, and then later on you'll venture deep into Harkon's castle to find Serena's mother. What you find instead is a gateway to the Soul Cairn, a brand new plane of oblivion that constitutes one of the most artistically interesting parts of the entire Skyrim experience. It's truly other.
I would say Soul Cairn is interesting, but it's not artistically interesting, if that makes sense. Like Black Reach, the Vale, those areas are better looking, but the Soul Cairn is like really interesting as like a kind of open world dungeon.
Worldly, and knowing that all of this shit is going on behind the ubiquitous soul gem system you use for enchanting gives a little extra kick to your playthrough.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. The Soul Cairn isn't sufficient for making me care, because it's not like, I use black soul gems a lot. Yeah, I mostly kill like generic bandits with black soul gems. It's not like I'm murdering named NPCs who had lives. It's just like generic cannon fodder that was created for the express purpose of getting killed. That's why I always advocated the generic enemies should only give up to a greater soul, and that you should have to kill like named town NPCs to get the black soul, like grand black souls.
Yeah, it should be like an actual sacrifice.
And then the soul cairn would be extra fucked up if like the spirits of all the people that you killed were there. Then the soul cairn would be like really successful.
Plus, they acquaint you with an undead dragon that you can summon to fight beside you for the remainder of the game.
A lot of people have the undead dragon take, which is it always struck me as weird. I don't think he's actually undead. He's like a necromancer.
After the Soul Cairn, the other major new area is the Forgotten Vale, where you learn a lot of great backstory about the Falmer, the weird underground elf-like creatures you'd encountered in the main game. Turns out that they're the mysterious and long-missing snow elves who once ruled Skyrim, twisted into their current form by the Dwemer, who also mysteriously disappeared, but that disappearance remains mysterious.
No, it was just covered in a different game.
Beautiful and massive area, designed with a keen eye for aesthetics, discovery, and player reward. Dawnguard also adds a number of new quests to the main map of Skyrim, most notably a Dwemer archaeology quest called Lost to the Ages, at the end of which you forge a powerful new item in a gorgeous and ancient ruin. Finally, at the end, when you stop
they just don't show it though. Like I saw he had it, so he has to have footage of him going to the Ethereum Forge, which is a genuinely like good-looking area. But we always knew the Falmer were snow elves, didn't we? Yeah, it's just like one of the.
It says it in the what's it called? In like the loading screens.
Yeah,
say that.
It was like one of the most obvious kind of twists. I think the twist was that like, oh yeah, they were normal, but it was like, yeah, I imagine they were. Aren't all reviews subjective opinions? Oh god, don't remind me. So far, yes. Actually, no, G-Man.
It goes down exactly like you'd expect. No surprises, no creativity. Just old vampire trope after old vampire trope until the bleeding is over and the day is won. Of course, you can also join the vampires when you first meet Harkon, in which case it's the Dawnguard fortress you'll be assaulting instead. But whichever choice you make, you can see it coming a mile away the minute they start trying to hint at it. This expansion is knitted into the fabric of...
So, that was true for all the other content.
Main game in a remarkably seamless way, though. And if a new game from scratch, you'll find that you don't even have the sensation of playing additional content. It just feels like a particularly dense Skyrim experience. Dawnguard highlights everything that's right with Skyrim, like beautiful artistic quality, careful and professional level design, and an addictive questing structure, but it also highlights everything that's wrong with Skyrim, like paint-by-numbers plotting and paper-thin characters. Bethesda must have picked up on that vibe.
Whoa. He like backed up from the camera and like spoke up.
Thing is, the next expansion, Dragonborn, is tremendously creative. It gives you a whole island to explore, Solstheim, appearing again for the first time since Morrowind, the third Elder Scrolls game.
That's a weird way to phrase that.
The island is pretty small, and while there's...
Yeah, but we're not watching the whole 2-hour video. He's gonna wrap up in like 10 minutes.
Parts of it that are certainly scenic and beautiful, like the great volcano in the distance and the Dunmer settlement made from enormous mushrooms. In general, the island is not where the visual focus of Dragonborn is. Dragonborn is all about the H.P. Lovecraft vibe. The plot of
Yeah, typical Seattle urbanite loves Lovecraft.
Dragonborn is that long ago, the very first Dragonborn was a fella named Marak. Marak was taught a shout by Hermaeus Mora, the Lovecraftian Daedric Lord.
I think Noah... How old is Noah? He's got to be old enough to have lived through St. Helens. There's no way he's not. Sounds like he's my dad's age.
Of knowledge and destiny. Marak tried to against the dragons, failed, and has spent many millennia inside Mora's own plane of oblivion, Apocrypha. But now he's reaching out through dreams to force the population of Solstheim to build the monuments that will bring him back to the real world. Mora doesn't take kindly to this, and demands his death. You oblige. That's the whole plot, besides a handful of quick and entertaining side quests. So, Dragonborn is short, it's simple, but at least it is original. And even if they are principally just stealing from Lovecraft and designing Apocrypha, it is still one of the most memorable and amazing parts of the entire game. Apocrypha is aggressively exotic and confusing, much to the benefit of the player. Dragonborn's designed to be played toward the end of your Skyrim experience, and by the time you're trucking through it, you may be starting to feel like if you have to stick your nose in one more ancient Nordic barrow, you are going to completely lose your shit. So the first time you pick up one of the half-dozen black...
Wait, didn't he say earlier that they're interesting? Like they don't get boring? Oh god. I feel like I'm taking the amnesia water. Oh, I'm absolutely going to comment on the elevators. The design was not taken from Lovecraft. The tile set was probably most influenced by H.R. Geiger. Well, it's a I would say it's a mix more than anything. I mean, you have to remember it's Bethesda. Bethesda's like the lowest common denominator of like superficial designs. I mean that in as polite a way as possible, by the way. But it's like Bethesda's absolutely the studio that would like call this Lovecraftian.
Books, and it reaches out with tentacles to pull you into its shadowy and alien world. It is impossible not to get stoked on it. Lovecraft, if you're not familiar,
He likes it because it reminds me of downtown Seattle.
was an early 20th century horror writer who had a flair for writing stories in which the horror stems from confronting things that are completely beyond the scope of human comprehension, frequently featuring uncaring and cruel beings lording over twisted, impossible landscapes, eventually driving mad those who saw too much. If you read Lovecraft, it's a little annoying how much he weasels out of specific description with a glib, "The madness is too mad, and I cannot, nor can any man, truly describe what is so creepy about it besides its overwhelming creepiness, but trust me, dear reader, that it is some fucked up shit."
I'm down with that.
So it's no real wonder that his aesthetic has found such a comfortable home in the digital medium, which is particularly suited to painting a detailed portrait of what the man himself would typically only allude to. Bethesda actually has some great credentials for adapting Lovecraft to video games already, having released Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth back in 2005, an excellent mashup of some of Lovecraft's most famous short stories, told as a first-person adventure game. And
This is like his version of my Bible interpretation. Like out of left field, just kind of literary analysis.
It's mostly just some of the visual themes of Lovecraft they've adapted and hybridized with Morrow's Daedric.
I wasn't gonna make the Lovecraft racist joke, but I'm glad that the chat picked up on that.
As Lord of Knowledge and Destiny, filling the world of Apocrypha with continents of books weathered by an oily sea. The result is jaw-droppingly gorgeous, and the time you spend in the Black Books is too short.
I would say interesting. I wouldn't say jaw-dropping gorgeous. I'm more visually impressed by like the southern half of Solstheim, where it's really ashy. I think that looks cool.
Yeah, I agree. I also disagree that it's too short. I think it's just the right amount of time spent in Apocrypha. Because it does get it gets a little samey after a point.
Oh, it would absolutely get grindy. Even if you've just done all the Black Books.
Yeah.
Each book is like a maze with different levels, and when you get to the end, you're given a permanent stat bonus of your choice. Once you get the rhythm of the Black Books, they're pretty easy, particularly for high-level characters, but damned if they aren't some of the best that Skyrim has to offer. I'd love to see more done with these B-list Daedric realms, which are so wildly interesting, rather than Oblivion's pretty standard take on a hellscape. It's a very satisfying expansion pack altogether. It feels fun, fresh, and the wicked fast pace you can cruise through it really helps alleviate endgame irritability and impatience. When you get back to the main continent, though, you're faced with the fact that Skyrim's end...
It's an odd kind of decision for the visuals.
Game is pretty much endless. It isn't. You'll probably be able to do everything in the game within a few hundred hours, but it takes an enormous commitment to even consider putting in that amount of time. For some, the feeling of really being part of Skyrim, of its land, its people, its landscape, is extremely meaningful. And for those people, there's also the Hearthfire DLC, which adds in options for players to purchase land, build houses, and raise a family of sorts. For these players, it is of little consequence that the story of Skyrim is told so vaguely. It is their story, and their ownership of the story gives it much greater definition than for a player unmoved by the simulation. The vast majority of players, however, will find a moment where they're ready to throw in the towel on the Dragonborn and go play
Yeah, you got played.
something different. And that's sort of the end of Skyrim, the getting tired of it. It's not really a great way to end a game, but it's a consequence of making a game so genuinely open and so fully simulated. The next installment of the Elder Scrolls series will be a massively multiplayer one, the upcoming subscription-based Elder Scrolls...
Alright, so this is where he starts talking about ESO. So, yeah, I think we're about done here.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think?
It was fine. Chat was once again wrong. No surprise there. Alright. I'm gonna start winding things down here since you're leaving. Much as I would like to carry on this stream, it was... How long have we been streaming?
8 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, it was a whole work day.
I don't usually do a full work day. Usually I do like 5 hours.
I'll probably play a bit of Skyrim after this. I don't know. I have a bit of Skyrim overload. Maybe I'll do some H3 VR. How about that? Here, we can make the V2 model big. What do we think of Noah Caldwell Gervais?
I need to watch more of his stuff.
I don't. He's not in my kind of wheelhouse of tastes.
I just seeing his setup and stuff. That was a unique videos style. I'd like to examine that a little bit more. I don't know if the rest of his videos are like that, but
best video so far? No, I disagree. Although I would say I'd say it's up there, probably top 3. But remember, we're dealing with like the 2-centimeter hurdle.
Yeah.
It's dangerous enough to trip over, but not, not too difficult.
There's something about this game, man. People just the thing too is like the game is deceptively, there's a lot to talk about. When you start looking at it and stuff and you start trying to break it down, it just keeps going further and further and further.
Sure, I get that, but it seems like you would pick something and like try to nail it to the wall. Do you have to a Skyrim video? Question mark. Why? Question mark. There's a word missing from your sentence, and I don't know what it is. Do I have a most recent schedule? Oh yeah, there was a schedule 6, because I canceled a day. So, don't know how accurate the schedule is, because there's a chance I might be hit or miss with these streams for a little bit. I'm gonna try to finish up Never Knows Best. And the way that might work is we might watch the parts that like kind of threw me off so that we're refreshed. We're gonna try Thursday again. Thursday's kind of the day of like small videos is the deal. I guess DJ Peach Cobbler won't be on Thursday because we watched it today, so we got that going for us. And then next Saturday is going to be Mr. Caption's video. We got it all in 720p. I'm very impressed that we pulled that off. I thought the most we were going to get was all in 480, so. Did you think you would join any more of these, Mr. Sessions?
If you'll have me on, I'll definitely...
I
would definitely come back.
You can come around probably Saturday, I would say. That's
the caption one? Oh, yeah, I can work that out.
His is a dense one, so...
I'll try and come with a little bit more energy next time. I'll definitely eat before doing this. I haven't eaten today.
Yeah, that was last week. I had dinner because I knew from last week that these can be These can be exhausting. You're gonna feel like shit.
Yeah, I can feel it. Even like after my streams and stuff, I'll do like a 4 or 5 hour stream, and at the end of it, I'm just fucking done. I'll just lie in bed and fall asleep. So I had fun though. I hope I didn't derail things a little bit too much with my video.
Well, chat, what did you think? How was today's stream?
Honest.
Yeah, be honest with
Be
them.
honest. I don't like disingenuous opinions.
How often do you stream?
Very infrequently, because I don't know.
You don't know what to stream, I bet. Yeah, I have that issue.
The problem is like I try and stream like stuff that I'm playing, and I just realized that I just don't want to play. Like I just don't want to do streams like that.
Yeah, I hate playing games on streams. That's why my audience is like super exacerbated with me. Because like, okay, so I have two different audiences. I have the people who just want to see my videos, and I have the people who want to see who watch my videos and also want to watch my streams. And it's hard catering to both those groups. Like, the people who were around for the Oblivion streams waited for like 6 months for a sequel. So, if you ever get annoyed, that's kind of the deal. I mean, we did the E3 stream, and I'm sure that kind of tided them over, but let's be honest, it's not the same.
Yeah.
Now you will have
You
VTuber
gotta-
fans. Well, I like the VTuber thing. It's a fun gimmick.
I'm seeing some approval in the chat. That's nice.
Oh, they like anything we put in front of them. Would you do?
No, but I think.
Would you consider doing something like this for Mass Effect 3?
Oh, what, me sitting here?
Yeah, maybe
deconstructing.
Maybe you do like 1 or 2 of the its top videos.
I don't know.
You can be honest. You might not be for it. I'm built different.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Is like I'm a very non-confrontational sort of person, so I hate like sitting there pointing out like things that I disagree with or whatever. I would rather just. I'm also not good at doing things on the fly either. Like I'm a lot better when I'm just preparing stuff to say and reading off the script and stuff.
Oh, sure,
Or
I
if we're
understand that.
Or if we're just having, like a one-on-one conversation or whatever. But if it's like very topical and structured, I start to get in my mind a little bit. But that could also just be that I'm, not practiced in it. But
you could try
I
to.
don't think I'm going to.
Well, okay, you could not do these. You could do like my reading kind of research streams where you just read articles. That's another thing you could stream.
Yeah, the problem is that by the time I get to doing Mass Effect 3, I'm gonna be back in school full time doing 5 classes.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, you don't have to do like the full-time streamer thing that I'm doing for November. You can do like just like 1 stream a week. Keep the channel going,
Yeah. That's the thing is that streaming is definitely very good on YouTube because it does boost your engagement, and it can be what like pushes you into like I had it over the summer. I did 1 stream and then suddenly my channel just like freaking took off for like another 2 weeks. It was great. Sometimes it just gives your channel the push that it needs, but it's difficult for me to do streams when I'm not really feeling it. You'll see. I'm just enjoying making my Skyrim video, honestly. It's been a while since I enjoyed doing the Billy one, but the Skyrim one I feel, especially after watching all these videos and stuff, I feel a little bit less pressured almost. Since
Yeah,
oh shit, I can actually just shoot in any direction and hit a target. There's no need to worry about me just basically repeating the same things that everybody else has repeated because apparently nobody's saying anything.
Oh, it's been such a weird experience, especially after doing the Oblivion streams.
It's surreal. It's really been surreal watching some of these videos because like the Salt Factory one I've watched the Salt Factory one, and I guess I just never watched it closely enough, because when we were watching it on stream, I'm like, whoa, he's really not saying anything here. But I guess it's that amnesia effect or something like that. I think it's also, it depends how people watch. I think people watch like Salt Factory's videos and a lot of other people's videos differently from like how you watch it, and
yeah,
I guess how I watch them now too.
Well,
like,
yeah,
kinda,
I mean, most things don't
seen,
survive scrutiny.
Yeah, but I've seen like a lot of people where they're like, you know, I'll be listening to this when I'm at work, and you know, sometimes like I kind of go in and out, and it's nice that I can like pay attention like every few minutes and just hear something new and interesting.
I think we've thoroughly answered the question of who those videos are for, and like what the kind of purpose they serve is. Okay, is anybody seen as like more recent stuff? I guess would be the kind of the test of like, has he changed as a person? Because I mean, the thing is, he's allowed to do his thing, and he does it well, obviously. So who am I to?
I watched his Mass Effect 1 video, and I disagreed heavily with a lot of it. So he was saying things in the Mass Effect 1 video,
which I think is an improvement.
But I thought he was I just thought he was extremely ungenerous with Mass Effect 1, and just focused really heavily on like, this game is really janky and the combat sucks. And it's like, yeah, but the story is like what's good about it, and it's like world building.
All right, then we're gonna wrap things up here. Twitter, Discord. I had everybody on Discord, so that's a fast way to figure out when the streams are happening. If for some reason you can't read a schedule, I will kind of post around if I decide to cancel things, probably a day in advance. I think the time off was really good for this stream. Allowed me to get some recording done and what have you, and I think it kind of brought us back fresh. So, fuck off, everybody.